Good flipping morning, everybody. It's a beautiful South Florida morning. There is not a cloud in the sky, not one single one. It's a little warm, but not brutal. Buy, sell, sell, sell. East Coast, West Coast. Sounds like a flipping real estate reality show in Miami, in South Florida. I'll tell you what the Dolphins' third option is. Also, I'm going to give you a good reason and a fun reason why you should go out to the Dolphins football game this weekend if you're in town. If it's not too much for you, if you were thinking about not showing up because you're out on the season, I'll give you a good reason why you should go. Coming up next.
Turner Yell makes the stop in the secondary for Denver. 1st and 10. The fake. Good block in there, and down it goes. Caught at the 30. This is the dynamic Hill. He's in for 6. Tyreek Hill. Touchdown. What a block.
Take into your hands a plan. Your own hands can land your own brand. And damn, I feel like no one takes accountability. They want the credibility, convincingly unwilling to put in the hours it takes to get some power. Don't be f***ing sour. Take a cold shower. Scream until you're louder. Work until you're prouder. And f*** all the doubters. They're just your downers. I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm f***ed off, it's these f***ing clowns who were all taught they deserve an ounce. It's only worth it if you work for it.
The gravity of the situation at 2-4, just thinking you guys might need to go 8-3 the rest of the way, perhaps 7-4. What does that mean to you? Do you think about that? Have you looked at the standings and thought about playoff hopes?
It doesn't. I ain't thinking any of the records. What if this? What if that? Focus on this week. Focus on getting a win and hoping to build off of that.
Good morning, good morning, good morning once again, ladies, gentlemen, all stops in between. It is a gorgeous day. I actually feel refreshed. I cannot tell you how much I feel refreshed, everybody. I really feel good about going into this week. Win or lose, it don't matter. I've come to a good place with my favorite football team. Welcome everybody. Make sure you're hitting the like button. First off, we'll get this thing cooking. I got a poll going. Check out the poll. You can see what it's about. Could Tyreek be heading to the west coast of Florida, that is? We'll explore a couple conflicting suggesting reports in just a bit. In the meantime, like I said, hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you're over on Twitch or Twitter or any other platform. Head over and give us a like and a subscribe. Join the community. Talk to everybody in here. They need your help. They really do. I'm just kidding, guys. Good morning to my man, Lewis. Good to see you, buddy. It's probably just as gorgeous in your neck of the woods as it is down here, man. Just one of them beautiful, beautiful October days in Florida. Hooked up Joe, first one in chat. How you doing? You know, I think that's why I'm so refreshed. It just occurred to me, and Hooked Up Joe probably, witnessed it in a chat earlier this morning. And I'll elaborate really quick, Hooked Up Joe. It's just refreshing to know that, the reason that casuals and hyper negative people Not look, I don't care if a person's negative. I'm negative too. But I'm talking about the people that come into chat like this dude hooked up Joe and I witnessed that just absolutely like are insulting people for even talking about the team. And it's like, dude, if you don't like, but in the same sentence says he ain't got no time for the Miami Dolphins. It's kind of, so it's like you're just coming in to like ruin everybody's day. And it occurred to me at that point, hooked up Joe, that casuals remain casuals. And I told this to Sean in a private text. Casuals remain casuals because they refuse to sit down and watch bad football and learn from it. And that's why they remain casuals. Hence the word casual. And that's okay. But man, there ain't no reason for people to come in and be like, yo, y'all are moron, or y'all, what was it? Forget the exact word. Just basically calling people, names. And it's like, really, bro? You claim to be a Dolphin fan. It's like, okay, that's fine. I'm not going to challenge anybody on that. But, well, you know what? There's a difference between accepting anybody's opinion because they're a Dolphin fan and they've been a fan since 1981 or whatever it was you guys said. And, instead of, we don't have to accept somebody being a straight asshole. You know what I mean? Like, nobody is, I don't think anybody criticizes this team more than myself, or at least I fashioned myself that way, or anybody else at the Fins tailgate, among other platforms. There ain't no reason to be a straight asshole to people. You can be a fan all you want. You can say, oh, you know what? I can say whatever I want because I've been a fan since 1981. Well, no, you can't. Well, you can, I should say. But everybody else can also say you're just an asshole. Good morning, AP Ryan. How you doing? Who is not an asshole. Him and Hooked Up Joe are members. Follow their lead. Become a member today. Or donate to the channels in other ways. Super chats, super stickers, Cash App, Venmo, those types of things. Do it today. Timothy Washington, how you doing this morning? Michael K, Joe Rist, Flava J, Dad Dean, of course, again, Lewis. Good morning. We'll be talking about this nonsense about Tyreek. I mean, not out of the realm of possibility, but there's an option that hadn't occurred to nobody else. Everybody else, buy, sell at the deadline. There's a third option nobody considered. Manolo Rivera, how's it going? Dakota J, one of the cool Jet fans, if there are such a thing. Adam Sadowski, Cali Fins fan. I'm getting this out of the way right in the beginning. Aquavision, because I'm excited to tell you why you should be excited about this week's game. DDG, how's it going? Day one. Lil LVV 72. And of course, Red, White, and Bills. And we got Ian and Jersey Dolphin fan, and there's Franklin Stubbs. How's it going, Frank? Jersey Dolphins. And yeah, pathetic. That was the word the guy used, Aqua. Pathetic. You know what I mean? Like that's just like why? Yeah, we're pathetic. That's what fans are. I mean, really. Everybody's team loses every year. We're all pathetic. The only ones that aren't pathetic right now are the Chiefs fans, to be honest with you. Who, by the way, are now being reported, good morning, Mudbone, are now being reported by ESPN to be finalizing a trade with the Tennessee Titans for wide receiver DeAndre Hopkins. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The rich get richer while the poor stand by with their fingers up their rear. Thank you, Timothy Washington. I call him T-Dub. Tim Dub. T. Washington. It's a great name. $5 donation. Appreciate it. Culler, keep up the great work, big dog. Dolphins 27, Cardinals 13. Hey, that'd be nice. That'd be nice. Hey, Tua's back. We should be able to score over 24 points, right? I think the key to this game, score 25 points or more. And have your defense do at least try to do what it's been doing. Maybe you can't. Maybe Kyler goes off a little and scores more than your points per game, but we're at 21.5 points per game. So, we'll see how close we can keep that down to. But I do appreciate the donation. Every little bit helps. As you heard Tua say, he's not paying one bit of attention to the record and all that. He's all about his business. But reported this morning at about 7 o'clock or so, Chiefs are acquiring Titans receiver DeAndre Hopkins. League sources told ESPN's Adam Schefter Titans would receive a conditional 4th-round pick in a trade that's expected to be completed Wednesday. Of course, they need the receiver because of Rashee Rice's loss, Hollywood Brown's loss, Juju Smith, hamstring injury. And as I was telling our friend Red, White, and Bills, look, DeAndre is one of the best as far as hands, eyes, all the things I always talk to y'all about. Oh, thank you, Poltergeist. The pure English spelling of poltergeist. Anyway, excuse me. So that's that. It's going to be, man, this one's going to be close, guys. This one's going to be real close. I'm not so sure the boys are going to be able to pop champagne this year. This one's going to be real close. I mean, they're already, 6-0? I mean, Getting there. Somebody's got to beat them. Somebody has to beat these Chiefs. We can only hope that they rest everybody in week 17 or week 18. Oh, the pace they're going, they can start resting people in a week 15. But enough of that gloomy news. The poll this morning, if you didn't notice, looks like 35 or so of you have already. 19 likes. Get them likes up. And I'll get into telling you why you should be have a good reason to go to the football game this weekend. Should the Dolphins trade Tyreek Hill? Not will, not can, not could, not have the ability to. Should they trade Tyreek? Yes? No? Or I'd rather lose the Penguin. Not so many people picking the funny answer today. That's funny. That's interesting. Not so funny a joke, huh? Wow. That's fascinating. I ought to do a case study on that. I make a joke about the Penguin, and all of a sudden, nobody wants to take the funny option. Only 5% so far. We'll see how that goes. You guys are so transparent. I'm sorry. I don't. I do, in fact, mean to insult the audience. Sometimes it's fun, but because I love you all to death, I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't have somebody to talk to. Trust me. I can think if I want to talk to myself. I don't have to actually talk. Oh, so that good news I was talking about, that good reason to go down to the Hard Rock this weekend and check out the game. No, it's not because it's fan week or anything like that. That's all. I don't care. Whatever. That just means extra hot dogs and maybe a crypto appearance. I don't know. But so I found out this morning, read an article, and I will relay the information to you that the Dolphins will be honoring none other than defensive tackle Tim Bowens in the Ring of Honor at halftime this weekend at Sunday's game against the Cardinals. As you old timers know, Tim was selected in the first round, 20th overall by the Dolphins in 1994. Served all 11 years of his career with the Dolphins. Was named Associated Press Defensive Rookie of the Year in his rookie year, 1994. Made the Pro Bowl in 1998, and also 2002. Over his career, he missed 3 ball games, playing in 157 games, starting in 155. Has 1 interception, 7 pass defended, 9 forced fumbles, 5 fumble recoveries. Now, this is a middle defensive tackle. This is what you used to call a nose guard, pretty much. 22 sacks on his career for a nose guard. 414 combined tackles, 303 solo, 111 assists, 26 tackles for losses, and 0 safeties. Poor guy never got a safety. Wow. The man played in his 7-year career, played in 10 playoff games where he had 1 sack, 24 combined tackles, 16 solo, 8 assists, and 2 tackles for loss. I'd imagine a lot of those came against Buffalo. So shout out to Tim Bowens. He's going to be stuck around the Ring of Honor when you go to the stadium now. If you look around the edge between like the second and the third section, you can see the border. And it has all the guys that have been named to the Ring of Honor so far. And they will be adding Tim Bowens. Big old Tim Bowens. Boy, we could use a Tim Bowens right now, Sure could use a Tim Bowens now. You blow that whole line up, force everything, all our guys to be able to contain the edge, not having to worry about the middle. And what a guy like him would do. 20th overall. Seems about right where we might be drafting. All right. Cali Fins fans, sounds like he's coming. I do still need to locate a yellow parking pass for this week's game. It's the only game left I need one for. So we'll see how that goes. Currently they're about $70. They need to come down before I buy one of them at that price. Really quickly, before we get into this Tyreek talk, I just want to run through the tail of the game real quick coming up. Currently, Dolphins are favored by 3 at home. 46.5 over under. Money line is a plus 140 for the Cardinals, minus 165 for the Dolphins. And if I were you, well, if I were me, I should say, I'd probably, it's minus 105 for the plus 3 on the Cardinals. That's tempting. Would take that if I had real money to bet. I might consider taking the plus 3 for the Cardinals. It is what it is. If not even the plus 140 money line. ESPN Analytics have the Cardinals winning this matchup 57.5% of the time, 42.1% of the time for the Dolphins. Of course, the Dolphins have their quarterback Tua Tagovailoa returning, while Kyler Murray, or should be returning, I should say. We'll find out today officially and momentarily, actually, whether he actually practiced today or not, because he'd have to get started today, and practice should be going on right about now. But on the other side, Kyler Murray with 130 completions on 196 attempts. Let me blow this up because I can't read worth a damn. 1,331 yards on the season, 9 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. In the short run that Tua had, he threw 40 completions on 62 attempts, 483 yards, 2 tutties, and 3 interceptions. James Conner on the ground has 109 carries for 504 yards and 3 touchdowns, while Achane, they're showing here 71 carries for 260 yards and a touchdown, of course, supplemented by just about the same kind of production from Raheem Mostert. Receiving yards for Tyreek Hill, 24 receptions for 294 yards and a touchdown. On the other side, they got McBride. I have to check on Marvin Harrison's injury status. 33 receptions for 322 yards, no scores. Current injury report is not accurate. We'll get to that on Friday. Cardinals have 2-3 in their last 5. And they are 3-4 on the season. While the Dolphins 2-4 on the season and 1-4 in their last 5. Game is at Hard Rock in Miami Gardens. There might be some rain. We'll have to check the weather on Friday. Preliminary reports look like rain. Kickoff at 1 o'clock. I am checking it right now. Daily. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So we're looking Sunday at 83 degrees. Partly sunny, breezy, and pleasant, with times of clouds and sun. No wind. Real feel, 83 degrees. That means dry as a bone. Oh, no, the winds are out of the northeast at 13 miles an hour expected on Sunday. So, gorgeous football day, sounds like. Sounds like it's time to light it up. I'll probably be taking the over on that 46.5, believe it or not. So, that's the tale of the game so far. I'll have updated information and run through that again on Friday. Level 2 noob, good morning to you. He has the Cardinals by 10. I see you, Steve Malloy. Good morning. So, the fun guys, I guess I like to call them, over at Fansided. And they're one of these places that likes to deal in rumors and come up with their own scenarios, basically start their own rumors. I wrote an article yesterday, says this emergency Buccaneers-Dolphins trade would replace Chris Godwin and Mike Evans, by John Bueller over, of course, at fansided.com. The sub-headline being desperate times call for desperate measures, but the Tampa Bay Buccaneers aren't that desperate. So he suggests basically this trade and then goes on to say it's a bad idea. Let's go ahead and read a little bit of the article. You can read the rest of it over at fansided.com. Evans will return soon. He goes on. He writes, let's see. With a critical Week 8 home game on the horizon versus the Falcons, the team who won a barn burner in overtime on Thursday night only a few weeks ago, Tampa Bay needs to do something. While on paper, trading for Miami Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill could move the needle, I don't think the Buccaneers will give up $30 million in assets for him this season. For so many reasons, don't make this trade. Tampa Bay, to get anywhere close to what Hill is making in average annual value, you need to mortgage your entire future. You are not the Sean McVay Los Angeles Rams. You are not the Joe Gibbs Washington football franchise from yesteryear. He writes, doing something dumb like this is how you become the New Orleans Saints. Do not ruin your future here. He finishes the article by saying, well, I won't read that. You can go check it out. It insults Tua. I'm not going to read it. It'd be one thing if it was a Dolphin fan writing it, but it's not. It's a Tampa Bay fan, and I'm not going to read that. So the suggestion was from him that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers would receive wide receiver Tyreek Hill, and the Dolphins would receive, and this is why I asked the question. I'm not talking about this trade with the Buccaneers. It's obvious they would never do something like that. But what he suggests that they would have to give up is a 2025 first and second round pick and a 2026 first and second round pick. And so I'm asking the question to you guys. Did the Dolphins do something like that if a guy like Tyreek would command that much? Now, I don't know if he's pipe dreaming if Tyreek would actually command that much. That's another question that would have to be discussed. You know, would the Dolphins even do some? Are the Dolphins buyers, sellers? Or here's the third option nobody has even considered. How about holding? Buying and selling is not the only option in the market. How about holding? Now, if you're talking to me next Monday morning and we just lost to the Cardinals with Tua, big time lost, like no offense lost, then I would say, we could start talking about that kind of thing. But what about holding? I mean, come on, man. Like, everybody wants to get that headline out there, buy or sell. Are the Miami Dolphins buyers or sellers? What about holders? That's a third option. We hold on everything else. We held on everything else. We hold all over the field on offensive line. Greer holds off on getting any kind of upgrade at quarterback for 3 years. He holds off on supporting our coach Why not just hold on Tyreek Hill? So that's why I put the poll out there, because I already see some people in chat saying, hey, no, I'm a seller. That's fine. But everybody out there, all the creators and all the news people, all have this flashy headline, buy or sell, but nobody ever asks about holding. So I'm asking that. You know what I mean? But it's fair if somebody wants to say buy or sell. I'm just saying, consider holding for a moment, you know? I'm just trying to differentiate myself from all the other creators out there. I'm giving you a third option. Holding. Now, that being said, that's fan-sided. They write articles like that all the time. They're not like liars or, that's not necessarily the engagement farmers, but they do like sparking conversation. And so their articles are written as mostly suggestions and, logical ones. But as you saw, he's like, nah, it's a dumb idea, but NFL teams we're talking about here, people. No shortage of dumb ideas getting executed, you know. Anyway, so the lady that reported, Adam Wells is report. This article is from Adam Wells from yesterday over at Bleacher Report, and his information is coming from somebody that is recently familiar. Must have got some recent access, or maybe everybody just all the writers must have just been like, "Here you go, you can handle this team now." To this person, but the headline is Tyreek Hill trade rumors. Dolphins quote not going to deal wide receiver ahead of 2024 NFL deadline, according to Adam Wells again, who writes. Despite a 2-4 start behind the worst offense in the NFL by points per game, the Miami Dolphins aren't motivated to trade Tyreek Hill during the season. How must he know, you might ask? Well, he writes on the latest episode of the Scoop City podcast. I might need to start checking that one out. At the 28-minute and 50-second mark, The Athletic's Diana Rossini, who you guys might remember her as the one a few days ago that accurately reported that Tua would be coming out and saying that he's ready to play against the Cardinals. And he did. And she was right. Remember I told you guys when she came out with that suggestion, or that saying that she had inside sources or whatever saying this and that Tua is ready to play. And I told you guys, I don't want to discount her, but you have to remember that she's blasted right onto the scene out of nowhere. She does have some long-term credentials. She worked for ESPN. She does have the credentials, but writing on matters of the Miami Dolphins and all that, he kind of just came out of nowhere all of a sudden. However, I told you all to be careful of it because of that, but he was right. She was proven to be right. You could always start your own too, noob. But she turned out to be right, so I'm here to say it. It seems like this lady, Diana Rossini at The Athletic, can be trusted. And she is directly conflicting. Like she's directly refuting any of that talk or noise. So again, Wells writes on the latest episode of the Scoop City podcast, The Athletic's Diana Rossini reported the Dolphins are, quote, not going, unquote, to move Hill before the trade deadline. Hill had fun a few weeks ago, as you guys remember, trolling the fans after Adams asked the Raiders for a trade. We all saw the tweet. Woke up to trade news this morning, exciting. And also, he continues to write, there's been no indication the Dolphins are looking to move on from Hill. They just signed him to a reworked 3-year, $90 million deal in August that keeps him under contract through the 2026 season. So you can get over to the Bleacher Report and finish reading the article. It goes on to talk about how the Dolphins have been doing this year, why, all that. But The Athletic's Diana Rossini confirming that they have no intention of trading Tyreek Hill. So Tyreek Hill will be remaining on the east side of Florida and will not be going to the West Coast, according to her. We'll see how that plays out. They may be feeding her misinformation. Keep that in mind. So that's that. I don't see any reason why we should expect that to happen. And that's why I phrase the poll question with should that happen? 66% of you have said yes with 62 votes. 27% no. And 6% said I'd rather lose the Penguins. So that means 6% of you say yes or say no as well. So that's 33% say no. And we'll let the vote keep going. We'll let the poll keep going. There's less than 100 votes. We usually get way more than that. But we do need more likes. We only got 28 likes. Y'all need to hit the like button right away, like as soon as possible. Hit the dislike button if you want to. But kind of not much else to speak on about the Dolphins. It's 11 o'clock, unless we have any new information coming out. With press conferences, it is Wednesday. We should be expecting to see the coordinators talk, but I don't see anything as of yet. Maybe I'll drop the link. It is Wednesday. How much wild and out do you want them to do, level 2, huh? You want me to drop the link and let everybody yell at each other? I won't let that happen, but I will let people talk if they want to, because there's nothing else to say. If you want me to explain to you how we should beat the Cardinals, it's stopping Kyler Murray from doing Kyler Murray things. That's bottom line first. We need to find some way to start containing the edge on defense, because even though, they're running up the middle on us, but a lot of it is because we're trying to overcompensate on the edge. And when we bring it back to the middle, they take the edge, no problem. That's why. But again, I want to caution everybody to remember and remind everybody that the 5th ranked defense. Okay, so in other words, you don't get under 100 yards per game given up by a defense until you get to the 5th ranked defense. So just a lot of teams in the league are suffering the way we are, and I believe it's because of the cover 2, and teams are countering that with just running the ball, and every team is willing to give up all that yardage as long as we keep them out of the end zone. And relative, we have. Relative to our offense, no. I mean, in order for our offense to win, we have to keep the defense. We have to keep the other team out of the end zone and out of the field goal for like the entire game. It seems before anybody's satisfied with the defense. But all of the points that add to our 21.5 per game point total have come in junk time because our defense is at the point of, hey, yeah, we're number one on third down conversions, which means we're handing the ball back to the offense over and over and over again, and we're winning time of possession. So, you know, I don't know. The defense is doing their job. I ain't going to say much more about it. Good morning, Dad. Dean, how you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Pretty good. Thank you for joining me.
No problem. Yeah, I think they didn't have a backup plan. They didn't have a plan B. When Tua went down, you could see it in Coach's face. It was done, and then he gave the Godfather kiss to Tua, and yeah, he knew it from then. They didn't have a backup plan.
Well, that's the other thing I wanted to speak about. I almost forgot. I listened to Kyle Crabb's Locked On Dolphins this morning. I do these things so you guys don't have to. Okay. And anyway, there was one thing I was agreeing with him about was that, look, ultimately he made a point about personnel selection and who Mike McDaniel believes in. And regardless of what people want to say about Skylar Thompson and Tyler Huntley and Tim Boyle and all these guys, that is still ultimately his responsibility.
Exactly.
And you kind of owe it to all the team to make that choice correctly, given the people that have been out there that have shown to be successful in that Shanahan system. You could have done better than certain people. And the tidbit that he dropped was that McDaniel apparently had a check mark on Tim Boyle for the practice squad, like as kind of a as soon as possible type of thing for message to Chris Greer. So McDaniel literally wanted Boyle in here before we got him. Like they already had a check mark on him, according to Kyle. And I'm like, really? So McDaniel literally believes in Boyle to be actually something beyond what we've seen in his career and what we've seen with him here.
Ability to tank and not ask questions.
I guess. I mean, I couldn't believe it.
Put all your eggs in one basket, like Jets last year with Rodgers.
I mean, if they're insisting on blaming quarterback play, fine. But put that blame squarely where it belongs.
Exactly. And not only just the quarterback, about having options, other playing options.
Right.
Other plans to attack on offense.
Right.
Two away,
Or as Krabs pointed out, if you're going to do this, then you can't be just like, hey, same system, run it anyway. You know what I mean?
I like to comment, I guess it was like a week ago on your show, that, Coach McDaniel showed Tua 700 plays, and then he added one, so he has 701 plays. I thought that was great.
Yeah. And a winner ain't one of them.
Exactly.
I got 700 plays and a winner ain't one of them.
I've been a fan for 45 years. I'm not going to stop being a fan because of this. I'm going to still root on the Dolphins. But Maybe they can turn it around. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
I mean, oh, one other tidbit of news. I want to give a special happy birthday shout out to Kadeem Simmons over at Go Time Dolphins.
Happy birthday.
I noticed it is his birthday today, which is almost over because they're like 5 hours ahead of us. Not almost over, but closer to being over than us. Uh-oh, somebody booped in. What's up, Louis? Also, a.k.a. Tank, a.k.a. bandaged up to
Yeah. Moving forward, my new name is Tank. Yeah.
All right.
But good morning to both of you gentlemen. How you guys doing?
Good morning, Tank. Uh-oh.
That was that.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think I'm with the stay put situation. We're not going to be buyers or sellers. We're going to be a stay put.
I mean, at least on Tyreek.
Yeah. I think on the whole team.
You must be broadcasting out of a tank.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Can you guys hear me better now?
Yep, you're good.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, good morning to both of you gentlemen. How you guys doing?
Pretty good, Tank. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. I can't complain. I was listening earlier, and yeah, Culler, I don't know where you are, but down here in northern Florida, it is beautiful. It's about
Oh, yeah.
79 degrees where I'm at, about 80
Ooh,
degrees.
damn.
So, yeah, nice little breeze coming off the north, probably northwest. So yeah, nice. Nice
And
day.
see, everybody's jealous of us and thinks we're entitled. But did we not just go through hurricane threat to have it to be rewarded by this?
Absolutely.
See, there you go. We earn it. It's
I
not
tell-
it's not like God just handed us this beautiful environment. You know what I mean?
Listen, I tell everybody all the time, these are the months right here why people live in Florida.
Mhm.
We're getting into the time of why this is why we live here.
Well,
So
this is when you start taking it a little easy on the tourists because you're like, I get it. You know what I mean?
exactly.
Yeah, it's beautiful here in Orlando. Also, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, it's hot as shit where I'm at,
Model
boys.
days.
It's hot
What's
as
up,
shit where
Cap?
I'm at. I'm over here in Daytona. It's hot as
Wow.
hell.
You're up by Georgia. That's why.
That don't make sense. Color it should be colder if I was close to Georgia, and I'm in Daytona. Georgia's like 3.5 hours away at least.
Oh, is it raining there or what?
No, it's just hot as a motherfucker.
Oh,
my God, it's hot. It's humid. I don't know what the hell's going on. It was so beautiful there for like 2.5 weeks before and after the storm. It's brutal out now, boys. Brutal.
So that cold front must have cycled in instead of falling in. You know what I mean? That's why you guys haven't got it yet.
Yeah, which makes me worried because if it stays as hot as this is, this area here in Central East Florida, it's it's susceptible to tornadoes when that cold front comes down with this heat. So,
especially if the front is cyclonic, absolutely.
So, Lou, no tank, buddy. I don't know if you heard or not, but looks like the tank is not in. Tyreek Hill not going to be traded like everybody else who's trading off everything.
Well,
and
well. Let me again. This is the home of the conspiracy theory. Are we trying to sell the narrative that we believe everything the Dolphins tell us? Because I don't understand where we go where the Dolphins said they're not trading anybody, so now we believe what the Dolphins say.
Well, I did mention that I believe that Diana believes not believes what she's saying, but I don't believe that she fabricated it out of whole cloth because she's been proven right so far about the whole Tua thing coming back, right? But that doesn't mean, and I did point it out, Tank, that doesn't mean the Dolphins didn't feed her misinformation.
Yeah, if you're going to ask me, do I believe the Dolphins, that is a resounding no. I don't believe anything they say ever. In fact, if we're going to be going off of what I usually believe, I typically believe that it is always misinformation with them because they
Well,
have
the
just
funny
shown.
thing is, after all of what I just said earlier before you guys came up, everything that I said tells me that in fact we probably are going to trade Tyreek. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know what? You just talked me into it. They're actually trading him. So, I mean, look, they don't have to trade him. Like, I mean, what week are we in? We're in week 7, right?
Yeah, that's why I suggested the holding pattern, the hold option.
So
Yeah, but we're
I think they have
basically
till
What about
Tuesday?
Monday? What if we're sitting here Monday morning having just got bludgeoned by the Arizona Cardinals?
and then following that up, Color, right? Going into Buffalo that following week. Like, what would we be holding for? Because realistically, right, Color brought up the what Sunday's going to look like in South Florida. And I kind of agree. I think it's going to be bombs away. I think it's going to be backflips and cartwheels for Tyreek Hill in the back of the end zone, getting everybody so excited. But the game ends around 4 o'clock. Okay, cool. I'm gonna be excited to about 7:30, maybe 8 o'clock until that Sunday night football comes. Until the realization hits that this team goes to Buffalo the following week. And the fact of the matter is that's a loss.
Well, hold on now. I'm not going to push back on. I'm not going to push back on that, Lou. But I do want to say this. If I don't think Stephen Ross wants to trade him because of the money he brings in.
Jersey.
So let's not forget about that. You know what I'm
And
saying?
and I would agree with everything, Cap, everything you just said, right? But the fact of the matter is, me included, right? We're all cucks because we've only had Tyreek Hill for 3 years. And guess what? Me, you, Culler, and the rest of us have been doing before Tyreek got here, pumping in money into this organization. The fact of the matter is, with or without Tyreek Hill, this team and Stephen Ross is making money. So if that's what we're going to hold on to, like, oh, we're not going to sell him because he's a moneymaker. This team was 1-15, and I was buying jerseys and hats and
but
and
we're buying this shit because we're diehards. We're never going to stop. Now, the fly by nighters, the people who are only fans of players, like the NFL organizations have been so poorly run that I would say it's now less than half of NFL fans are fans of teams. They're fans of football, and they pick a different team every 3 or 4 years.
If we go back further down the rabbit hole, okay, then we could almost look at it like, look at the diminished performance we've seen and usage out of Tyreek Hill since our quarterback's been injured. Right now, they want to come out and be like, oh, well, it's about all 22 heads out there. Oh, it's been about the quarterbacks. And I'm not going to argue with people that disagree with me about it. It's not all on the quarterbacks. I watched Kurt Warner break down a play. They put it all on Jalen Waddle. My point is, it's not so cut and dry that just because there are plays all over the place that these quarterbacks have been missing Tyreek, that they aren't told to miss him. Because the fact of it is, you want to be able to see, for anybody out there that might be seeking a trade, you want to make sure to say, hey, just because you haven't seen Tyreek get the ball, don't mean he still ain't the superstar. This is why that's been happening. And at the same time, we're saving him from getting injured. So what I'm saying is, if all of this has already been in place longer than we know, then an indicator of that will be this Sunday if Tyreek Hill turns out to be completely a ghost on the field.
Or the opposite,
they're saving him.
Well, hold on a second, Culler. The opposite could be true, because if you're saving him, people could be like, well, I only want to give you this. But if Tyreek Hill goes off for 150
but if
yards,
if there's already a gentleman's deal in place with a couple teams, those teams don't need to see Tyreek Hill do that.
I mean, I agree. Like, I get it's more of a stretch, because who the hell needs to see something from Tyreek that you don't already know?
You don't want to risk injury and ruin the whole deal.
So real quick, just
Usually,
to
when a
mention,
player's about
another
to get
thing.
traded, when a player's about to get traded, same in baseball, they put them on the bench.
they put them on ice so they don't get injured, so they
Right.
don't lose their trade. Agreed.
Not only that, the two-near, Ross is cashing in on the two-nears. The Cavs.
Yeah.
Right.
If
not only
goes off and does 150 with 2 touchdowns with Boyle, then the two-nears are gonna get all pissed off and
Yeah, Dad Dean's picking up what I'm putting down.
Yep.
Well, I mean,
It's about the money. It's all about the business.
It's all about the money, buddy.
So
and that's the thing. They can shield,
like every conspiracy, follow the money.
but that's the thing. They can shield all that, like all the fact of they've been putting him on ice. They can shield that from the likes of the two-nears by blaming the quarterbacks like they have been.
That's what they're doing. And then watch, this is Arizona game. He's gonna pop off.
So it's funny.
If the deal is already, if like a gentleman's handshake has already been made, he ain't playing at all on Sunday.
So real quick, guys, for anybody that bets on football, okay, if you believe like I do that the Dolphins are going to win this Sunday because Tua's playing. Now it's not available yet in the prop bets because they haven't populated. That usually doesn't happen till tomorrow. But and sometimes later, depending on the week and who's on the injury report. But Tyreek Hill, every win that the Dolphins have had in the past since Tyreek Hill's been here, only one win that they've gotten, Tyreek Hill had under 100 yards. And he had like 89 yards in that game. Every single win the Dolphins have gotten since Tyreek Hill has been here, he's hit over 100 yards. So I'm just saying, I am laying a prop bet that Tyreek Hill will have over 100 reception yards while pairing that with a Dolphins victory for a parlay.
So right. So Tank. Since we've already jumped beyond the event horizon of this singularity, let's go a little further. Let's go a little further. Do you think that what that guy from Tampa, the fan-sided guy from Tampa, do you think that guy was realistic in what he suggested Tyreek could command from the likes of the Buccaneers? Not that the Buccaneers will do it, as he doesn't want them to, but other teams. He suggested first and second next year and a first and second in 2026.
No, there's no way.
Nah, dude, that guy's smoking.
I thought that was delirious too.
That guy's smoking some shit, dog, because that is crazy. No one would say that.
That being said, where does a guy, you Tank, Dad Dean, where do you sensible people like you put his value at if we were to?
Well, I'll tell you this, right? I'll tell you this. What teams right now desperately need wide receiver help? The Tampa Bay Bucks, maybe? The Chiefs, which aren't the Chiefs getting D-Hop? So the Dolphins are sellers on this, looking for a buyer. And he's getting paid a lot of money. You won't get a first-round draft pick for Tyreek Hill.
No. You'll get a second.
You would be lucky to get a second.
Yeah. Conditional.
I agree. Anyway, do you think there's any possibility they would want to parlay that into a trade to keep, because they're still in this mindset that the window is open and maybe some way where it's a swap between him and Cooper Kupp?
No way.
Because there's the Cooper Kupp option.
Cooper Kupp's getting paid too.
And Cooper Kupp is a lot more injury prone than Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, true. I'm not saying it's nothing I would want to do. I'm just saying.
Yeah. I'm not doing that. And for the people that don't want to trade Tyreek Hill, okay, cool. You probably won't get top value for him because, again, the money that he makes and his age has to go into play. I'm willing to, and again, Culler is going to like this because I used to debate Culler on this a year and a half, almost 2 years ago.
I know where you're going.
I'm trading Jalen Waddle, though.
I know how you voted.
Jalen Waddle would be dead. Yeah, I'm part of that 5%.
So I would rather trade Jalen Waddle because you get a first and then some for him.
Oh, yeah.
And keep Tyreek.
So Lewis is saying he's part of the 5% that voted I'd rather lose the Penguin.
Absolutely.
I love it.
Absolutely. Like, what are we talking about here? The fact of the matter is, bro, listen, this season is over.
Cooked.
We can win 10 wins. We can go to the playoffs, and it's going to be – what's funny to me is I've been fighting against it. Now, all of a sudden, I'm basically conceding. You want Chris Greer fired. Cool. You want Stephen Ross to sell the team. Cool. You want Tua Tagovailoa out of here. Cool. I'm conceding now, and now everybody is telling me they want to win 8 out of the last 11 and finish 10-6. If
None of that will happen.
But Dad Dean, if it happens, guess who comes back?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Chris Greer, Tua Tagovailoa. So it's like I don't understand where people's mindset is.
We'll
like
be mediocre, like we've been for years.
Exactly. We
right in the middle of the
pack. We complain about being mediocre. We complain about the quarterback. We complain about the general manager, but no one in tank to get those guys up out of here. It just it don't make sense to me.
So Jermaine points out that the Chargers are actually also in need of a wide receiver. With what kind of value from them could Waddle command over Tyreek?
Let's not forget, Ross is real close with fucking Harbaugh too.
That's right.
I'll go with Cap. Waddle's getting at least a first and probably some things on top of that.
So Waddle, to your point about tanking, and I know what your goal is, and it's my goal too. However, it's got to be done is how I am. I'd rather it not be tanking, but how does that put us towards our goal of amassing enough picks to move up to wherever we want in the draft?
Well, Culler, think about it. We already got 10 without making any moves. We got 10 picks going into. Let's say you can gather another first. Also. Absolutely. Let's say you can gather another first round for Waddle, and let's say a third and maybe a fifth or a sixth or something to that effect. Now you're going in with 2 first-round picks, a second-round pick, a first-round pick next year. I mean,
we could almost amass enough to move up twice to get Ward and Hunter.
Absolutely.
That would be
absolutely.
Awesome.
Well, you know, whatever it takes. I don't care if they sell the farm to go get whatever quarterback they're certain is the guy, whether it's Ward or one of these other dudes. I'm not going to be, counting my pennies here, but we are forgetting some stuff. Okay. The Dolphins currently only have 2 starting caliber offensive linemen under contract next year. And that's Anthony Brewer or whatever, Aaron Brewer and Austin Jackson. There is now, we do have Patrick Paul.
You got Patrick Paul. Yeah.
That's true. So that hopefully plugs that in, but we're going to need to sign and or draft more guards. So we'll re-sign the guys we got. I mean, our fans going to be happy to see a re-signing of fucking
proven out in the free agency.
Well, you don't got to do it in free agency. Again, listen, if the tank was right, even if Miami finished with 5 wins this season, 6 wins, and let's say you're sitting at pick number 13 overall, right? Kansas City, I believe when they got Patrick Mahomes, jumped from the 20s to 10, I believe. They jumped like 12, 13 slots. Let's say, for the sake of argument, you're picking at 13 and you need to go from 13 to 7, right? Again, assuming, let's just say you traded Waddle and you got a first-round pick. Those 2 first-round picks, you could do that. You could get up, right, and get a quarterback. I'm not saying tank and throw away everybody. Listen, Jalen Wright's going to be a part of the team. A-Chain is going to be part of the team. There's guys that need to be off this football team. It just is what it is to make it better.
That I would agree with. Almost like addition by subtraction. But the one thing I do want to say about that is that the Patriots kind of seem like they might be happy with the guy they got. So,
absolutely.
They're going to be looking to probably trade back to fill up their trenches and weapons and all that, so
You
There's
can
So
get
real quick,
already a dealer right there. You know what I mean?
real quick. You
bro.
said
Again,
we have
we got
Achan,
10
we have
picks.
Jalen Wright, we have Achan, we have
Mhm.
Jalen Wright. We got stuff, and I agree with it. To me, and when we talk about trading Waddle or trading anybody, I feel like Dolphin fans are finally coming back to home. They're realizing if you don't have a quarterback, you don't have nothing. I don't give a shit if we trade everybody and everything. Then we can get it back next time, okay? Because the reality is, if you don't have, like, okay, I'll give you an example. Washington Commanders right now with Jane Daniels, who is injured, but the Texans with C.J. Stroud. Who else? Who else is one of these young up and coming quarterbacks?
Jordan Love.
Jordan Love. Do you think any of those organizations are thinking to themselves anything other than it's only a matter of time? It's only a matter of time. I've got one of the dudes.
Absolutely,
Now,
Cap.
I would
But
if you took away the injuries on Tua, I would say we got one of those dudes. The injuries make him such a liability that you cannot make this your future. That's the problem.
But Cap, I'm not trying to.
Can
Again,
I respond to that, my
if
brother?
if I,
Good morning.
if I was gonna bring in, let's say, Cam Ward, I don't want Cam Ward coming in here and the cover to be bare though, just to get him. I want Cam Ward to come in here with A-Chain behind him, with Jalen Wright behind him. Let's say we keep Tyreek Hill, throwing to Tyreek Hill.
But Lewis, the fan base has shown the ability to be patient with a guy when the cupboard is bare. Look at Tua with the Devontae Parker years.
And that's where a guy like Jimmy G could help us out.
But I'm tired of being.
Like
I'm
keeping
tired
Ward
of
on the
waiting.
bench.
No.
I agree. I want to get a rookie kid and give him
See,
something and hit the ground running.
Well, again, all these guys you mentioned, though, Cap, the C.J. Strouds of the world, even Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels is playing out of his mind, and I love him.
True.
But he's throwing to Terry McLaurin. He's not throwing to Mac Hollins. You
Right.
see what I'm saying? Like C.J.
Well,
Stroud.
and that's what I'm saying,
season.
Lou. Like, what about like what Ali suggested doing what the Falcons did, where in this case, as I just pointed out, Jimmy G would act as kind of our Kirk Cousins with
you bring in an old veteran to take the beating for the rookie year rather than the young kid.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. If I'm bringing
I don't want to do that either. I'm just saying I'm willing to do whatever it takes to have the guy. That's what I'm saying. I'll trade everybody. If it means I need the number one overall pick and I got to give up 2 first rounders this year and the next 2 years of first rounders and give up 4 first round picks and Devon Achane, then and that first round pick I got was from Waddle getting gone, then so be it.
Right, and I get it. All I'm saying is though, I'm not going to waste 4 first round picks to then see him 2 years later. And that's what you guys are talking about. Oh, go get the guy, but then let's bring in Jimmy G in here and let him take the lump.
No, not 2 years later. Not 2 years later, because
I guarantee roll him.
I guarantee you that we're gonna see that guy in Atlanta a lot sooner than people think. You know what I mean?
But that's what I'm saying. So why am I even going to invest in Kirk Cousins? For that, I'm going the Houston Texans, the Washington Commander route. You're getting drafted and you're playing day one. And there's not going to be no excuse. I'm not going to, I'm going to bring in a bridge quarterback. No.
I think what is missing here, guys, is
you might as well keep Tua as your bridge.
Caller,
first of all, good morning. But I just want to respond to that real quick. First of all, good morning, Cap, Culler, everyone else. But what is missing here is, and this is why we're Dolphin fans originally. The original Dolphin fans are spoiled with Keith Sims, Dwight Stevenson. We're spoiled with building the trenches first. And I think generally what Cap said earlier, we're getting back to that as a general fan base. Because
we had Dan Marino for 8 years before we got Keith Sims in here. What are you talking about building the trenches first?
What I'm saying is, if you build the inside out, you've seen that follow through with Wanstead, Jimmy, right down to Shula. You've seen that follow through. So when we speak about the malpractice of believing that you have an injury-prone quarterback
and everybody that you bring in here is injury prone, but of value to you with Chris Greer. And like I preach, I preach this over and over. Now people are agreeing with me. It's that you build a wall, right? And then whoever comes in would be successful, whether you hand it off or whether you have the 7-step drop or a shotgun, because you have a wall. And I think when it comes to breaking this team down, because we're 2-5 or 2-6, I could agree with OG in that I don't want to. I think Cam Ward or Shador is ready to take Tyreek.
I don't want
right
Shador.
now.
No.
I don't mind Gap. I'm just saying we talking about guys who are ready. Okay, let's just say that this team is a
Are we
quarterback
doing
away, right?
timeouts like on
Yep.
Stephen D?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
timeouts-
absolutely.
timeouts are
always
available.
in effect. Yeah, yeah.
Anytime there's a
So
panel,
me-
timeouts
Let
are
me find
available.
my banner. I think I got it right
so
there.
long
Hey,
long
Culler.
story short, I just think that if we're gonna tear this team down at 2-6, I just think you go back to getting the best center and you go right back to getting the best left guard in the draft.
Uh,
Maybe in the 3rd or 2nd round after you get the best quarterback available. And if you
I-
don't, I'll wait for Archie in a year or two. Culler.
Well,
Nah.
you'll wait for 10 years. Apparently, I know you.
Yeah, I'm not waiting for nothing, bro.
Dad Dean wants to get a comment in because he's got to get back to work. Go ahead, Dad.
Yeah, on that point right there, I'm tired of the end of the rainbow and the bridge to the next day, or my favorite diet starts tomorrow. I'm done with all that. I'm done with it. And the tank and getting
The
new
bridge
in.
to nowhere.
I'm 45 years. The rainbow never ends. When do I get to the jackpot? When do I get to the gold?
Level 2,
And I agree.
I'm
and I
what
agree
Dad
with
Dean,
level
dog.
2 too.
at level 2, remember the host can be timed out too, so you can
Everybody.
fire the guy that let Sharif up.
I'm with
Where's
level
the
2.
leprechaun?
I'll take ownership right here.
Where's the leprechaun at? Come on, something.
I'm the
like-
second most
He's like,
hated. It's Tua.
he says, personally, I think the
It's-
tailgate should fire whoever gave Sharif a mic. Well,
it's
again,
Tua
level
then
2,
me. I'm the most
that
hated in the
would be
Dolphins
me.
community.
That would be me.
Yeah,
So
come
it
on
would be up to you to time me out for that.
I would agree. Somebody time Color the fuck out. Get him up
Yep.
out of here.
Get him up out of here.
All right, guys. Well,
I guess I do have to be.
Later,
do have
Dad
to be-
Dean.
one more thing. Hopefully, it's not like the Denver game where we put a 70 up and then we go into Buffalo. I can't handle
Oh, that's exactly how it'll be.
That's
That's
exactly
Not
what's
to
going to
ruin your
happen.
day.
we're going to be all up in daisies and almost to the end of the rainbow, and then it all crashes in.
Not to ruin your day, but I'd have to agree with it.
No, but this is the only hope I have. We win this game, go into Buffalo, and we smash them. That's the only hope I have. If we can't do that, then I don't know.
Bro, there's a dichotomy out there, level 2, that Tua wants
right,
to be
guys.
coddled.
You guys have
If
a
you
great
listen
Alrighty,
to the
Dad
press
Dean. Have a good one.
Later, Dad Dean.
All right, man.
Dad Dean is absolutely right though. Like, to bring in a high draft pick and then try to sell the fan base, well, we're gonna bring in Jimmy G and we're gonna bridge, and bro, I'm tired of these bridges. Like, the bridges ain't getting. We've tried everything. How about right? And this is a crazy idea. How about going and getting a legitimate guy, one that's not injured, one that doesn't have arm problems, one that maybe
That
can
takes a
read the
new
field.
GM,
Just
OG.
Go. It does not. Well, again, see, this is where for me, I get confused. Because when Culler put up a poll, right, and the poll asked, should Tyreek be traded? The last time I looked at the poll, the answer was no. And I'm going to ask the question now, who the hell traded for Tyreek Hill? Who's the one that brought Tyreek Hill in here?
Preach.
So was that a good move? Because everybody don't want to move off of him. Everybody's so reluctant. We got to keep Tyreek Hill. Well, who's the one that brought him in here? The same one that y'all want to blame.
So okay.
Just
okay,
like
so what we're talking about
it seems
here.
like Chris Greer. It seems like Chris Greer is basically, in other words, he's in a lose-lose situation. If he does
Well,
something
what we're
good,
talking
he's a
about,
loser. If he does something
what
bad,
we're
he's a
talking
loser.
about here,
Oh, of course.
in
Hold
general,
on,
in
Sharif. Hold
general,
on, Sharif, hold on. I got Damian Dees. Thank you, Damian. Good to see you, by the way. $5 donation. Fins up, family. Great show. About to start work. Sanders for quarterback. LFG. Let's fucking go. So Damian wants Shador, man.
thank you for the contribution.
I don't know.
So
if
in
Shador
general,
works
right,
out here.
if you're talking about with Chris Greer, right, I think people are now arguing, is he doing what he's supposed to do for Flores and McDaniel in his 5 year, 10 years GM, or is he doing what he's supposed to do to build a team like Wannstedt, Jimmy, and Shula, trenches in and out? Because if he's
Man,
doing
you're
what
gonna
what
get me
Flores
timed
wanted to
out,
do,
Sharif.
he's failing. He's failing if he's doing what McDaniel wants him to do because he's neglecting the
Can
offensive
I
line and
ask?
he's neglecting the
Can I
backup
ask a question?
quarterback.
Can I ask a
Go
question?
ahead.
Can I ask just one question? Because you said build it the right way, like Parcells, like Wanstead, and like who else? What
No,
was the
no,
other?
I said like Shula, Wannstedt, and Jimmy. Yeah.
Okay, so
Parcells is garbage, bro.
so Jimmy, Wanstead, and Shula. Okay, cool. I'm gonna leave Shula out of this equation. Every day I either host the space or come on YouTube, all I hear is the Dolphins haven't won a playoff game in 24 years. So I just want to know, with building the way you guys want with the offensive line in the trenches, did that get us anywhere?
But I'm
So
using reference. The
The
It
reference
fact
got me
is
a
in
it got me
general
a coffee cup. Hold on,
is we're
it
being
got me a
intelligent.
coffee cup with Jake Long's name on it.
But
is
the
exactly
intelligence of the
saying
mathematics of this thing, OG, says that Chris Greer is listening to two coaches in 5 years versus what Wannstedt and Jimmy and Shula
The
did,
man's
which is
listening to
regardless,
Twitter, bro.
built inside out. Lorenzo Romel, Kenny Mixon, they built inside out. They
again.
built the offensive
Okay,
line
cool.
inside out.
Again, cool. If you built inside out and you don't have the guy that puts his hands underneath someone's ass, none of that
yeah, what
shit
good is
matters.
it?
I agree with that.
The fact
I
of the
agree with
matter
that.
is,
I'm just telling
Look,
you
first
what Chris has
of all,
done.
Sharif.
tired of hearing this
First of
in
all,
and out.
Sharif.
Go
First
get
of all,
a
Sharif.
quarterback.
The offensive line this year is not the problem. So I don't know why the trenches are getting so much of your attention, because all in all, they're playing pretty damn good, considering the money
But
that's
they're
being
saying,
spent. But what? What are they saying?
and they're saying that the offense that has been run, the window's only open for 2.3 seconds, and the ball needs to be out. And I
It's
understand
not,
that
though,
based
because I
on the
watched Tyler
offensive
Huntley
line
sit
you
in the
have.
pocket last week for 5 seconds and then some. So that's
I
not the
did too.
problem. So it's not the problem. And also, you
Right.
got to remember this,
I did
Sharif.
too.
We possess an owner that ain't gonna want to fucking spend all this money and draft picks on fucking fat guys. He's not. He's not.
No.
So the GM, whether it's Chris Greer or the next dumbass comes in here, doesn't really matter, because the guy signing the checks is who you gotta please.
Right. We just
And
have to
he ain't gonna want to.
understand
He
how
ain't gonna
Chris
want to
is
hear.
Lewis,
choosing these.
do you believe we're in
He's
a
choosing
world
his
that
guys
Alex
based on
is cooking
McDaniel and
Sharif?
Flores. He's following what they want in the draft room.
Hey,
And we've
everybody,
seen the
Alex is
excitement
making
of
breakfast this
Yeah,
McDaniel
morning.
with
I
A-Chain.
got that.
We've
I
seen
get it.
excitement with Flores and Raekwon Davis. Flores was very excited for Raekwon Davis pick.
Listen, Raekwon
And
Davis as a
so
run blocker, he didn't work out as a good pass rusher, but as a run stuffer, the guy was good. In fact, I feel like we're missing him more than Christian Wilkins right now on this football team.
Chris Greer listened to Flores on draft day. That's my point. So we're ripping a guy who's actually following through with but it's not bringing results. So I'm just
It was
bringing
Mike
context.
McDaniel
Go
come
ahead.
to find out by Krabs this morning. Oh, I was listening to Kyle Krabs, and he said that Mike McDaniel put a mark on Tim Boyle before we ever got him here as a prospect for a practice squad, so that to make sure that Chris Greer would get him
Jesus.
at some point. Is that Chris Greer's?
I mean,
fault?
what good is it going to be if Chris Greer's buying guys that your coach can't use? I mean, if Chris Greer's like,
No.
I know.
What I'm saying is
No,
McDaniel
I know what you're
evaluated
saying,
Tim
Culler.
Boyle and
I
said,
know what
"I
you're saying,
want
Culler.
that guy."
I know that. I got that part. I'm talking to Sharif that, yeah, Chris Greer's like, I need this. Or Mike McDaniel's, I need this, I need that. Chris Greer goes, well, I'm going to get you a backup left tackle, which is kind of what we just did. How much has Patrick Paul contributed to this season at all?
Exactly.
See what I'm saying?
And so is that a sign of I have a card in my pocket? I'm not going anywhere in 2026 because I'm drafting guys who I'm gonna see grow. See, because what we're seeing here is Chris Greer is basically in the Diddy party of Ross. He's ain't going anywhere. If you're drafting these guys who you're gonna see your way through, that's 2027.
In a
Like
Diddy
Crypto
party,
says, that's a goddamn 7-year plan for Greer. Crypto ain't here.
I don't know what the fuck Sharief's talking about now.
But that was a point you brought. That's a great point you brought up.
Talking about, Cap. No one ever fucking
But
knows.
see,
What are we doing here?
I'm just following through with the philosophy. If that
Trying
is
to
the
get me
case,
timed
then
out,
he's
thanks.
gonna see Patrick Paul through, and he's gonna see guys who he drafted that are not playing like Cam Smith. That means Chris has a card in his pocket, knowing he ain't going anywhere.
All right, Chris Greer. I
Is
don't know
that
why
the
people. I don't
case?
know why that's
And
a
if
surprise.
I'm
Chris
not
Greer's
worried
going
about
nowhere.
fucking Chris
if that is the
Greer.
I'm
case,
not. Again,
I'm not.
Sharif. Chris
I'm
Greer
not
ain't the
either.
fucking
But I'm just.
problem. He's not.
He's doing his job, and that's why fans can't be
Chris
upset.
Greer's got
El
two
Cap.
jobs. He's got two jobs. Number one, get good players on this team. Two, make the fucking owner happy. And he makes the owner happy, and he gives us good football players on the team. Now, whether the players play good or whether the fucking coaches can get the job done or motivate them or whatever, that's all on that. But I mean, what else can the general manager do?
You have to mix. Now you have to
All
mix
I'm
a cereal.
saying is somebody in this chat.
Uh-oh.
I
Somebody in
think
the chat, what?
got him. Tuanon got him. But you have to now
Somebody,
mix a
yeah,
cereal.
somebody in the
that's
chat,
a phone
time
call.
out.
That's a
I know
phone
what he's
call.
wanting. I know what he wants. Somebody in the chat, time out, fucking Sharif. That's what he's trying to say.
No,
Listen.
I got a phone call. What I'm saying is there's somebody in this goddamn chat with $10. There has to be somebody in the chat with $10. Please, anybody.
Contribute to the channel. By the way, man, we need to get a nice, decent coffee ad. I'm gonna work on that because this is beautiful. But we're now in a serial of
Well,
where
that's HB's
McDaniel
work. That's
and
HB's work, man.
So hold up just a second. I don't know what cereal you eat, but saying mixing in cereals, I just got to
No.
know, Sharif, do you take your fucking Apple Jacks and your fucking Smacks and your fucking Cheerios and mix them all up together? Is that what you're saying you do? Because if you're doing that, bro, you're a fucking psychopath, bro.
I hope not, but that's what McDaniel and Chris Greer will have to do if there's 2-6. They'd have to. Chris, first of all, Chris.
Hey, you know who has the number one passer rating in the league right now?
Tua Tagovailoa.
Lamar Jackson.
Oh God.
By the way, if you take the flyer on him for MVP, you can get plus money now. You're not going to be able to get that in week 10.
You know who has who has the most net yards per pass attempt?
Lamar
or for
Jackson?
passes per passes attempted? Lamar Jackson.
Yep, that's because they're biting down on Derrick Henry. But I think that but if we're
adjusted
2-6,
net yards
Chris is
per
now going to
pass
have to
attempted
go
9.48. Number one, Lamar Jackson.
Chris is going to really have to go to McDaniel and tell him, look, I'm going to be here in 2026. You're 2-6, and this philosophy is not working. They've been shutting it down since the Dallas game. We're not scoring any more points since the Dallas game than we had before. So I'm going to be here. I'm going to see Patrick Paul and Cam Smith.
Andre
you're going to have to go. Thanks, Andre, for contributing. Man. But
Lamar Jackson has 2,208 yards of total offense.
Fucking snooze.
So Sharif, just hang in the back for 10 minutes. Andre's.
Thank you, Andres.
Damn, how did Bahana
get
his freaking? I mean, that is crazy. Look at
all kinds of symbols and.
Yeah, dude, Bahana. I don't know what's going on there. That's crazy.
And that's why I love Andres.
Yeah, Andre's the real one.
Thank you, Andrevius.
Yeah.
Thank you, Andres. Not Andrevius. Andrevius don't come around here.
Nah, he's scared.
Yeah.
He's scared.
Yep, definitely scared.
He's scared of all the good football takes he couldn't, he can't argue against. Again, dude, this fucking Sharif, dude, I got to find a way to get back on track, boys. I'm like thinking about the O-line, and I don't give two fucks about the O-line.
What were we even talking about?
We were talking about trading. We were talking about trading assets and how to get this team back on track in a short 1-year window, not build for the next 3 years through the fucking trenches like Sharif wants to do. I don't think Sharif understands that every year you build one more year in the trenches, everybody gets a year fucking older. You know what I'm saying? It's just, no, this team is too ready to go now, minus a fucking quarterback and a coach that can do anything other than coach the way Tua plays. So can Mike McDaniel figure it out? I don't know. I think I would like to see him with another quarterback to see if he can put something together. But if he's going to just go, I'm going to run this same old system with this brand new quarterback, then we're fucked. But to me, the Dolphins need to really understand. This is why this game is important, right? If the Dolphins, whether Tua plays, I'm sticking on the take I put 2 weeks ago. If the Dolphins play with or without Tua, doesn't matter, and lose against the Cardinals, it is time to pull the plug completely. I don't give a shit if it was 40-41. You lost. Pull the plug. If the Dolphins win, but it's 10-9, pull the fucking plug. If the Dolphins win 31-14, they're not going to pull the plug. I still think they should, but they're not, and I understand why. Problem of it is that if they go to Buffalo and come back to reality after winning 30 or whatever, 28-14 or 17 or 20 or whatever against the fucking Cardinals, they come back to reality and get dog stomped by fucking.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, that's some brutal work, Cap.
What I said.
Not what you just said, but this.
What is it? Oh.
Come on, man.
I don't know who made that. I have no idea. I don't know who made that. I just had to post it.
Wow, that is crazy.
Unbelievable.
But, again, we are, I mean, dude, it's just, God, dude, this is just sucks that it's week 7 and we're talking about blowing this up and looking at more scenarios that says we should blow it up rather than more scenarios where we can fix this season. And this is what, for all the Tua-sexuals, for all the casuals, all the morons that had to call me stupid and I don't know football and you're a fucking asshole and I'm a hater. This is what I've been trying to avoid. Me and most of us around here, pretty much everybody on this panel, been trying to avoid this calamity that we're in right now because of this quarterback.
I'm currently looking for any word about practice today. If you're wondering. If anybody's got official word. Because there's still no guarantee, Capitan, that he's playing this week.
Well, I don't think they would have had him, or I don't think they would have put him in front of the podium Monday, if he wasn't playing.
Agreed.
I don't agree. I don't agree with it because I'm gonna tell you right now, if trade rumors are kind of true, right, about Minnesota looking to inquire about Matthew Stafford.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
If those rumors are true, and they're saying they're heating up, if that is true, I'm trying to get Sam Darnold. That's what I'm doing.
For this year, or like as the guy instead of doing the draft thing and all that. Or are you willing to go with him as a bridge?
Trade deadline move.
He might have got a phone call. We'll wait for
They're going
Lewis
to give up on a guy that started 5-0 and do what Detroit did in panic, or LA did in panic.
Hell yeah. We're in full panic
He
mode.
ain't had a chance to lose. I'm talking about Minnesota guy.
We are in full panic mode.
Yeah, so they're saying
That's why I don't know if that's true or not.
Well, no, it's being reported, and this is like the Tom Palaceros and the Adam Schefters and shit. That Minnesota, I even seen it this morning, that Minnesota is starting to heat up trade talks with the Rams for Matthew Stafford. And if that's the case, I don't think Sam Darnold is trying to sit there and back up again. Crypto.
So are you talking about something like that instead of the whole draft thing, or are you talking about that would be a viable bridge option?
That would have been my move for this season instead of bringing back.
Oh, that's what I meant. That was my
So
third.
What was you about to say earlier?
That was my third option. Are you talking about still recovering this season with a guy like Darnold?
I would have listen. Sam Darnold is still young. What is he? 27 years old, I think. 28, something like that. Again, mobile, got a great arm. The arm has never been an issue with Sam Darnold, right?
Just these ghosts. That's it.
Well, again, that was early in his career. If you look at him now, again, we give credit to Baker Mayfield, right?
Yeah.
And Baker, hey,
no, I like what Darnold's doing. I just like to pick on him because what he said back then. That was funny.
Absolutely. I'm just saying, I would have much rather.
At least he was honest.
Absolutely, for me.
Like hell yeah, I'm seeing ghosts. You guys see these linemen out here?
if this news is true, I would have much rather again kept Tua on the shelf and brought in a guy like Sam Darnold. That is a fact.
Yeah,
that is a fact. And if Sam Darnold would have worked out, then hey, Sam Darnold, how about we're going to give you a 2-year deal, basically with a 1-year out, and hey, it's 2 years, $50 million, right? $25 million per year, and there you go. You draft a quarterback next year. Sam Darnold is your starter next year, and the following year, depending on what the next year. And now again, if Sam Darnold takes off, right, and he's, then you found your guy. If not, then he's your bridge for that 1 year. But that would have been my plan. I would have loved to have a guy like Sam Darnold in here.
Well, you know who becomes available if they move off, if they get Stafford. Culler's favorite guy.
Who's that?
Nick Mullins.
No. Yeah, I'm staying
who worked in San Francisco.
Now the problem. What I don't see why Minnesota would do this though, right? So
I don't need it. That's why I'm real skeptical.
Are you just saying they're bringing in Stafford in just for this year only? Because you wasted a top 10 pick on a quarterback this year in JJ McCarthy.
Well, McCarthy, right? That's why I say that's what makes it sketchy. Because McCarthy. That's the whole thing, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm sorry, guys. I was on a.
I'd make a play for Stafford. F Minnesota.
Are you guys saying Sam Bradford? They're trying to get in Minnesota. Is that what you're saying?
No,
Stafford. Stafford.
That's what I meant to say.
Manford.
Manford and Son. No, they're not. That's got to be bullshit.
Yeah, that's the surface.
Didn't they just lose the first game in a freaking in a fucking field goal to buzzer beater? I mean, what are we talking about?
I don't know if it's bullshit though. I'm talking about big guy like Tom Palacero is reporting it. It's not like made up.
How else do you counter your old team? It's like you're not going to get past Jared Goff. That was evident last week.
Yeah, I think Minnesota. Now, do I think it's the right move? No, I don't think it's the right move. But
in their mind, a veteran like Stafford being what he did in Los Angeles might be the difference to beat out Goff, since
1000%.
Stafford proved to do better in Goff, one step further than Goff in Los Angeles.
1000%. I think
So they want to
Minnesota
bring
will
in
take
that would be the
Stafford.
Stafford to beat Goff, is what you're saying.
Pretty much.
That
That
is
might
the
be their
dumbest shit
idea.
I've ever heard in my fucking
It
life.
Yeah,
is.
But
It is.
whatever.
But
Cap. I don't. That would be tough.
I mean, if they do it,
They got to
all
wait till the
right.
rest of the season play out. They
So
haven't even started a losing streak yet.
they're gonna have to carry 3 quarterbacks on their 53 because they can't put any on the practice squad because they'll get sniped.
No, but you could trade Sam Darnold.
I guess you could trade Sam Darnold, but who's
Nick
trading for
Mullins.
quarterbacks outside of the Dolphins right
The
now?
Miami Dolphins are
Bring in
trading for Sam
Darnold.
Darnold.
Let them beat up on the Jets.
I
Let's
would
bring in
love,
Darnold so we can beat the
I'm telling you
Jets.
right
Now
now,
we're just
I
as
wouldn't.
dumb as the Vikings.
I would love Sam Darnold.
What?
I would
Just to
love
beat
Sam
the
Darnold
Jets?
down.
What? Cap? You
Y'all
don't
just
think
bring
he's
in-
going?
sit here.
You don't
Let's
think
bring in
Sam Darnold
Darnold.
goes into Buffalo?
Let's
man,
bring in
that's
Sam
two.
Darnold
That's
just
two
to beat the
automatic.
Jets so
That's
we can
two
be as dumb
automatic
as the
revenge
Vikings.
wins. That's 2 automatic revenge wins.
Well, I don't know. I'm not just looking at the Sam Darnold move for the Jets. I believe, and again, this is coming from a Tua fan. Sam Darnold would be better for this Dolphin team than Tua Tagovailoa would be.
I
promise you that.
disagree because Mike McDaniel has such a complex system. It takes you a full fucking off season to learn it.
Nah, fuck all that.
Nah.
Well, fuck all that. I just watched
No, I don't.
3 quarterbacks that we've had.
Right.
One
Well,
that's been
all
here
those
for
3
3
quarterbacks
years.
don't fit the
Nobody
mold.
can figure it out.
None of those guys.
They're galaxy brains.
None of those
But
guys.
Cap, that was before we knew that Tua flops against the Cardinals. You know what I mean?
Now, again, the fact of the matter is Sam Darnold's better than Tyler Huntley. He's better than Tim Bowens. And he's better than Skylar Thompson. That is the fact.
So Sam
Yes.
Darnold better than Tua?
At this
You would
point,
bring him in here
At this
because
point,
Tua
he's
flops
playing
against
better than
No,
Tua.
you would bring him
He
in
hadn't
here
played long
because
enough,
Tua
but yeah,
flops against the
only
Cardinals.
at this stage of the game he is.
No,
for
well,
this
I
season.
listen, respectfully, I don't give a damn what color and crypto are trying to tell you. At this point, Cat, yes, he is better than Tua Tagovailoa. Yes.
That's crazy. That's wild.
Well, it is.
That's what I just said.
It's the truth, though.
Lewis, I
It's the
just
truth.
said it at this stage.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't hear you.
That's
Crypto.
what I meant.
I'm just saying. And that's why
That's
I remember
wild.
another guy saying that a few months ago.
I can't remember what his name was.
I threw another
What was
quarterback
his
in the
name?
mix, and it wasn't Mullins.
I think he does a YouTube channel, Cap. I can't remember what his name
I
is.
think
Well, Culler, if you said that a couple months ago, salute
He
to you,
did.
goddammit.
He
No,
did.
no, it wasn't me. It wasn't. I disagreed with this
No,
guy.
somebody else said it.
Yo,
Yeah.
this
Who was it?
look, Lewis. In fairness,
I didn't even mention Donald with the mother quarterback.
this guy, it was enough for me. I was like, I can't even roll with you on this one. You know what
Who
I
was
mean?
it?
Like I was
Yeah,
like,
he
no,
threw
it
Donald
was
in the
you
mix.
talking
I'm
about
trying to. I'm trying to see. I
It
don't
was
know.
Pete.
What Pete probably could have said, but it was somebody else other than
Pete.
Remember, he ran through every quarterback, including
Well,
Sam
you
Darnold.
definitely know Pete said it.
Well, the
But
reason I
somebody
bring
else
it up-
other than Pete is what I'm
hold on.
saying.
The reason I bring it up is because when he got to Sam Darnold after running through every single quarterback, I was like, Pete, I can't even follow you on that, bro. F Sam Darnold. So I'm gonna admit I
Meanwhile,
was
Sam
wrong.
Darnold's having a resurgence. He's going
I
to
know.
be
I'm
comeback
gonna
player
admit
of
I
the
was
fucking
wrong,
year.
man.
But you got to
Sam
remember,
Darnold
the
is
offensive
definitely
coordinator
better
for
than Tua.
Minnesota can develop quarterbacks. He's proven that.
That's one thing we did learn this year is that Mike McDaniel has zero ability to develop quarterbacks, and that's a fucking problem.
Right, but Cap, he doesn't need to be developed anymore. He knows the offense.
He knows how to run
Minnesota
their
runs
system.
a similar offense. They don't run a different offense than us that much different. They run a version
I
of the
mean,
offense
listen,
we
if I'm
run.
being real, Crypto, no offense is that much fucking different, bro. It's football. That's the fucking fallacy of it all.
Right.
And man, I hate to do this, right? Because Tim Boyle has been in the building for what? A month?
5 minutes.
About a
Okay,
month.
cool.
Yeah, you're right. It's about a month. Been about a month.
So Tyler Huntley. So if Tim Boyle has been there for 5 minutes, and Tyler Huntley has been there for 30 seconds, right? Like I'm not going to blame Mike McDaniel because he couldn't get them up to par. The fact of the matter is, though, how much more developing does Skylar Thompson fucking need in this offense? He's been in it 3 years. And the fact of the matter is, again, I'm not trying to shit on him.
What is on the player?
Well, Crypto, listen, again, the fact of the matter is, he is gun shy, bro.
Right,
It's
right.
not like
Well,
No. Well, hold on, real quick, guys. Real quick. I just want to point out, Tim Boyle isn't gun shy. He's Tim Boyle. It's
no,
who he's
talking
always
about
been.
Skyler.
Hold on.
I'm talking about
Okay, I
Skyler.
got you. I just want to point out something. Tim Boyle, in his career, dating back to all of college and the NFL, he has thrown 18 or it's either 18 or 19 touchdowns and 39 interceptions.
Yeah, and this is the guy McDaniel marked for Greer to get.
Yes.
I'll tell you
Well-
what, you should fire McDaniel just for that.
He was an
Well,
earmarker
well,
in a
yeah.
long budget bill, Color, to put it to
Well,
the political side. He was
I
earmarked.
know what Culler was saying earlier, right? And I'm not saying it happens on every play, but there's a lot of plays when you do watch all 22, right? That people are open,
Yeah.
and whoever it is, they're not throwing the ball. And I'm just here to say, if that's Sam Darnold in there, again, Sam Darnold might not be great, but I do think he's hitting those passes.
Right.
I think he's throwing.
He
the
can
ball.
look. He can get the ball out quick the way McDaniel requires.
And he does have some arm strength too.
Yeah.
but
to
he
make
could,
up
but
for
he
bad
could
football.
also get out and do something off script too.
Damn, I just got to
Absolutely.
say it, boys.
You
I
guys
gotta
don't
say it.
think Donald can make all the throws? I think he
Guys-
can make all the throws.
Guys, I got to
Absolutely,
say it.
Sam Darnold can make all the throws. Crypto.
Yeah.
I don't believe in Sam Darnold, and the fact that we're measuring up how much better Sam Darnold is than what we possess in our quarterback room is depressing the fuck out of me right now, dude. It's
What?
depressing the fuck out of me right now, dude.
Cap,
You
we got a
wanted to
large
tank.
sample size.
Well, Cap,
wanted to
welcome to the
tank.
fucking club, Cap. Welcome to
I'm
the fucking
depressed
club,
as fuck,
Cap.
boys.
Now you know how I felt when y'all talk about tanking.
Well, if we're tanking, why are we getting this fucking fool in here at all?
See, I think that's Lewis's real agenda.
You know you're right, Cap. I don't. If
Well.
I'm on board with the tank. Fuck Sam Darnold. He would win
Yeah,
games
fuck
with
Sam
this team.
Darnold. What are we doing?
Yeah, you're right. You're
Yeah,
right.
he would
you're
win
right.
games.
I'll tell you
You
what.
are right.
You know when
He
you go
would
get
have us
Sam
at
Darnold?
14-3.
You want to know when you go get Sam Darnold? In the offseason, whether
I
you
would
draft
agree.
a quarterback or not, depending on how the team is.
Yeah, you can get him in the offseason. I'm full on board getting him in the offseason.
I agree with that, Cap. You know what? I'm back on board with the tank. Give me Skyler.
Yeah,
or
dog.
Give
Let's,
me Jeff.
yeah,
God
what are
damn
we
it.
doing?
Good.
are we doing?
We were
Skyler
calling you
for this
Lewis
week.
too many times, man.
Yeah, done fucked you up.
Give me Skyler or give me Jeff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'd say
I'm
leave
down
Huntley
with
in
Scott
there.
that starting
Listen,
the rest of the
Krabs
season.
again. Another thing Krabs did was throw McDaniel under the bus for and blamed McDaniel for Skyler's regression.
I agree with that. I said that day one. I said Skyler under McDaniel has gotten shittier.
I don't know about that.
Well, because I'm telling
Well,
you
he had
why.
alluded to the Buffalo
Well-
game where even though Skyler was carried in that game too, he still did better then than we've seen
Then
lately.
we've
So
seen him
he
recently.
blamed
Skyler-
McDaniel for that regression.
Mike McDaniel kept Skyler, a quarterback that, obvious to everyone other than Mike McDaniel, is not a system fit. And he is now taking this square peg and forcing it into a round hole that is now making him a worse off quarterback and passer. That's what
Well,
it is. It's a fact.
I just want to know what system Skyler runs in because
A
in
pro
college,
style system.
Well, again, did they run a pro style system in Kansas State? Because he played
Yeah,
more football
they run.
games.
They run the RPO and pro style system. That's what they
Okay,
run.
cool. Well, in Kansas State, he played more football games than he threw touchdown passes. So Skyler, without Mike McDaniel, has always been trash. Like,
I'm
what
not
are we
saying
talking
he was
about here?
great, bro. I'm saying that
Real
Mike
quick.
McDaniel made whatever he was worse.
Marino's Goats saying Hayden Rucci's been cut from the practice squad. That's likely to put somebody down there in order to pull Tua off the IR, I would imagine.
Probably. Now we're gonna watch Hayden Rucci end up on the fucking Bengals lighting it up or some bullshit.
Patriots.
Nah,
And he's gonna
Patriots aren't in
ball
full
out.
tank mode.
I know, but they're gonna groom him for the future. He's gonna be like,
Yep, he's gonna be Gronk
next year, he's
2.0.
gonna be Hunter Henry or somebody, or freaking Gronk or somebody. Yeah,
Hayden Rucci is a midget playing tight end. Get the fuck out of here. No one wants to
Midget, the
care about
guy's
Hayden Rucci.
6'4", 250.
Yeah, he's a scrub.
Oh, Marino says he's got another post. Let's see. QB CJ Beathard joins the Finns practice squad with Huntley being injured. Boyle figures
Oh
to back
my
up Tua
God.
on Sunday.
Oh my fucking
Dolphins
god!
also signed wide receiver
Color,
Tyreek
you were
Black.
so close with the Nick Mullins though, too, with the
I
CJ
know,
Beathard.
I
Nick
know.
Mullins. You were so close.
I know. The Minnesota don't want to give him up.
Yeah.
He throws for 265 yards every time he plays for more than 3 games in a season.
Did I just hear that C.J. Beathard is on this team?
Yes.
Yep.
The Dolphins also signed. Well, let me do this right since we got multiple signings going on.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, it wasn't hard for me to find a reason to hit that. But our own Marino's Goat reports that we have in fact put CJ Beathard on the practice squad, and we have also signed wide receiver Tyreek Black to the practice squad
Tyreek Black.
After working out several
used to be with the Jaguars.
Yeah.
I don't think he's played a down of football in 2 years.
I'm becoming a fucking Detroit Lions fan with C.J. Beathard as a fucking quarterback on the team.
No way, dude. Not C.J. Beathard. He knows this scheme. We need Tyler Huntley back, bro.
Well, it's funny. Back to Krabs. He was faulting McDaniel for not getting one of these other guys that were successful, that were able to run Shanahan's team for a minute. And one of the guys he mentioned was Nick Mullins and C.J. Beathard.
Well, see,
he didn't mention him like, oh, we should go get him. He was saying that McDaniel screwed up for not having one of those guys in the locker room already.
Well, you know what? Kyle Krabs plugged in. Him and Wingfield are buddies. Wingfield was the old Dolphins locked on guy. Kyle Krabs slated to be the new Dolphins locked on guy once we get rid of Wingfield, which ultimately happens to everybody when they rebrand. So he probably was tipping his cap that they were looking at those guys. Culler.
Yeah. Very well could be, yeah.
Here's the thing. None of these moves are anything other than fodder.
Right.
That's it. They're it's fodder at this point. At this point, trade everyone, deactivate Tua, and let's just fucking lean into a full tank. Or don't. If Tua isn't playing, I don't want to watch. I don't want to see it anymore. And if Tua's playing and losing, then get him up out of here. That's it, dog. Why did we pay all this money to the coach, the quarterback, to the wide receivers to deserve this? It's just bull.
The check's already been cashed, Cap. It's already been cashed.
$500 million.
You might as well watch
this man. They entrusted this man to spend $500 million, and he just now got CJ Beathard in the building.
Well, that's progress, Culler.
Earmarked Tim Boyle. Remember, hey, let's not forget. The first year Tua went down under McDaniel. McDaniel brought in Mike Glennon to our practice squad. So let's not forget who Mike McDaniel's willing to bring in here.
Damn, great point, bro. Great point. You know what?
He added on to the zoo that we have already started.
The more we talk about what quarterbacks Mike McDaniel think are good, from Tua to Mike Glennon to CJ Beathard to Boyle,
why do we
I want to fire Mike McDaniel now. I want to fire Mike McDaniel now. I don't trust. Listen, I don't trust Mike McDaniel's ability to.
In other words, the guy
look at a quarterback and know what the fuck he is.
What I'm saying is, forget whether he can work Tua or not. That's not what I mean by why we trust him with him. I don't believe in Tua, and this is why. Because if I'm to believe that a guy that tells me, the same guy that told me Tua is a good quarterback, trust me, is the same guy that tells me Mike Glennon and Tim Boyle are good quarterbacks, and Skylar Thompson.
Yeah, this guy doesn't know what the fuck good quarterback play looks like, boys. He was around when they. You know what? Hold on. We forgot. This is the guy who they went too long with Jimmy G. This is a guy who was a part of the fucking coaching staff that looked at fucking Trey Lance and chose him and drafted it up. We're forgetting this guy doesn't know what the fuck good quarterback play looks like.
Well, see, this is why your lies come back to bite you, because there's one of two scenarios, Kat, that explain that. Either He don't know what a good quarterback looks like, which would include Tua, or he purposely brought in bad quarterbacks because of
So
Tua.
if he doesn't get fired, then I would say it's the latter, right? Because if he doesn't get fired, then this has been the plan all along, and they've been tanking like Lewis
I mean,
said.
I'm not saying one way or another. I'm telling people they can decide for themselves, but those are the only two options, real logical options to, other than he's just dumb.
Jesus, boys, we got a fucking idiot. We've got real fucking problems. We got real problems.
I don't think Mike McDaniel's an idiot. I think this team is the fucking problem. I don't think no coach is just going to come out and say, "Hey, these players are trash," or "These players are giving up," or "these." Right. I don't think nobody would do that. Not even Brian Flores.
He did.
Well, he did, but he didn't, right? Like he did, but he did it with a soft way, is what I'm saying. No coach is gonna just come out and say, "Well, Tim Boyle sucks, but this is the guy I have in here." Like,
or hold on, that's the problem. Hold on a second.
Or I might as well not bring in anybody. Or I might as well not bring in anybody better than Boyle because Tua is weak-minded.
So
he's not going to
here's
say
the
that.
thing. We say this, right? But we also know that he wanted Tim Boyle here.
Oh, that's
first of all, we know this. We know this about Chris Spirit. Hold on, boys.
Well, I don't think he wanted him. I think he was just available. Like, I don't think he wanted. I don't think Tim Boyle would have been. Again, Tim Boyle. We're making it seem like Tom Brady was available and Tim Boyle, and he chose Tim Boyle.
Okay, but Krabs said that McDaniel marked him before he was available.
Yeah, that's what.
Again, and Kyle Krabs is full of shit. Like, so he said,
all right, I'm with you.
So,
I'm with you.
Again, like, I'm not trying. I'm just.
Damn,
and again,
Kyle Krabs capping.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, when we come out and say, "Well, Kyle Krabs said," okay, cool. Like, what are we talking about? I don't give a fuck what Kyle Krabs said. Like, what does that matter?
All right.
Well, I'll put it like this then, Lou.
They could be feeding him a line of shit.
We know Chris Grier defers to the coaching staff on players on the roster. The quarterback room from Mike Glennon to fucking Boyle has all been under. I mean, fuck, dude, you saw Mike McDaniel got this job because he blew Tua good enough for everyone to think he was going to get it done. That's it.
And again, the further point is, if he did, and I'm not saying Krabs is right or wrong, but if he did mark Boyle, then Grier, you could argue, just did his job and got the guy the coach wanted.
Saying, I certainly know this. He didn't get Boyle because Grier thought Boyle's a good quarterback to put on this team. Grier ain't fucking going and saying which quarter. Oh, I can't wait till that Boyle becomes available. Boyle's here because Mike McDaniel wanted him here. Plain and simple. Same reason why fucking Eric Ikuzama was on the roster. Because fucking the quarterback, the wide receivers coach, and the fucking everybody wanted him here. Not because Chris Grier is like, hey, I really like Texas Tech fucking young wide receivers that are unproven.
And I'm sorry, Alex, but can we stop? Do we remember 2021? Yeah.
What about 2021?
I don't know. I know what he's insinuating, but elaborate, Alex. What about 2021?
Yeah, what about it? And what about it?
We lit up the Cardinals.
Who gives a fuck?
And we also went on a we were 1-7 and Tua won 8 of 9 games.
Yeah, we had a different team and a different coach with a different
coach, and we had wide receivers that run scramble drills.
Are we acting like the Cardinals are the same team too, Alex?
Yeah, right. Not only that, I mean, guys, what are we talking about here? That team can't be measured to this team because I had a coach that I believed in back then because I felt like he coaches the right way.
Right. And
simple.
besides
I
that,
think
Alex,
the only person on that team is
besides that,
Murray.
Alex,
that was from
we
that
won
team.
8 of the last 9 games for the same reason that Flores got fired. Because he expected them to. And how dare you expect a player to do anything? Remember? That's why he got fired.
He got fired because he didn't fucking take the dirty money and cheat.
How did we go on an 8 out of 9? How did we go on an 8-1 run if he had destroyed Tua's mental capacity that much? How did we go on an 8-1 run?
We couldn't have because he
Right, Alex, with Tua at the helm. But Tua had a destroyed mentality because of Flores.
It's crazy.
At that
The
time.
wins and good stuff goes to Tua
They can't
during
make
the Flores,
it consistent,
but
Culler.
not the Flores. It's crazy.
You can't tell me Tua went 8-1 with a destroyed psyche.
I can tell you that. Because I don't know why you guys argue with Alex. The reason this team went 8-1 in their last 9 games was because Brian Flores is fucking defense. That's why.
Thank you.
Right.
Well, that's true. That's
They
true.
were on a streak there. They were on a streak
in that sense,
turning.
yes.
So
They
Tua
broke the
did
turnover
have a
streak.
break-in.
It wasn't
Tua
because
did have a broken
of their
psyche.
quarterback and his cracked ego.
Right. His cracked ego is not what won us those games.
His fragile ego.
You're not going to tell me that Flores cracked his ego and that he went on to lead this team to 8-1. Can't have it both ways.
That's what I'm telling you. You can have it both ways because Tua did have a broken ego, but Tua didn't lead this team to shit.
No, that's what I'm saying. Wins, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Saying
he
both
wants
can't
to
be
make
true.
It like Tua led us to that 8-1.
I got you. Yeah. You're right.
And how can Flores have cracked his ego and he still have the mental capacity to lead us to 8-1 turnaround? Them two ears can't have it both ways. Either Flores didn't crack his ego and Tua is the man and is responsible for that 8-1, or Tua's ego was cracked for the same reason that our defense was good. Because Flores is a good coach and Tua can't handle a good coach.
Again, I just want all the pussies off our team. That's what I want. I want the pussies off this team. All of them. So let's identify who the pussies are and get the pussies off the team.
Mm-hmm. Marina's joke reporting the Seahawks.
Jalen Ramsey be one of them now?
Well,
the Seahawks are trading Jerome Baker and a 4th-round pick to the Titans.
A lot of people are saying he's soft now, Lewis.
Crypto, all I'm saying is the fact of the matter is everybody cries on these wherever you go get your content or wherever you talk. Everybody cries about the coach. Everybody cries about the GM. Everybody cries about the owner. And none of those guys are the reason we're losing football games. Because, again, let me explain it for the people in the back. The Jets' offensive line is terrible. The Jets just played the Buffalo Bills to a 3-point loss, when really you could have said the Jets could have won that game if they would have kicked some field goals, right? Yeah. How do the Jets almost beat Buffalo with a terrible offensive line? You know why? Because the Jets are not made of pussies. Now, the Jets might not have talent on their team, right? But they have toughness on their team. That's why
despite being half dead, Aaron Rodgers is not a pussy.
There you go. So that's why they can play. A lot of teams have shit offensive lines, but they're still competitive.
Especially this year.
The problem is we have pussies on this football team. And the pussies, again, is Chris Greer a pussy? I would say yes. He kind of throws off that pussy vibe. But that pussy sits in a leather again. But the pussy sits in a leather chair on Sundays. That pussy is not asked to throw passes. That pussy is not asked to make tackles. That pussy is not asked to kick field goals. It's the pussies on the field. It's funny to me. You know what no one has brought up? So all week long before this last game against the Colts, Omar Kelly reported, I think 3 days straight. Javon Holland is working with 3 different bands. He would put pictures of them and everything. One was a black wrist, a band on his wrist. Another one was like an ace bandage. Another one was a brace. Omar Kelly was reporting that. And all indications was Javon Holland was going to play on Sunday against the Colts because he was practicing and trying to figure out ways of him could do it. Now, he was doing all the practices. Now, on Sunday, guess who didn't show up? The fucking pussy. The pussy didn't show up. You know why? Because the pussy has quit. So
well, Alex is saying Jets are worse than us, Lewis. Stop.
How do we know that the Jets are worse than us? It's only a half game difference.
Again, you see, but Cap, this is the problem I have. I'm not arguing that the Jets are better or worse than us. What I'm arguing is the Jets are not filled with pussies, and that's what Miami is filled with. Why is it when Miami plays Buffalo, we lose by 30, but when the Jets play Buffalo, they either beat them or they lose by 3 points? Why do you think that is? Because everybody tells me, Cap, the reason that the Dolphins lose against Buffalo is because we have a trash offensive line. Has anybody else on this fucking panel or in the chat, has anyone looked at the Jets' offensive fucking line?
It's pretty bad. Didn't they just lose their
It's
tackle?
terrible.
They starting tackle.
That left tackle is the worst I've ever seen.
Are they a top 5 offensive line?
They're not top 15,
bad.
bro.
They missing 3 players too.
But they're
it's
playing
bad.
teams tough, Cap.
They almost beat the Vikings. They should have beat the Vikings, to be honest with you.
And they played the Minnesota Vikings tough. It was 2 interceptions by Aaron Rodgers. Okay.
They have the 24th ranked pass block win rate and the 28th pass block run block win rate.
Thank you.
Right. They played the Vikings
Thank
tough.
you.
They lost
So
a bunch
do
of
the
close
Jets-
games.
So do the Jets have a top offensive line? And
No.
again,
No.
the reason that the Jets are not winning games is not because of their offensive line.
That's correct. That being said, Lewis,
Yeah.
for all of these people that are out there continuing this narrative that our offensive line is trash, that we are desperate to have to build in the trenches and all that shit, okay? Nobody would argue what we just said about the Jets. You know why? Because most Dolphin fans hate the Jets, right? You'd agree with that, right?
Most of them.
Right.
Yep. For the
So
most part,
nobody's going to agree when I pull up. Nobody's going to disagree when I pull up ESPN's win rate sites, and it says that the Jets have a 24th ranked pass block win rate and 28th run block. Nobody's going to argue with that. Everybody's like, yeah, sounds about right. Okay. But when Culler says our offensive line is not as bad as the Tuaneers make it out to be, because that same website says that the Miami Dolphins pass block win rate is 12th ranked and our run block win rate is 15th ranked. Everybody wants to say, oh, fuck that site. Stats are bullshit and whatever else.
Well, those
You know what
stats
I'm
can't be
saying?
true because Tua's not out there, Color.
You
Those
see how
stats
that
can't
works,
be true
though?
until Tua's there.
Nobody in their right mind wanted to argue when I just told you that the Jets are that bad on ESPN's win rate. But when I said the Dolphins are decent, everybody wants to, oh, that site's bullshit. Stats are bullshit. Not you, Lewis. I'm saying like everybody that wants to constantly say that it's about this or that and everything but the fact that our playmakers ain't executing.
Thank you, Culler. And that's all I'm trying to say. It's stop blaming every coach that we get in here. Stop blaming the general manager. It's execution on the players.
Oh, and by the way,
Yeah, dude,
by the way, Lewis, those numbers I just read correlate with a competitor's stat site to ESPN, Pro Football Reference, who says that Tua's pressure rate in the 2 games he's played this year was 11%. And people will say, Culler, that's because he's getting the ball out in 2.1 seconds. Okay. Guess what Tyler Huntley was doing? 2.1 seconds, baby.
Right. Getting the ball in the same
Stop the
amount of
cap.
time. That just destroyed their whole narrative that the
Again,
getting off
I
it fast
I,
quicker.
I want all
Uh,
the pussies gone. Cap, when I first met Cap, he used to say it, and it has come true. It's the pussification of America, and
That's right.
unfortunately, America now is in the Miami Dolphin facility. It's the
That's it.
pussification of the Dolphin facility.
That's
That's
it,
what it
boys.
is. That's
You
our
can thank
problem.
my dad for the wisdom.
Well, here's the thing, Jermaine, because see, Jermaine still, right after I just said that, Jermaine posted, that's because Tua gets the ball out quickly.
just not even paying attention at all.
Not even like, now here's the thing. If Tyler Huntley's pressure rate was, let's say, 40%, then you could say, well, he's getting the ball out at 2.1 because of the pressure. But it's not. His pressure rate is down to 13%. So which means that him and Tua are doing the exact same thing at 2.1 seconds.
Can we also stop? Can we also stop this bullshit that is because Tua gets the ball out so fucking quick?
Besides the fact that he doesn't have to, Lewis,
Exactly, BS, Lewis.
he doesn't always have to.
Well, Culler, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, people make it seem like Tua has to get the ball out so quick because the offensive line is terrible. There's an offensive lineman that everybody wanted in the draft here in Tampa Bay, where I live, in Graham Barton. Before the game started against the Baltimore Ravens on Monday night, ESPN highlighted that this season, right, Baker Mayfield leads the league in getting the ball out of his hands in 2.1 seconds.
Wow.
It's not that Tua has to do
Now
it
let me look
because
up his pressure rate.
it's Baker Mayfield. It's
Baker
across
Mayfield
the
is
fucking
a-
league. Quarterbacks get their ball out of their hands quick. It's not a Dolphin or Tua thing.
Lewis, one other thing.
That's a good point.
About the 2.1 seconds, like when did that, like, we're seeing that he doesn't have to. Like, he literally doesn't have to. So what I'm going to say is probably going to hurt some people's ears. They might want to sit down. The faint of heart might want to close their ears. The reason Tua has to get the ball out in 2.1 seconds for our offense to work, and Huntley does too, is because it's not because the offensive line can't hold their blocks for longer than that. Okay? Otherwise, the pressure rate would be higher. It's because our wide receivers are only open in a 2.1 second window. And because they don't do anything after their route is done. There is
That's the truth.
If Tua were to scramble out of the pocket and look for somebody to throw to by 3 seconds, there's nobody to throw to. Tyreek ain't out there doing what he did for Patrick Mahomes.
I just don't know why. Again, what I don't understand. Tom Brady.
What I'm saying, Lewis, is at 2.2 seconds, our receivers are covered. And yes, you're right. Huntley can't find them as quick as Tua can. But Tua can only find 2 of them that quick.
All I'm saying is, again, we're trying to make this like a Tua or thing. Tom Brady, for his career, got the ball out in 2.2 seconds. I'm looking at it right now. For his career.
Right.
Well, it's fundamental.
I'm just saying that if our wide receivers were actually directed to do scramble drills, Tua wouldn't need to get the ball out in 2.1 seconds.
But again, but New England didn't do scramble. This is what I'm saying. Like we're over analyzing everything. Fuck the scramble drills. Fuck all that. It's a fundamental of football to get the ball out of the quarterback's hands quick.
That I agree with. That I agree.
It's not.
Okay, I agree, Lewis. I agree, Lewis. But But to keep an average of 2.1 seconds means you're doing it way too much. Like it's fine to get it out in 2.1 seconds. You want to generally work towards that. But your average means that you're doing it every single down.
And
Whether even if you're trying to force it.
Right, and I agree. But I watched a 20-year dynasty win 6 Super Bowls like that.
I would say his average was probably more in the 2.4 range if you're talking about average. I can't imagine it being that low on average. His average is 2.1. That means sometimes he gets it out in 1.8, and sometimes he gets it out in 2.8.
And that's fine. But if let's say if Tua's average is 2.1, and let's say Brady's for his career is 2.4, 3/10 of a second.
Oh, that I agree with you on.
Making that much of a difference.
Right, that I agree with you on. What I was meaning to say was that at 1.8 seconds, you're leaving so much on the field at that quickness. That's why there's guys standing there with nobody on them while we're trying to force the ball into a triple coverage window.
Again, here's the thing. I think we're getting bogged down in the semantics.
Yeah, we are, man.
I can agree that the receivers, you know, in the concept, once the internal clock hits 3 seconds, they're sitting there covered, looking back at the quarterback rather than moving around. I agree. In that same token, I don't know how to fix it, right? Like, we can say, oh, make scramble drills. We can say do this, do that. But I don't think anything is fixing this team until we have dude, I don't even know.
Baker Mayfield, by the way, that pressure rate along with his 2.1 second pocket time is 16.1. So fairly low.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's hard to get pressure when it's 2.1 seconds. It's crazy.
But
boys.
watch how they're affected by the loss of Godwin and Evans. So they may actually be in the market for a guy like Tyreek if they want to keep that old train going.
Well, they're not going to be in the market because they just drafted a rookie this year, McMullen. They're gonna see they're gonna see what he's about. Mike Evans should be back. I don't even think they're gonna put him on IR for him even to miss the 4 weeks. So he'll probably be back sooner rather than later. And yeah, Chris Godwin is out for the year, but he's already came out and had a statement saying, because this was a contract year for him. He has no contract for this, but he says he wants to be here in Tampa. He's even willing to take less money. They're not going to trade for a big-time name like, let's say, a Tyreek Hill or Waddle and bring that money and years behind them. They want Chris Godwin to be here. So
right.
People are going to run with the narrative Tampa is in the market. And, yeah, maybe to go get a lower-tier guy, but if people thinking like, they're going to go get a big-time receiver, they're not doing it.
Right. By the way, I hate to spoil everybody's parade about Tim Boyle, but Tim Boyle's pocket time is 1.9 seconds. No wonder McDaniel likes him.
That's right, because Tim Boyle, well, I'll give it to Boyle. The one thing he does better than Huntley is that when he hits his back foot on this 5-step drop, he's throwing the football.
Well, you
now,
know what?
The fact that he's not throwing it and getting it there, that's the problem. But he is
that 2.1 seconds for Huntley that I cited was before last week's game. Now it's 2.3. So he definitely was holding it longer in last week's game than he was in the Patriots.
Crazy, because I would have thought for sure he was holding it longer this game, but whatever.
That's what I'm saying.
No.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant. Last Sunday, this game, yeah. That's what I'm saying. It went up. It's 2.3 now.
Okay, cool. I wish
didn't go up by much, but 1 game sample size. That means he had to hold on to the ball quite often in this game to make it go up 0.2. You know what I mean?
I wish a member in the chat. I wish I knew who this guy was, but he says Huntley can't anticipate. It's all over the film. Tua can. This offense will. The difference will in the offense being good and bad. So
that argument is like so moot right now because we all agree with that.
Yeah, and not only that, but sure, but
It's a matter
the
of how far.
problem.
Like, look, are we talking about Tua? Does he elevate us to mediocre? Is that what we're talking about here?
I think he elevates us to a damn good football team. How about that? How about I'll say he elevates us to a damn good football team. But it's only a matter of time before somebody says, I don't care about the flag. I don't care about the fine. I'm going to hit him, and he's going to go night-night.
Especially if he's carving up a defense, dude.
You damn
They're
right.
gonna
I'll be
want to
so
put a. They're
pissed.
gonna want to put a stop to that.
All I got to do is get him.
Nobody wants the Dolphins getting their offense back on track. Trust that. Nobody wants to be the next Denver.
Yeah, but
I mean, that's a
I
real
don't
thing.
understand. Again, this game is a game of warrior and physicalities. And yes, as we had the take that guys, pull up because they don't want to hit a quarterback that's giving himself up or going out of bounds or something. The same can be said that a guy will lean in because he knows a quarterback like Tua can't take this hit that I'm gonna put on, and
Right.
he will leave the game.
And the other
And
thing is,
who's going to save him? Penny
the other thing
Boyle,
is, it's a
C.J.
hit.
Beathard.
And the other thing is, it's a hit that might induce a flag, but Tua don't have to be hit hard enough to be finable
No.
and put him out. You know what I mean? So a player could do it without even getting fined and put
Hey,
Tua out.
What about? I know people might not want to hit Tua, or players might not want to hit quarterbacks. What about our starting safety that don't want to hit running backs, like Chardonnay when he was running into the end zone in Seattle and Javon Holland eased up? Or how about Ramondre Stevenson on that long touchdown run where Javon Holland held up and didn't want to hit? Are
They're making business decisions.
Lewis, I can speak for Anthony Weaver. I can actually speak for him. And I would say that we're gonna get that cleaned up. You just rest assured of that. Shoot,
Yeah,
you just
I
rest
just want to
assured.
know. I just want to know if our players are easing up on running backs now too.
Well, we either
No.
gonna get that cleaned up or we're gonna get him on up out of here, Lewis. Shoot.
Well, I would say this, right? Javon Holland making business decisions already with a broken hand now. And he's worried about getting his bag. And that's the mentality, just real quick. The mentality of Javon Holland is the mentality of this football team. It's a bunch of teams of one. Everybody cares about themselves. Look no further than how the wide receivers have been playing since Tua's been gone.
Well,
Everybody's in it for themselves.
I tell you who's not a pussy, and that's myself. Shoot, I don't even like
I
to
wish
use
I
the
could
word
fucking
pussy.
roll out fucking Anthony Weaver and Brian Flores on my defense.
And by the
Well,
way, in case y'all missed Jerome Baker's smile, yeah, I think I've taken care of that too.
I don't give a fuck about Jerome Baker.
Again, Cap, the wide receivers, I know we're going to shit on them. But until I see Tyreek Hill grab the ball from under center, throw it up, and catch it himself, then I'll blame him when he drops that pass.
Now, wait a minute. Wait, hold on. CB83, why has it got to be a black man's voice? Plenty of people have that deep a voice that aren't black. Plenty of black people have a voice that ain't that deep. You ever heard Mike Tyson?
The fact of the matter is, man, at the end of the day, they can't throw the ball to themselves. They play a dependent position. I know people are going to shit on them, and that's fine. Do what you want. But the film don't fucking lie. If I'm running and I come open and I don't get the ball, I don't understand how that's my problem. I don't understand how that's the problem. That, like, if I'm on the field, I run a route, I win my route, I'm open, the ball don't come to me, that's Tyreek Hill's fault. That's Jalen Waddle's fault. Like, I don't agree with that. The fact of the matter is, Skylar Thompson was dog shit. Tim Boyle has been dog shit. And Tyler Huntley specifically against the Indianapolis Colts. Go watch the film. There's people open all fucking game. All game. And Tyler Huntley just ain't throwing the fucking football. So that's why you look up and you see Tyreek Hill with one catch for 8 yards. And
that's why I want Tyler Huntley to remain the starter, Lou.
And again, I'm with you, but then are we blaming? Because I hear people, well, how does Tyreek only have one catch for 8 yards? Because he's fucking not getting thrown the fucking ball. That's how that happens. And I'm sorry, I can't blame Tyreek Hill for that. I can't blame Jalen Waddle for that because they're not throwing the balls to themselves.
All right, but we also have 3 interceptions on the year for Tua. There might be a reason Tyler's not throwing those balls, dude.
Oh, okay, and that's fine. But see, again, we go back to Tua. I don't give a fuck. I'm not
No,
saying
I'm saying for all these people that are like Tua would be hitting those guys. Well, he's got 3 interceptions on the year. How do we know that?
All right, listen.
Well, again,
I've got a conspiracy.
But he still is not going to be, whatever.
Well, I got you. He's not going to be that bad. I got you, and I am in full agreement with you on that.
I've got a conspiracy, guys. The team in week 1 came out so bad and then followed it up week 2. They put Tua on IR, the Dolphins, because they seen the problems that we're seeing on the field now.
And they wanted it to get
and
fixed.
They're trying to work through the problems with backup quarterbacks rather than having Tua sit back there getting drilled.
See, now you're getting back to my take originally last week that Mike McDaniel, this whole thing has been an exercise in coaching.
Nope.
I'm not. Hey, you can say nope, Lewis. That's a valid opinion. I'm just putting it out. Why I felt that way is the same reason Cap feels that way.
Well,
absolutely.
Think about it. Everything has been about Tua. They've chosen coaches. They've chosen Tua over coaches. Tua 100%. Over everybody.
And I usually love your conspiracy theories, Cap. This one, I just think you're off base because, to your point, the organization, Mike McDaniel, they all love Tua. I don't think the organization, Mike McDaniel, or anybody else was going to put Tua on IR. The fact of the matter is, why Tua has missed 4 weeks was because the NFL made that call.
That may be true. I agree with you on that. But it still could be true that they took this opportunity to coach the rest of the team, because what's the first words out of Tua's mouth at the podium when he's coming back? This shit still needs to be fixed. Like, I ain't gonna fix all the stuff you've seen the last 4 or 5 weeks.
Oh, absolutely not. Well, that part I agree with you. I thought what I heard was Cap say that the team put them on IR so they could work out those
for that purpose.
No, I don't believe that.
I don't
yes.
either, but
yep,
they could have also rode it and just rode it with it. You know what I mean?
Reality is, boys, Tua never had the concussion. That was fake. He didn't really get a concussion.
Oh, see,
the motherfucker was fencing on the field. Cat, what are you talking about?
Cat thinks he deserves an Academy Award, that he's practicing for his next Peacock commercial.
You're going real or left now, Cat. God damn.
Nope. Listen, I'm telling you right now, they had an internal discussion. Okay, they got to protect their cash cow. Chris Greer's got to protect his career, and they've given all this money to Tua, and they also the NFL, coupled with it probably did make a call and go, yo, you can't let this guy get killed. And they're like, okay, he doesn't need to go on IR, but right now the way this team is running, probably going to get him killed, and we're going to be in trouble. So let's just go ahead, fake a concussion, put him on IR, and work out the kinks, and we'll bring him back. Problem is, they're bringing him back, and the kinks have gotten worse.
I don't know, Cat. No, I can't.
There you have it, folks.
On that one, I can't get down with that one, Cat.
Cap's saying he got a little taste of that acting career with the Peacock commercial. And
yep, that's it.
Audition.
Tua gonna be doing cameos on fucking TV shows all.
Well, maybe he's trying to audition for the part of himself in a movie about all this.
Maybe he was doing a movie these last 5 weeks, and that's what they didn't want to tell us.
Right, they had to get B-roll footage of him fencing. Exactly.
That's it. Well, not just that Culler, but the last 5 weeks he's been playing in a movie this whole time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They had to get B-roll footage for the movie.
You know what? A Disney movie. That's why he was at Disney on Ice.
Oh, shit. They needed it. Yeah, they had to
Tell
film
me
the
I'm
logos
crazy
in
now,
the
Lou.
background.
Tell me
Right,
I'm
right.
crazy now.
Yeah, you're
Right.
batshit fucking crazy, Cap. What the hell are you talking about?
Well, look, Lewis, when a team is driving you mad,
Is
all
this the
you can do is just
conspiracy
go in
theory
every
part of the
direction.
show?
Yeah, Lou. It's like the people that blame God for hurricanes and shit.
No, they blame the government for hurricanes, Culler.
Well,
Get it
now
right.
they blame the government, but that's only because everybody replaced God with the government.
Speaking of which, I also heard that the Congress reached out to the Dolphins about the CTE stuff, and that might be a reason why.
Oh wow, yeah,
shit.
you might be
Here
right
we
about
go.
that.
Here we go.
Hey, now that's not so far fetched. Now,
That's right.
Congress don't need much reason to get involved in everybody's life, dude. We've seen that in the past few decades. With them getting involved with the steroid issue and all that stuff. You know what I mean?
Yep. Tua's been taking steroids, which makes your brain lose water in your brain fluid. And rather than making it a big scandal
Yeah.
before Congress can blow it up, Tua couldn't. Oh,
Congress
I figured it out. I figured it out. No, I figured it out. Tua wasn't gonna pass a fucking a piss test for performance enhancing drugs.
Oh shit.
And they had to deactivate him, and it
We're in
takes a
trouble.
month
We're gonna
at
get sued.
least
Yeah.
to get that shit out of your system, and that's the
Allegedly.
reason they fucking
I,
did it.
Allegedly.
I think I'm dropping from this panel.
Yeah, we might get sued.
No.
Allegedly. But
I mean, listen,
look,
guys, then make anything else make sense, because as crazy as the theories I just threw out there, the reality of it is even crazier. That the Dolphins took a guy who can't fucking stay healthy when you tap him on the back of his fucking head
to play
and gave
football
him
as a quarterback in the
$216 million
NFL.
fucking dollars. So tell me how anything else I said is crazier than the reality we knew and what has transpired.
Oh shit! Hey, can you bring up real quick True Fins fans comment? His last comment, Color, if you can.
Oh wow! Wait.
Oh shit!
This one? Oop, we're playing musical chats.
Oh, Cap, can you read that for everybody?
Kinda. It says this Capitan guy is full of shit. The Soggy Bay Pamper Green shit.
Oh
What?
shit!
What the hell is that?
Oh,
I don't know. Sounds like somebody's got their favorite flavor locked in.
Shit.
Sounds like somebody's got their favorite flavor locked in.
hey, well, True Fins fan, hey, click that link, Nick.
Mhm.
Click that.
Yeah,
link,
I
Yeah.
bro.
posted the link. It
Click
was
that
a
link.
ways back. Hold on. You know what? Real quick, I'll pin it this time because whenever you pin it, people miss the poll. But the poll has got 136 people voted now, so I'm going to shut down the poll. Hurry up, get your votes in. We only got 49 likes. So hit the like button too. Should the Dolphins trade Tyreek? 62% said yes. 35% said no. And like Lewis, 3% said I'd rather lose the Penguin.
Whoever that 3% is, you're welcome. Congratulations.
So there you go.
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it.
So I will pin the link. And that way,
Yeah,
people
I want
don't have
True
to.
Fin fan. I want True Fins fan to come up here and tell Cap he don't know shit. He's full of
Oh,
shit.
he
That's
will
what I-
too.
listen,
He will
That's what I
too.
want.
He's not shy to click the link. Definitely.
I'm
ain't
sorry
shy to
that my
click the link.
brain has so many elite levels of thinking that I can think in every potential paradigm. That's not my fault that I'm smarter than the average viewer.
Oh damn!
Well, that's debatable.
Looky here.
Damn it.
Looky
So I'm trying
here.
to figure out what the
Jose
hell.
Valdez, $10 donation. Capitan, sit down with your conspiracies, making this fan base even dumber.
Oh,
Get out of here with that.
Oh,
There you
Bye
go.
bye, Hellcat.
shit.
We'll see you
There
in
you
10,
go.
bro. Jose, bro. That was some nasty work, Jose. Not gonna lie.
No,
Wow.
Jose Valdez. Keep it coming, Jose. God damn it. Keep it coming.
Keep it
But
going.
thank you for the donation. Oh, look who we got. Just in time for Capitan to be in back. Look at that.
What's
You know
up,
what?
fellas?
I think
Bring
Jose
Cap.
timed that perfectly.
No, he
Bring
timed
El
it
Capitan
perfectly.
back.
It's coming.
Bring Cap back. Goddamn it.
Hey, Cap,
Mm.
come back,
It's
man.
hard to override the timeout rule,
hey,
bro.
hey.
Nobody's ever overridden the timeout rule.
Hey, I can't.
They gotta just pay
I can't be here
double
for
the
too
amount,
long.
right?
Oh yeah,
I'm
we
working
could
right
get
now.
y'all right. We could get somebody to pay to bring him back. That's for sure.
But let me,
Yeah.
hey, let me say this, man. I've
Nobody
heard a
paid
lot of
double to
shit.
bring him back.
Hey, I've heard a lot of shit, but that was crazy. You're gonna pay a man $149 million, and once he
That's like
gets
good.
it,
I
you're
had
gonna-
a few things to finish
that
up
was
at work.
crazy. I was going crazy here, bro.
He put the phone down. He's like, I got some things to finish up anyway.
Oh shit. Hey, you guys think this conspiracy theory is true? Come on, man.
Everything but the part that the concussion was faked from the beginning. But I
Well,
could
the Green Bay
certainly-
one was actually. If you would have been talking about that Green
well,
Bay
that
one, that's more
that one now
questionable.
that's different. That's more like a hoax, but not faked. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's a
hoax
mystery
in the respect that they tried to make it that's the reason we lost the game. That's the hoax part of it. But real quick though, the part of I do think the concussion happened, but I think that the need to put him on IR, that was overblown and not needed and done purposely for all the purposes Cap alluded to.
Yeah, I agree with that one. I'm working right now, fellas. So if you see that I gotta go quickly, it's because I got people coming. What's up?
Hey, real quick before you have to go, I just need it so I can clip it up. Can you say on record live right here that just utter these words? El Capitan don't know shit.
Okay, hold on. Let me clear my throat. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm gonna clip
shit.
this.
He's willing.
Let's
El
clip this,
Capitan don't know shit.
Oh, yeah, thank you very much.
Now
That's
say
all
it
I
in
needed.
Spanish.
That's
Now
on
say
the
it in
record.
Spanish for all the Spanish listeners out there.
That's all I needed.
El Capitan no conoce nada.
Oh shit.
Damn.
We're going live.
Wow, we got a
Hey, I'm gonna say it in
translation.
Chinese, and I don't
He
know
added the
Chinese.
nothing. From what I
Say it in
understand,
Japanese.
he added the nothing, like shit, nada, nothing.
No. I've heard of Capitan's takes. I've agreed with a lot of his stuff, but the conspiracy theory is the one where
I
I'm
heard
like,
the nada too, AP. I heard the nada. He added the nada.
Hey, I need that. If somebody in the chat, please clip that and send it to my DMs ASAP. I need that clip ASAP.
You didn't get this man to hate me, man. I'm just disagreeing with him on one thing. That's all.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to look and see what time it was when I put El Captain back. So just to let y'all know.
You know,
Don't
one
worry
thing.
about it. Start it from right now.
You know, one thing that bothers me more than the average. We all have different opinions, and we could scream at each other, whatever.
Well, by the way, real quick, True Fin, everybody knows I toke. So, 10 minutes in stoner time is like that shit's at least 12 minutes and 50 seconds.
Enjoy it, brother. Enjoy it. I just like we could all disagree on what we think and that, but when you bring in the conspiracy theories, it's like like that the Cap just said. I'm like, I start to question. I'm like, yo, who am I listening to? Because everybody here, crypto, everybody here, everybody. I hear him say things that as I'm working and I'm driving and I got you my AirPods, I'm like, yeah, man, that makes sense. Yeah, that's true. Or maybe not this.
He's taking one for the team. He's showing us how to be a leader, bro.
But the conspiracy theory, dude, like, come on, man. Come on, man. This ain't.
Like, this is how we're supposed to roll around this network. We ain't afraid to say nothing around here.
Mm-hmm. This is crazy.
Allegedly.
But we'll see, man. I don't know I don't know if anybody thinks that the Dolphins are going to come out on Sunday and all of a sudden we're going to score 30 points and everything's going to be all good. I don't think that's reality. I think the problems here go deep and in many different ways, bro.
Well, we know what you think. Are you going to take our wide receiver off our hands or what?
Who? Tyreek?
Tyreek, yeah.
To be honest with you, the way that I'm seeing this team now, I would not have a problem if we got rid of Tyreek and got something for him. But Tyreek isn't the only problem.
Oh, that's right. I'm thinking, you know what? I'm sorry.
You're thinking that's real talk parade.
I did for a second, Lewis. Because you know what? You know what, Lewis? As doing this, what we all do, you start to get used to people by the way they debate and not who they're actually a fan of, a team who they're a fan of.
Yeah.
And so for like, it's so easy for me to transpose him onto Real Talk because they debate exactly the same way, man.
I'm more of I see this more as a unit thing, not just one person. You know, I have my dislikes, but it's
Well,
just
just to let you in on the joke, True Fin, Real Talk is a Tampa Bay fan.
oh.
All I know, this show has been on now for 2 hours and 25 minutes, and I got everything I wanted out of this show. My True Fins fans saying El Capitan don't know shit.
Yeah, I just don't agree with that. What he was spitting out, man. I'm driving, bro. I'm driving a big ass truck, fully loaded, and I damn near ran off the Palm Ghetto, bro. I was like, "What he say? What he's? He's lying. He's kidding. It's a joke."
Well,
and then I'm hearing him.
What road are you driving on, so everybody knows where to steer away from?
Move out the way. I'm by the turnpike by Dolphin Mall, and I'm carrying 80,000 pounds on me.
So if you're in traffic in the 305, just head the opposite direction.
Yeah, go the opposite way, please. Save yourself.
Well, that used to be my traffic report for the 305, True Fin, as a joke in the mornings.
Yeah.
We used to go at 6 in the morning, me and Ali, and I'd do the traffic report, and I'd be like, traffic report for Greater Miami. Whichever direction you're heading right now, turn around and go the other way. That was my traffic report every fucking morning.
Yeah. So
there was so much red. There was so much red on the map that I didn't even bother reporting. It's like, wherever you're going right now, turn around and go the other way.
Yeah. I get up every day, Monday through Friday at 4 a.m. I come in at 5, and I'm usually home by 5, 6 o'clock. So the times that you guys hear me like talking to you, unless it's the weekends, a lot of the times I'm listening to you and working at the same time on my AirPods, because they're not these long ass hours, bro. They'll wear on you. I've been doing this for 25 years. I'm tired.
If not, you're stuck on the 595 for like 3 hours with
going
like
crazy.
4 rows of traffic. You know.
Yeah, man, going crazy, and people here, you know, you put your turning signal, and instead of letting you in, it's the speed up sign, and then they shoot you some bird, and then you're hot. You're trying to get out the car and fight, and I try to block everything out. You know. I try to block everything out. No, I don't want no problem.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's getting like LA crazy down there these days.
I've been to LA. I was transporting cars for many years. I've been to LA. I've been to New York, and I could tell you that.
What's that famous road that's always you see like 25 layers of traffic that are all jammed? What's that road? The 406 or the 409 or something?
408.
408.
The 405.
405, right? Something like that. I can't remember right now. But I'll tell you,
that thing's ridiculous.
The worst drivers, we might be, you know, almost as crowded, whatnot. It depends. But the worst drivers are my people here in Miami, bro. We're bad, bro.
Oh, no doubt. Bad. The only thing I would give Miami drivers credit for is, even though they're doing unbelievable speeds in crazy levels of traffic, at least they get out of your way. Like, they don't pull in front of you and like hold you up. They're doing 90s, so they get in front of you and like they're gone before you even have time to bitch at them.
Yeah.
You know, that's the only good thing. That's why this whole thing about 60 and a 40, how people that talk about 60 and a 40 are being so self-righteous. It's unreal. There ain't nobody like 60 and a 40 in Miami. Are you serious? Let's not act all innocent, people. You know? Hell, I could probably walk 60 miles an hour. Anyway, look at Nene's like, bring back Cap. I lost track of time. I don't even remember when it was. If he's keeping track, he can bring himself back up, and he'll do it fairly, I'm sure. Because, you know, he's the one that doesn't want us to make any exceptions. So his rules, you know, is what it is.
Are we sure that wasn't a full day ban?
Well, $10 it was, so I don't know. What do the rules say? Let me see. Dollar for dollar we go. and then dollar for dollar bailout. So like he's probably got like 2 minutes left. It's probably like $2 to bring him back. I don't know what he says. I don't know what time it was. Neither do we, Cap. So
Well, it started at the
Cap,
one. It started at 1:10. We're at
right?
1:12 now. You have 8 minutes left.
He's gonna have to invoke executive action to decide.
Nah, he'll probably come back now because True Fins left the panel. So now
Oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt.
he didn't want to come back when he was up here.
Breaking news: Tua is the only Dolphin, according to Marino's GOAT. Tua is the only Dolphin expected to be designated to return to practice off IR or the PUP, of course, this week. Others eligible include Craycraft, Wynn, Chubb, Good, and McMorris. I'd love to get Good back. We've got to start containing that edge. And even though he's probably not our best, he's still been here long enough to. Well, at the same time, he hasn't been doing anything. So that's going to take time to get him back up to speed. But that needs to happen quickly. Chubb as well. But Craycraft, I mean, damn, man. Have we missed Craycraft or what, dude? I know I don't want to, I'm not trying to make it roses and sunshine just because a guy like that's coming back. But damn, I feel like even somebody like him could have made a difference in the last 4 or 5 weeks. You know, if we're talking about elevating to mediocre, you know, even Craycraft could have done that. As bad as we've been. I'm sure Huntley would have loved to have operate with a guy like Craycraft on the field, man. Timing would be right, you know? Like, because like you say, he's holding the ball and all that. Well, Craycraft's a little slower than the rest of it. That timing could have been a match made in heaven if it would have ever have been able to happen, you know? Well, lots of things never get to happen. Yeah. The world will never know. It'd be funny though if like Craycraft was here and Huntley was like lighting it up with him. You know what would you know what Frank Smith would say about that, right, Lewis?
What's that?
Yeah.
Well, all I know, Cap said in the chat that ever since he left the panel, it went for a nosedive. And I just want to tell Cap, don't worry about it. Crypto just left the panel. We're going back up.
Yeah, right. We did lose about 14 viewers when Cap left.
Well, that's because True Fins fan came up. That's why.
Right.
I'm back.
It feels like it's been 10 minutes, dude. I guess. I mean,
yeah, I don't know. You'd have to go back to the timestamp and Jose Valdez is a Jose for that. That's all I know.
Well, he's been dying to do that because he don't have the mute power on the Twitter Spaces. So
nope, and he's a hoe, and he knows it.
That.
That's why his family named him Jose. That's what it is.
I do not I do not subscribe to El Capitan's talk right now, Jose Valdez.
They should have named him Jose. That's what they should have named him, because he'd be speaking as a hoe. Thank you. Look, here's the thing.
We got a Cards fan in the chat.
Oh, Cards fan? Well, good. So. I'm glad you guys won a game.
Cardinals cooking some fish this weekend. Oh. Oh, they don't have that over there in the desert, huh? They don't know what a fish is.
It's a good thing we're mammals. Dolphins are mammals, so no fish dead over here. Look, here's the deal, right? I know you guys don't like my conspiracy theories. I can't understand why. Because when I was talking about
concussion, dude, that's crazy. He was like,
okay, all right, we'll dispel fake concussion. But that the Dolphins, rather than keeping him out 2 weeks and bringing him back, they looked at the state of the offense and were like, bring him back to what? Look, guess what? It's been 5 weeks. What are they bringing him back to?
Exactly. Now we're cooking.
So because of that, to me,
I mean, again,
they did this to buy the offense time to work out the kinks
I'm
the
not
kinks
so
in
sure
which
they weren't forced to, though, like Lewis says, because Tua is pissed for a reason, and he made it clear that he's not pissed at the Dolphins.
well, remember my original take was does the NFL prevent Tua from ever playing again because of the optics? I mean, this is going to hurt the
And I
game.
bet Miami felt compelled to do that, and so that's why Tua doesn't blame them per se, because obviously Tua probably agrees that they had to do that. Otherwise, the NFL would start to muscle in a little more. You know what I mean?
Well, if Tua's listening, and I know he is, the Dolphins did it on their own. They just love to blame someone who's not around to get in trouble for it. Tua figured it out because they did it on their own for reasons that I don't understand at the moment. Other than that, the fact that because I mean, how much healthier is Tua's head from the hit he took in week 2 to now?
I think Tua knows it was the NFL. I think the NFL told again. I think Tua was in that room on the phone whenever. Again, I think Roger Goodell and the NFL told the Dolphins put him on IR.
When
again,
Tua took that hit, Roger Goodell was in the building. Don't forget.
That's what I'm saying. Absolutely, bro. The fix was in. If you remember, it was like everybody was talking about it that Friday because it was a Thursday night game. All the national media, everybody was talking about it, right? I believe the NFL sent a mass email to all 32 teams talking about this concussion thing, and especially with Tua. Bro, you had Antonio Pierce. He is the head coach of another organization. And that head coach was saying Tua should retire. What do you think? Where do you think he got that from? Don't you think, to use Culler's words, right? I guarantee you Antonio Pierce got that memo. I guarantee you Antonio Pierce, when Antonio Pierce stood in front of there and telling another player from another team to retire is because the message was sent to him for him to say that. The NFL don't want Tua back on the field. And again, maybe to your point, now this is where I think if Tua gets another concussion, you'll never see Tua again. Even if Tua wants to play, because the NFL will never be able to put him back on that field. That's why, you know, in Color, and we've been having that conversation about the Guardian cap, and everybody's in an uproar. Oh my God, how can Tua not wear the Guardian cap? Could you imagine if Tua wears the Guardian cap and all of a sudden, while wearing it, he gets another concussion?
Oh,
every player wearing it will take it off.
And also, it will completely destroy the narrative that the NFL is trying to create, that they're really, really working on.
So wait a second. Are we saying? Are you guys saying that they aren't letting them wear the Guardian cap?
No, well, not necessarily, but in this case,
they don't want them to wear it.
Given that they know there are 1,000 ways to get a concussion that Guardian cap does nothing for.
1,000%.
They don't want to take the chance with him.
Hey, Cap, to answer your question, right? No, I don't think the NFL told him not to wear it, but I think the NFL.
The writing's on the wall.
Implied.
They're reading the tea leaves.
I think the NFL told the Dolphins, don't force him to wear it. Right?
Gotcha. Gotcha.
You see what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
Because again, bro.
Now level 2. Now hold on. Level 2 is bringing up an interesting point that needs to be considered. He's doing it sarcastically, as Noob always does. You know, Noob. He says the NFL forced the Dolphins to sit Tua without a grievance filed by the players' union.
Yes.
Like, wouldn't the players' union have something to say about that? I think
nope,
is what he's
owners don't need to freaking talk about stuff with the players.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
They're the owners, dude.
Right. Well, really quick,
they're the employees and they're the billionaires. So.
I want to play this clip from Tua real quick from the other day. By the way, Mike McDaniel is live right now. So once we get done and once you guys are done exhausting whatever you have to say on this topic, I'll go ahead and play. You can hang around if you want to watch it with me. I'll go ahead and roast McDaniel for the week. But real quick, let me play this clip from Tua. The question that he's going to ask, in case you can't hear it, is, were you symptom free, like right after the game or right away or whatever, or something to that effect?
Liar.
When were you symptom free?
Liar.
All right.
I'm very excited too.
So they cleared you from the concussion. About how long have you been, I guess, symptom free for? How long have you been cleared from that concussion for?
I would say for myself, I've been symptom free from the next day after the game on.
So all of the, I guess, what was it like?
Right now, right there, his body language after answering that was, "Yeah, do you believe that? I've been sitting here doing nothing for no reason." That's what his body language says to me. Like, yeah, do you believe that? How about that? Did you expect that answer? I bet you didn't expect that answer. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous, ain't it? That's the look.
I
he's
think
giving.
the NFL has lost control of one of their employees. Tua has gone rogue, and he is fighting back against them, and in this whole CTE thing, and it's going to be a problem. And that's why if inevitably he does come out, and not if, but when.
Right.
I'm sorry, because it doesn't have to be this year or next year, but inevitably Tua will fence again.
Bro, you know what?
Inevitably.
And I don't look, I'm not going to do this again, okay, because that's not what it's about. But it's a very similar thing. In other words, he's starting to feel like his propensity to get concussions is now making him become a second-class player in the league.
Oh, he don't feel the love no more, Color? Is that what you're saying?
Well, if you were to apply it to like the real world and make it about race, which I wasn't going to make it, but to apply the
let's not
same
do that
thought.
again.
No, I'm not doing that. What I'm saying is apply the same thought process, though, that he's sitting here based. The reason he's pissed is because, like, look, leave me alone. I want to play football. That's my choice. It'll be the death of me before I quit it.
All right. Well, here's the thing. Now you said the quote I've been waiting for you to
Treat
say.
me like different than everybody else.
You said the quote that I wanted you to say. It'll be the death of me, he says. To me, Tua is holding not just the Dolphins, but the NFL hostage. And they are going to make them tell him he can't play no more so he can get his money.
Right. And again, I want to clarify that I was not saying that it was about his race. I just wanted to associate the same thought process that they're treating him differently than everybody else.
That's right.
And all he wants to do is play football like everybody else. Everybody points it out. Josh Allen gets knocked out, comes right back in the game. Everybody's pointing out all the instances. So you don't think that Tua feels the same way? Like, why am I being treated differently? That's why he's pissed.
Nope, he's pissed because they're trying to get him to medically retire to save face with the NFL and save face with the Dolphins, one of their partners.
He's going, why me? Why not any of these other guys that get lit up all the time?
Because he's the one that keeps doing it in prime time with the fencing and
and that's not his
the optics.
Fault, but that's not his fault that the NFL schedules those games.
But he wants the NFL to pay him to stop him from doing what he's doing. And he now is willing to go out there. Hold on, Culler. He's willing to go out there and die on the field.
Right.
That's a threat, bro. That's
but
not
as
a
well,
that's
he
not a
should
bold
want to
statement. That's a threat.
But as well, he should want to get paid for that, because if they're gonna treat him differently and force him out, then they need to pay him to make him equal, to make him whole.
That's right. That's right. And this is why the Dolphins should have never paid him in the
That's
draft.
how you use equity. That is the proper use of equity, people. Fuck all this other shit. That's true equity. It's not his fault. He wants to play. They don't want him to take the risk. He wants to take the risk. If you don't want him to, and you don't want to treat him differently than everybody, you're going to have to compensate him. Period. And they won't. And that's where this
No,
conflict is at.
they want him to do them a favor because they feel like they did him a favor giving him the money. And he's like, well, I signed the
Well, the
contract you gave
Dolphins,
me.
but I'm talking about the NFL. If the NFL's the one trying to push him out.
Got you. But the NFL and the Dolphins are still in the same business. It's profit sharing.
True. Right.
So,
the NFL could look at it. Hey, maybe the NFL had influence in him getting the deal done. Like, yo, Dolphins, kind of just do it and we'll whatever. That's why I asked before is if the NFL is making a big deal and forces him out, what kind of compensation do we get? None, according to the rules. So, it's not like we have any incentive to do the NFL's bidding by paying him.
So, and the Dolphins don't want to do that. Tua doesn't want to do it. And all three have different agendas right now. Tua wants to play and wants all the money he signed for. Dolphins probably want Tua to play, but don't want to be on the hook for what they've put themselves in a situation. And the NFL
they're
doesn't
greedy.
want
So
the
they're
bad
like,
PMO.
hey, if he wants to take the risk, if he wants to be Evil Knievel, well, we'll make the money off it,
So when you take in all of the whys for all three parties, inevitably it's going to end one of a few ways. Number one, Tua goes down and it is ugly and it's the optics are bad and they force him into retirement and the Dolphins are on the hook. Two, this same scenario happens, yet the NFL meets him in the table and say, all right, you're going to give him we're going to sign a new deal. You're going to be able to spread the cap out for fucking 10 years and you're going to pay him a goodbye check. Right. Or three, they don't do nothing about it and it all blows up in their faces. All of them, Dolphins, Tua, and everything. But to me, it's only a matter of time. It's not an if, it's a when on when this happens again. And if I'm looking at the schedule, I expect if he plays this week and next week, it's probably happening in that Bills game.
Otherwise, we're gonna throw the ball away way too much to be able to win. That's all there is to it.
I mean, dude, we're literally.
The option is to throw the ball away or scramble.
I mean, at this point, I don't trust Tua to take a hefty shove.
Remember, he wasn't running against Cincinnati. He was only scrambling.
I can't expect Tua to take a hefty shove and not land and tap the side of his head when he falls. I can't. I don't
even have to be a tap of the head. He said he doesn't remember when he went out. Most people don't. So he could have went out before his head hit the ground. Which means it was a spinal impact that caused the injury.
I broke my back. Spinal.
Well, it was more a vibration that went up the spine and wobbled his brain or vibrated the brain. You know what I mean?
Yep. Tua got a nerve problem, bruh. Maybe he's got a fucking nerve disease. I don't know.
Well, that is what it is. If anything's like that, that's up to him and his doctors. But I'm just trying to wonder because look, the question was, and MJW 125, welcome by the way, said why you? Because you have a history of concussions, and that's fair. But some other players do too. First of all, and secondly, he's willing to deal with that.
Again, is he willing?
Wait a minute though. It's to my understanding, and I could be wrong, that the NFL concussion protocol, to Michael K's point, doesn't require them to go through the actual healing of the injury. It only requires them to go through cognitive tests and like a week of that or something. Like,
I just want to point
they're
out,
not requiring them to make sure that the injury is healed, which would take 4 weeks of rest. Yes.
Well, I'll say this.
That's a decision by the player or the team.
You know what? Tua fans were right. Tua is a game changer because I'm promising you this. The concussion protocols are going to change because of Tua Tagovailoa. The way in which the game is played is changing because of Tua. So yes, he is a game changer in that respect. Because I promise you this, if if and when Tua goes down with another concussion, whether it's this year or whenever, and they're in this ugly friggin' scenario again, where CNN and NBC Nightly News is talking about
And
this shit,
Fox News.
and Fox News and all
If
them are
Fox News
talking about
picks
it.
it up, you're getting involved too much. You know what I mean?
And
Like, you need
if it's on Fox News and CNN, everybody's talking about it.
right.
And to me, this guy is changing the game, and for the worst. You can't change the game for one person, and that's what's ultimately happening.
Well, yeah. And I agree, Kevin Lee, except that, you know, the thing of it is that all of these guys are selfish. I mean, there's only like 1,600 and something players in the league. You have to be a selfish guy to make it to the NFL. So we're talking about a guy whose nature it is to be that way anyway. And we're expecting him to just be like, oh, mom told me to hang up the cleats. Nah, no offense to mom. You know what I mean? But
Selfish, Culler. How can this kid not have an inflated ego? And I say kid lightly. How can he not have inflated ego? Look how Dolphin fans freaking spread their cheeks for him.
Well, look how most NFL quarterbacks, bro. We've all seen Friday Night Lights and all them movies. I mean, they're all that's
Yeah, dude,
you know what I mean.
NFL
That's
quarterback.
really how it is in these high school towns. I mean, you know what I
Yeah,
mean.
dude, NFL quarterback can get away with murder in a small enough town.
Allegedly, but we all know that there's some history for a guy like, let's say, Jameis Winston at FSU. That we all know there's some history there that never got solved. You know what I mean? Man, you bet. Wait, do we have a way to block Capitan from leaving?
I was gonna leave here soon in just a second, but I'll stick around.
His arch nemesis has returned.
No,
for another
I
meeting.
am not.
Yeah.
I've heard plenty of his takes. I like a lot of this. As the only thing that I was talking about and messing with him a little bit was the whole conspiracy theory. So I don't want to blow it out of proportion either. What's up, Cap?
Well, true things.
How they all change their tune when they're, you know.
Nah, it's cool, man. I know True.
Nah, not me, brother. Believe
True
me.
Fins is all right. He's a good dude. Here, look, man. I only get to the conspiracies because nothing else makes sense. So you might as well go into the unsensible because I don't know why. This team extends a guy that they didn't need to.
I agree.
And doing so, we're in this position. And at this current juncture, the season is all but lost. And what how much healthier to sustaining hits to not get a concussion is Tua from when he took it to now? He can't be any healthier. If anything, he should be less healthy because of the latest concussion.
Absolutely. I could tell you this as somebody who boxed from the ages of 6 to 20 years old. Okay, I could tell you that the concussions suffered, they come easier, especially when you're a guy who.
I use that all the time. Fighters, man, you can tell when it's over for them.
Yeah, like for me, I'm 46 years old now, right? So fighting is the last thing on my mind. I'd rather drink water and argue about it. But I could tell you the after effects for me. I have to wear sunglasses all the time, even at night in my house. The lights that are on in my house, I have to have the ones that you could adjust, to dimmer and stuff like that. My memory is horrible. My problem was I could get hit, but I wouldn't go down, right? So I'm concussed, but I'm taking more beating. So that's even worse. See, everybody talks about the glass jaw and the iron chin. It's nothing to do with your chin. It's nothing to do with your chin. It's the ability. It's how much you could take the concussion or not. What worries me about Tua is that we've seen a lot of players get concussed and they get out. When he does that fencing, that is bad, bro. That is
seizure, bro.
That's near seizure. That's correct. And I see these things and I'm like, yeah, look, I don't know if you've heard me, Capitan. I know I've talked to
Of course I have, buddy.
Yeah, I was a guy who thought that we could win with Tua, but I always knew that we had limitations with him. So I don't know if you could label me a Tua-neer because at this point, I could tell you that I don't want to see Tua come back. I don't want to be held
Michael
hostage.
K says you need to stop biting your fingernails after fueling your truck without washing your hands.
I can't.
Gross.
can't.
So I played football for 11 years, and I boxed for a little bit in high school for 2.5 years, as well as wrestling for 2.5 years. And I mean, look, getting your bell rung, getting concussed, never been diagnosed, even though I know for a fact there's at least 2 of them I can think of. But
yeah, I was never diagnosed either. You just know.
yeah, you just
Back
know,
then, you just know. Yeah.
Yeah, you throw up at home
So
hours later and shit.
Do you feel like the T-1000 in the second Terminator when Arnold blows his head apart with a shotgun at the elevator in the mental institute?
You know something, Culler, about that. I'll be honest with you. There were times where my headaches were so bad, migraines that I suffer from, just a lot less nowadays.
Oh, I get those too. I always have. Yeah.
That the migraines. I because of the hits that I took in fighting, I get this thing called ocular migraine. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of them, or I'll be talking to you right now, and all of a sudden,
it's right in your eye.
Right, I can't see. For example, all I see is a black spot on one side of your face. I have no peripheral, and it looks like static on an old TV. And then it starts going away.
Right in the corners at first, right? Like the corners at first.
Yeah.
Right, and then you get the headache, and then let me tell you, there were times when I was in my 20s as a young parent and everything, where I was not in a good place mentally, because you get to a point where you're like, is this what I'm going to live with the rest of my life?
Yeah, I know how you feel, bro.
So it was bad, but I don't like anybody to go back to the subject. Anybody who believes, this is the problem, like how we say 2 ears and those type of people, like on both sides of the spectrum, I can't agree with. If you can be honest with yourself and say, listen, bro, if we think that Tua is going to be healthier or healthy for the rest of our career, and we're not going to go through this at least 2-3 more times before we get rid of him, you're blind. So we're stuck right now. We're stuck, and I don't want to see him back on the field. For what? To win 6, 7, 8 games, not be able to draft anybody. We're going to be in cap hell anyways. We made the wrong choice.
Yeah, well, or even worse, him get back on the field and him not get up, and it's a bad thing, and now the guy's in a fucking wheelchair. And all for what? For what?
Yeah.
For what?
All right, we'll just wheel him out there. We'll just wheel him out there, give him a football, and be like, just throw it.
Get him one of those those Rambos.
He'll be sitting there.
We're still paying your ass.
He'll be sitting there looking up at the sky with his mouth open and a football in his hand.
Yeah, it looked like Jimmy Johnson. It looked like fucking Jimmy Carter out there fucking with a football.
Carter with a football in his hand, right?
You guys are bad, bro. You guys are bad. Wheel him out there with
but the 2 ears will be like, it will be out there like, he's gonna get better.
He gives us our best shot to win. That's the thing. The 2 ears love
He's gonna stay healthy this year. Nobody will hit a man in a wheelchair.
They don't love him. They want to see him dead, is what they want.
They'll be like he's gonna be healthy all year. They won't hit a man in a wheelchair.
You're not gonna hit a man in a wheelchair or glasses, will you?
Right. You'll have all the time in the world to throw.
Man, somebody's gonna be like, I'm gonna fuck you up if you're under center, sir. I don't give a damn. This is my job here.
They'll be like, if you can somehow find a way to engage the brake on his wheels, that's a tackle.
Yeah, man. It's a bad, like, people are I don't understand the people that think that he's gonna come back and save us. That's not what Tua is. That's not what Tua has ever been. In order for you to win with Tua, this has always been my take. In order for you to win with Tua, mind you, a healthy Tua, all right? In order for you to win with Tua, you built this team wrong. You built this team with weapons on the outside, thinking that this is Marino, Manning. That's not who he is. I've always felt if we would have built this team on defense, like we had at the beginning of his career, running the ball and heavy tight end sets, maybe he'll take a chance here and there, but that's not the game plan. I mean, Brady did it for how many years?
Well, the last time he lit up the Cardinals that everybody likes to refer to, that's precisely what we were doing with our offense, is what you said.
That's his power. That is how you play somebody like Tua. Why? Because anybody who says that he's not limited as a QB is lying. I was a Tua fan. And
if you noticed the highlight reel that they put out for that game, that's rolling around Twitter, Every one of those plays where he's scrambling around and throwing us up, that ain't 2.1 seconds.
It's not. It's not, and I'm
And
glad. that he brought that up.
and what are all the receivers doing when he throws those balls? Most of them, a lot of them are coming back to him, including the tight
Coming
end.
back, scrambling. Yeah,
Right
yeah,
now,
exactly. But that's
with
and
my
that's,
own eyes, I've
go ahead.
witnessed it. But putting aside my own eyes, Trent Sherfield publicly said that they're not there. There is no directive for them to do that under Mike McDaniel.
For them,
That they
explain that to
literally
me again.
just stop at the end of their routes because the ball's going to be out in 2 seconds anyway. And if it ain't to them in 2 seconds, there ain't no reason for them to continue on doing anything.
That's but that is also schematics, and the reason being is
I know it's
remember when
schematic.
you were-
I know it's
Yeah,
schematic.
well, we-
Sherfield said it was a directive by the coach,
yeah,
or
exactly,
not
and
directed by the coach.
that's what I think has hurt.
And everybody
that's-
said, "Oh, he's just a disgruntled employee."
Right, but this is what bothers me about all of that, Culler, is that Tua's game is best when he's scrambling around, when he's moving around. The problem
Again,
that
we
have
witnessed that in 2021, or when he lit up the Cardinals when he played.
Right.
We witnessed. That's what the highlight reel shows me when I watch it.
Right, but the problem that
I'm like, everybody thinks he's going to do
limited.
that, but we don't do that now.
We don't do that now because we're so scared of him getting hit, holding on to the ball, that we've put him into this position where, hey, get it out of there quick, get out of harm's way,
Right.
quick.
How many of those balls in that highlight reel were 50-50 throws too?
Yeah, I remember that game vividly. It was in Arizona. I was watching that game. It was wasn't that a night game? Was it a night game?
I actually didn't watch it. I didn't see it that day.
I did.
forget why.
Or maybe
I was out
maybe
west. I might have been in the Grand Canyon when that game was going on.
maybe it was because it's in Arizona and the time and it was getting dark already. I remember that game vividly where I was like, holy
In
shit.
fact, I do remember where I was at. I was in Arizona, not for the game, but I was driving in the cliffs of Oatman, Arizona, listening to the game on my cell phone.
Right.
I do remember that day.
I don't know where we're going, brother. I as somebody who was, and this is where I'm mad at Tua, like I'm fuming at him.
Well, I can tell you this: if you're going to Oatman, Arizona, you're not going anywhere. That's for sure.
Really? Why is that?
Yeah. It's this little town in the hills, bro, in like the Red Rock Cliffs, and the town is famous because this whole pack of bureaus of donkeys comes into the town during the day and walks around the town.
No
and the
shit.
the town treats them like they treat cows in India. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
they're protected and all that.
Right.
And they have it's also an old ghost town, but they have like people selling carrots on the street, like for you to feed the donkeys and all that. And then all the donkeys at the evening time when the sun goes down, they all go back up into the cliffs and go away.
I got you. I've traveled.
So people from all over the world
work-wise.
travel to this little town, Oatman, in the middle of nowhere, where they have to actually, like the people that live there have to actually bring in water in tanks.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Yeah, we get when you see those things and that lifestyle, people in Miami, they're like, what is that? Like my father was always a farm guy, and we were always about the animals
And just down on the other side of the pass, there's Kingman, Arizona, and then basically what you're looking out to is like the corner of California, Utah, or Nevada and Arizona. Like you can see California from that vantage point,
right?
Like across this big body of water.
Right. I've traveled.
Yeah, it's like the very top northwest corner of
work.
Arizona. It's a pretty cool place. Boring as all hell. Like if you're not into that kind of stuff, don't go out there because you'll be bored out your mind.
To be honest with you, Culler, when I at this stage of my life, maybe when I was 25, it was different. But at this stage in my life, I wouldn't mind places like I look forward to places like that where I could just get away and be alone. Like when I go on vacation, I
tell you this: there is no shortage of places to be alone in Arizona. That's for sure.
Yeah, I enjoy that.
But it's not like
Leave
you
your
think. It's
card,
not like
nothing.
it's not like desert everywhere like people think.
Right. It's not.
It is dry everywhere, but it's not desert everywhere.
Yeah.
Like you can ski in the north in the snow and water ski in the south in
No
the same
kidding.
day. In the
In
same day,
Arizona?
bro. Yeah, in the same day.
I know that in Arizona there's a big boating community.
Oh yeah, yeah, because you got these big lakes that were formed by the dams of all the rivers and stuff down there.
I'm a boater. I'm a big time boater. Been a boater all my life. So anything that has to do with boating, I'm in. And there's another place, I don't know if you've heard about it in Missouri, the Lake of the Ozarks.
Oh yeah, that's where old friend of the show, Brian Catt, used to do a YouTube show on the Fin side.
Yeah.
He lives out that way.
Uh-huh. Well, they do this thing called the Lotto Shootout, and everybody
Mm-hmm.
from everywhere goes there. It's huge, and that it's a man-made lake, but it's
Mm-hmm.
huge. It's awesome. I've always wanted to, like, travel up there, like, tow my
You
boat
never
up there
been
and
to the
just
Lake of
go.
the Ozarks?
Never, man. Never.
You
I
know
don't even know what it looks like.
they have a little peninsula that juts out into the lake. I believe it's on the west side of the lake. And it's a little peninsula, and it's big enough, just big enough to support the size of a town. And that town is called Florida.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Florida.
because it's a peninsula. Yes, they named it Florida.
Right, a peninsula, of course. That's crazy.
It's like a really well-defined peninsula in the lake, so they figured, why not? You know,
Yeah.
the most famous peninsula, of course. You know.
Yeah, of course. Of course. Well, brother, I'm gonna do this final pickup here, and I've got
Yeah,
to be
that's
with all
cool,
these
man.
customers.
I'm at quarter after 3 hours, so I'm gonna shut it down anyway. I usually try to keep these
Oh
ones,
man, I'm always listening to you.
not going forever. So yeah, appreciate you coming up
Yeah,
and giving
no,
us
but it's
something to
fun.
talk
It's fun.
about on a dead Wednesday. Oh, you know what though? Mike McDaniel just spoke. He's probably finished by now. You can jet if you got to, but I think I might keep the show going long enough to do a roast here. Although maybe I'll do it tomorrow.
All right.
I don't know. We'll let the audience decide. All right, buddy. If you got a
I'll
jet,
check
you
it.
can stay, you
As
can
soon
go.
as
But
I
if you got
finish,
a
I'll
jet,
check in.
yep, have a good one, man.
Yeah, I got a jet, but I'll check back in with you if you're here. If not, I'll see you tomorrow, brother. I'll be
Yeah,
safe,
man. Take it easy, bro.
All right. Yeah, bye.
True Fin fan, everybody. Although certainly suspect. No, I'm just kidding. Well, we don't have any other panel members right now, so I'm going to turn off this banner because y'all can't time me out right now. I'll be the only one to run it. But what do y'all think? You want me to roast this McDaniel interview now, or you want me to wait till tomorrow till we digest it a little bit and get everybody's reaction? Well, Mr. Finisher, DeAndre Hopkins is, to me, arguably has the best eyes and hands in the league, even this late in his career. So I'm sure Patrick Mahomes could certainly utilize him. Let's see what we got here from Capitan. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, this can't be real. Oh, this can't be real. I got to get confirmation on this, Cap. Where's this website? Deal Setters Miami? I got to look that up. Oh my God. You've got to be kidding me. Well, the audience, a whole bunch of people are saying, do it now. Cook color, cook them now. All right. Well, all right. Joe Riss says, go swimming in the Gorges River. Why do you want me to, in the Ganges River? Why would you want me to go swimming in the Ganges? Isn't that like dangerous? Anyway, so let's see what Cap's saying. What was that? Deal setter Miami.com. I'm going to go right to the website and see what it says. Oh, that can't be reached. So maybe it's Deal Setter Miami. That one can't be found either. Let me see what it is. Hold on a second. I can read to you what it says, but Deal Setters Miami. You know what? I'll Google search the word. How about that? We're breaking news right now, possibly, people. Who just came in? Pamela. Hey, what's up, Pamela?
Hey,
What's up? How you doing?
I'm doing okay. How about yourself?
Oh, I'm pretty good. So this is threads.net, Deal Setters Real Estate, Florida. So it does seem real. It's an
Ooh, let's
Instagram
hear it.
page. It says it's for news, celebs, referrals, real estate. No threads yet on that site, but on Instagram they got.
I'm gonna pop out. I got double microphones going on here. I'll be right back, caller.
No problem. Oh, snap. Uh-oh, here it is. Oh my gosh. How are they persisting? They got shot down. So October 22nd. This is from a website called essentiallysports.com. And the headline is, as soon as while I bring Pam back up, check this headline out from this essentiallysports.com
Again.
written yesterday, Pam. You still getting a double effect, or are you all right? Oh, she's still getting double effect. All right, so Tyreek Hill seeks $9.6 million payday with pregnant wife Kita Vaccaro as Dolphins wide receivers trade rumors persist. Tyreek Hill is making waves again amid Miami Dolphins wide receivers trade rumors that his luxurious Southwest Ranches, Florida mansion also caught significant attention. Reportedly, NFL wide receiver and his wife, Kita Vaccaro, decided to sell their $9.6 million opulent home, taking to her official Instagram account. Kita, the fitness brand owner, confirmed the same news. Hill's pregnant wife with their first child reshared the real estate company's post in her IG story. Originally a Florida-based real estate company, Deal Setters, announced, that's the message Cap sent me, announced the news through their official Instagram account. They shared a couple of Tyreek's beautiful property pictures. Additionally, they also mentioned all the required details of the NFL couple's mansion. Wow. So there may be no correlation whatsoever, but just a report. We got to do it right. You know us around here. Amidst continuing trade rumors, Miami Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill has put his mansion up for sale.
Wow.
How do you like that, Pam?
I think that's like really telling, isn't it? Like it tells us everything we need to know.
Unreal. He wants to
That's
move where there's a
incredible.
better fire department, Aqua says. That's funny.
Better fire department. That's a good one, Aqua.
I didn't take care of his kitchen quick enough.
Good Lord.
Wow. I know it tells us nothing, but damn, CCRR, it certainly doesn't tell us nothing.
It tells you something. It tells you where his mind is at. You know, I mean, I wonder. So I don't know how his contract. You know, if he got traded
Drag
or
this
you
out,
know.
Pam. I'm gonna go refresh my soda while you're talking.
Okay, okay. I'm just wondering, you know, what that would do to our salary cap, all the issues we have with salary cap, and what we could do if we traded him. And does that mean he wants to be traded, you know, there? Like I don't know. This is pretty confusing. I hate that this is something that's out there and we as Dolphin fans are sitting here going, wait, what? We're always the last to know. For some reason, they think we don't need to know. It is a need to know basis. I need to know.
Now, here's the thing, though, Pam. And again, there's the caveat, of course, that Lewis pointed out that we don't know if the Dolphins are feeding this lady bad information.
Sure.
But Diana Rossini from The Athletic, who is the one that reported before everybody that Tua was going to return this week, she says that there's no intention whatsoever for the Dolphins to trade Tyreek.
So that's interesting, right? Like,
That was
I
reported.
mean,
Yeah, that was reported by Bleacher Report this morning that she said that. So I don't know who to believe. And again, just because that's what she heard doesn't mean that the information she heard wasn't misinformation.
true.
I'm not calling her out for, perpetrating anything because, again, she was right about Tua. So, and earlier than everybody. So she obviously has a valid source.
Right.
It's just a matter of whether that valid source is feeding her bullshit or not.
Right. Well, we can definitely be sure somewhere in all of this there's some BS. We can be
Here's
sure
the
of
thing.
that.
Here's the thing. These executives aren't stupid either. They play a couple moves ahead too. You know what I mean? They're all versed in chess and all that other stuff and art of war and all that too. So here's a thought. You feed the information to this lady who's got good credibility, even having been a journalist for ESPN and now The Athletic. But she rarely reports on Dolphin stuff, if I've ever seen her. So they feed her some legit information, right? What's up, Paul? How you doing? Tua's coming back Monday. Oh, okay. I'll put that out there. Everybody will have to believe me if I report anything else after this. Then they feed her misinformation to delay, for their own purposes, to delay the news getting out that Tyreek Hill's going to be getting traded. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Or to delay it until they find a trade partner.
Right. Whatever's going on behind the scenes, all
Exactly.
that stuff.
So they feed her that misinformation because everybody is now forced to believe her because she reported valid information last week out of the blue. You know what I mean?
Well, and especially with the point that she doesn't really normally report on the Dolphins. I mean, you definitely have to.
Her first go at it happened to have been valid information. You know what I mean?
Yep. And how
do
does
a
she
thing.
get that first? You know, there
Exactly.
is some kind of
All of a sudden over Beasley and everybody else. You know what I mean?
right. Exactly.
And Schefter and Pelissero and Darlington and whoever else.
Yeah. That
Ian.
is the thing. It is suspicious from the get-go.
Mm-hmm. And if she's not new, obviously,
Right,
like I
right.
said, she worked for ESPN and all that, but she's new on this scene, so on this beat. So yeah, she's easily controllable. Not that she's being nefarious, but that she's only going to report what they leak to her. She has to. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
She's not
you know,
claiming it's real or false. She's only claiming what she heard. You know what I
right.
mean?
Yes. Yeah, and I wouldn't think someone in her position would be gullible. I don't feel like she's
Right, 'cause
gullible, but if
right,
they
'cause she
are
still
feeding
she still
her
has deniability. If it turns out to be false, she could be like, "Well, hey, that's what they told me, and they told me
exactly.
too it was coming back too, and that was correct." You know what I
Right.
mean?
Yep.
She'll be able to blame it on them, and keep
Right.
her credibility.
That is
What up, Crypto? What do you
Jose's
think about
comment,
that,
a
man?
chess move. Yep.
Tyreek put his house up for sale, bro. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
I
Yeah.
guess Crypto's still trying to make a connection.
I imagine that could be something easily looked up, right? I mean, a real estate
Well, I
transaction
just
is
did.
public.
I just did, and
Oh,
I
okay.
the report I read was from some odd sports site that we probably could question the credibility of, but they're reporting that deal setters, the people that are involved in the whole thing in marketing it, have an Instagram account, and they reported it on their Instagram account, and she has confirmed it on hers.
There you go. So there is confirmation to the fact
I
that
mean,
the real estate.
I haven't personally put eyes on her Instagram account to confirm that that's the case.
Right.
Anybody's welcome to do it for me. You know what I mean? My hands are kind of full, but yeah, I mean, this seems to be legit. What it means, maybe nothing. You know what I mean? Maybe he wants to move over to Weston or something.
Right. Jose, that's funny.
Oh, here comes Moon strutting by. Man, he's such a cool dude.
If he's gonna want a trade, he's gonna want to go someplace,
If
you know,
we
to
had
finish
I'm
that
sorry,
talk.
ma'am. I'm sorry to interrupt. If we
Go
had a
ahead.
roster of, oh, there he goes. He's going to go run somebody off. He just flew away. If we had a roster of 53 guys that walked like Amun, the Egyptian goose, we'd already won the Super Bowl by now.
Yeah. We definitely don't have. Well, I can't say that.
Because
We
I can
do
tell
have
you
some
this:
guys do that.
if it's one thing that Amun, the Egyptian goose, is not, and that's soft. I'll confirm that right now. Like, if you want to go against Amun, you got to be bringing your golf club.
Or 45.
Maybe. Hey, Pam, have you ever seen that video of the that little gif of the eagle that's walking like a badass with the Team America music playing behind him?
No.
You've never seen that one?
No.
Oh, you would love it. You'd fall to pieces. But that's how this goose walks, like that eagle. He's all like chest bowed out, walking. Like they don't walk like ducks.
Oh no. Yeah, geese are they're like supposed to be really good, for lack of a better term, guard dogs,
And
right?
highly, highly territorial.
Yes.
Like
I don't have a goose. I have a kitty, but
I sit here and watch him run off all the geese.
right?
And they'll end up gathering up, and he'll after a while it's like he's had enough, and he'll strut over there, not fly. He'll strut over there and chase them all off, and then strut back to his old lady, which they mate for life. So they're monogamous, you know what I mean? So I watched they're the alpha couple that breeds all the goslings, right? I've named her Nefertiti because they're Egyptian geese. So I figured it was apropos, you know what I mean?
It's apropos.
Right. So anyway, so he'll run over there and chase them all off, and then strut back to her and the kids and stand there all proud and look over back at them. You know what I mean? Like, and they'll start migrating a little closer again, and he'll walk back over there again, chase them all. I watched this repeat itself like over and over again. And eventually all the challengers will be over in the other part of his territory, and they will literally gather around in a circle and have one-on-one gladiatorial combat.
Practicing
All
who can
sitting
take
around
him
watching,
down.
and they'll all take turns. 2 of them at a time will take turns
Right.
going into the middle and going at each other, flying in and flying out. and chasing each other off out of the circle. And Amun will walk over there and like beat them all. You know what I mean?
Right. They're all practicing
Oh,
to
it's
take on the
crazy.
big man.
Absolutely crazy. This has happened now I've watched this for 2 seasons in a row, and he's still the alpha. He's still Mufasa. Maybe I should have named him Mufasa. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because he's like still the alpha after like 2.5 seasons.
We get geese here in our yard every year.
I
They
didn't
come back
realize,
every year.
you know, they're obviously pests, these Egyptian geese. I think they're invasive. That everybody hates them, and there are way too many of them. But like they're still playing out like as if they're in the wild, and it's just fascinating to watch. I had no idea that they were so intricate, a social species.
Right. Yeah, so Marketeer's asking the question, what team would trade for him? San Fran ? So
Well, the Chargers
yeah,
need a wide receiver.
yep. That's it.
We already talked about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
And
Which,
Tampa
by the
Bay
way,
has looked
is,
pretty good.
and that's a close move too. But it's not
Yes,
really,
yeah.
it's not wise for them salary wise and all that. So we've talked about Tampa Bay. I mean, who needs a quick strike guy like that? That I mean, I guess
What
there's
about
always
Pittsburgh? Oh
yeah.
yeah.
There's
Timothy said Pittsburgh. Yep.
people have said Pittsburgh,
Commanders.
Washington. Yeah.
Yep. Those are good. Both good.
Raiders, nah, I don't know because they're kind of tanking anyway. But that would be cruel to Tyreek.
Yeah.
If we wanted to be cruel to Tyreek.
Yeah, I don't think he would agree to that. You know what I mean? Like he's going to want to go someplace where they're on the rise.
And where he's going to be the guy that commands the ball. So what about the Bears even?
Well, that's not a bad thing because they've been a little hot and cold, but they've been on the rise for sure. Definitely on the rise.
There is always his first destination that he looked into, the guys that just picked up Devontae Adams.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't want to see that. Wouldn't want to see that. Can you
imagine him having like opposite ends of the spectrum in a receiver? A guy like Adams down to a guy like Tyreek. Oh my God.
Well, and Mr. Finisher's saying 49ers. My question with the 49ers is,
they lost.
Are they on the way down? They're losing games they shouldn't lose. I know they've got
remember
some injury.
Shanahan and that whole deal. He probably don't believe they're down. Something like Tyreek could solve his puzzle. You know what I mean? Because they lost. I mean, they've lost Debo and Ayuk, from what I understand. I don't know if Debo is a permanent loss, but Ayuk's done. That was too bad an injury, if I remember correctly.
The Chiefs picked up DeAndre Hopkins. Yep. That
my opinion, really, best hands in the league, in my opinion.
When he wants, you mean DeAndre?
Yeah, raw talent of hands and eyes. Completely the best in the league currently.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great pickup for them. What I find frustrating,
if God came down here and handed me a football and said, "You got one throw, Culler. If the receiver catches it, you get to enter the pearly gates." I'd have to choose DeAndre Hopkins. It has to be an active NFL player. I'm choosing DeAndre Hopkins.
Right. Well, I'll tell you though, I find it really frustrating when looking at these other teams that are making moves, and we're just sitting here. We're like,
hey, JJ's getting there, Jose. JJ's getting there in my mind, but DeAndre's been doing it for much longer, and he still does it in his 12th year of his career. You know what I mean? So I got to give it to DeAndre still, man. JJ's getting there. I know what you're saying. JJ's got the hands and eyes, no doubt. He's got the gift.
Yeah. He's telling you rest in peace. That's funny. I don't think I don't think he made a bad choice though. I mean, DeAndre
I mean, if
Hopkins,
you add, if
maybe
you factor
Jefferson
in
is.
potential, if you factor in potential, absolutely. I mean, the
Yeah.
guy's got the gift. There's no
Oh
doubt
yeah.
about that. The gift that I always talk about being the eyes. He's got the gift for sure. No doubt in my mind. And I know Crypto ain't gonna argue with Jose. That's Crypto's guy.
Right. Right.
Crypto's the one that said who anybody should draft him.
Yeah, the guy is ridiculously good, but that doesn't take away from somebody else being
Oh
total.
no. It's just that DeAndre is like after Randy Moss left the league, and there's just so few guys that have that gift that I'm talking about, and
Right.
DeAndre is definitely one of them.
Right.
And like kind of the first one that came onto the scene. I think he's probably the oldest one left. And that's probably why I put him at the top, you know what I mean? Because he's the
Yeah.
oldest one left doing it still.
Well, I think that the thing
Might not
about
get
it
open
is,
as much as the other guys, but you know what? If he's even got a 25% chance to catch that ball, he's coming down with it.
well, an experience plays, that's a huge thing. Having more experience, being older, yes, that can be a little, pull down your skills a little bit. Well, your speed, not your hand-eye skills, but your speed. Securing the ball is
Well,
huge, and I don't think you lose that with
we
age.
can nitpick him for his time in Tennessee and wherever else, but watch what happens when Mahomes gets a hold of him. Just saying.
Right.
I'm actually, Pam, that move right there. I don't mean to overhype any move, but that move right there, I'm like, the boys might not be opening champagne this year, Pam.
So, Color,
Just
this
saying.
has been something that I started talking about a couple of weeks ago because I feel like
They're
that's the
already
way the
undefeated. They're
NFL.
already undefeated without the guy. You know
Right.
what I mean?
Right. But I also feel like a lot of that, you know, I feel the way I feel. I feel that they
Well,
definitely get a lot of calls. They've won games that they
well, you might
really
be able to.
didn't win.
You might be able to sneak in a loss. Like you might be able to sneak in a win against them if if uh if maybe Mahomes when Hopkins first gets there, maybe Mahomes tries to rely on him too much in the first couple games out, and they sneak a loss. You know what I mean? It's the only
Well,
way.
that was one thing I was going to do. I was going to look up the rest of their schedule throughout the season because that matters too.
It does, but again, with what they've already been doing without a guy like DeAndre Hopkins, I mean, damn, you know, damn. And boys might now there is this, week 17, week 18. If they're still undefeated and everything's a wrap, they might rest enough guys to
Rest,
sneak a
yes,
loss.
yes,
You know what I mean? But
yes.
it is a different paradigm now.
So they play the Raiders, they play the Broncos, they play the Panthers. I mean, let's look at
Oh
this.
my God.
They play the Buccaneers, they play Buffalo,
Bucks
and they
might
play
have a
the
shot.
Raiders again.
The Bucks might have a shot.
The Bucks and also
And the only reason
possibly the Broncos.
is because the Bucks can have demonstrated that they can put up large amounts of points. The Chiefs still haven't been able to demonstrate to do that yet. Like large amount of points.
They also
Granted,
played the Steelers.
granted, the Bucks haven't had to put up those kind of points against, let's say, a Spagnuolo defense.
Right.
So that remains to be seen. But that ought to be a good game. That Bucks versus Chiefs game ought to be a decent one.
Yeah, and that is also, well, that's at home for the Chiefs.
Can Baker Mayfield rise above a Spagnuolo defense? That's
Right.
going to be like right there. That's going to be one of those pivotal points in his resurgence. You know what I mean?
They play the Texans. Of course, they play the Broncos twice.
They got a couple tough
The
games on there.
Steelers. Yeah.
Oh, they
The
got a few tough
Texans.
games on there.
Man, the Texans aren't looking like what I
Keep in mind,
expected them
man,
to look
the
like.
more they win games, the more people are going to want to devote their, make it their Super Bowl to beat them. You know what I mean?
Right. Yep.
What do you got to say, Crypto?
No,
You've been quiet,
Hey,
man.
Crypto.
no. Hey, Pam. Hey, what's going on? No, I'm just saying the Texans will be fine. They just ran into, I try to tell y'all, they ran into a better team in Green
Well,
Bay.
the
Too
question
many
is,
people sleeping on Green Bay.
the question is, do you think that the Miami 72 boys need to keep their champagne on ice this year? Because
They might have to. They're going to go deep into the season wondering. Mercury Morris passed
well,
away.
given
God
that
rest his
given
soul.
that the
He's going to be
Chiefs just
wondering.
picked up DeAndre, bro.
I can tell you though,
The Chiefs
looking
picked
at
up who?
who,
Who did they
DeAndre
picked up somebody
Hopkins.
today? Oh, to replace what's his name? Scotland?
Yeah.
No, what's his name is gone.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's the resurgence of Hopkins' career right there.
That's what I was just saying. Like, forget Tennessee. That was boring for him. You know what I mean?
Right. If he's got Hopkins now, here goes the resurgence.
I can't imagine with
His
DeAndre
career is
Hopkins,
definitely
even
being
if he is slower in
He
later in his
catches
career.
everything.
DeAndre Hopkins in the mode of I want to win, he's catching everything thrown to him. He just is.
He's always had the better hands in the league, anyways.
That's what I
He
was
never
saying.
lost that.
Again, I'm glad you bring that up because that's what I was saying. But Jose contends that it's JJ, and I know you're a huge fan of JJ. So, what do you think? Do you think JJ is already ready to say he's better than hands wise than DeAndre?
Yeah, he is. Now he is.
You think?
Yeah.
See, I say because DeAndre is
as many
still.
clutch catches.
I say because
especially on fourth
DeAndre's
down.
eyes and hands are still top notch in his 12th year of his career. I give the edge to DeAndre still as the best.
well, another team on the Chiefs schedule that I think could be a surprise win would be the Broncos. You know, they have to play them twice.
If you play them twice late in the year, then
Sean
one of those
Payton's
games
not going to
could
want to
be
lay
the tough
down
game.
easy. That's for sure.
Yeah. And the Broncos are at home the last game of the season, the
Out
last
of all
regular
those
game.
teams, I would say, Pam, to that point, the Broncos are the most likely of all of those
Or the
teams to beat
Raiders.
them,
Or
'cause
the
they're a division
Raiders.
team.
Raiders
Yeah.
beat them last year. Let's not forget.
Well, the division team is the most likely out of all of those teams to beat them.
Of course.
They'll probably beat the crap out of all the other teams and then lose to the
Don't they still have the Chargers a couple times?
Yes, they have the
They played them
Chargers.
pretty well though. The Chargers don't seem to, get
Yeah,
the
but I'm
act
sure
together
the
when it comes
Chargers
to
are
them.
getting sick of losing to them. I know that
Oh,
don't matter.
absolutely.
We're sick of losing to Buffalo too, but that don't seem to matter.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem to matter.
Yeah.
But I do
It
have to
mattered
say that
once, Pam. It mattered once in
It
the
did.
blazing heat of South Florida for
It
3
did.
hours. It mattered.
it mattered a lot. It was awesome. But
That
one
was it.
thing,
That's already been close to 3 years. Oh my God.
I know, but I can relish in that win. I love it.
You were at that game, weren't you?
Was I
Or
at
no?
that game? No, I was
can
not.
tell
No.
you how good I can tell you how good it felt because I had front row in that game, second row actually, right? And in the 100 in the in the lower section, and I can tell you what it felt on the visitor side. So I was in the blazing heat all day, and I can tell you what it was like to walk up those steps in front of all those Buffalo fans a winner. I can tell you what that felt like.
Oh yeah, and you know what it feels like to walk when you're not.
And
When it's a lot.
we had done the same thing to the Patriots like the week before that. So I'm walking up facing Patriot fan, almost virtually the same seat. Almost.
Oh, that's awesome.
And
But one thing
I turned
on
around to
the
walk out when the clock hit 0. I turned around to walk up, and there's nothing but Brady jerseys in front of me.
that's pretty cool, right? Pretty cool.
Yeah, it was a pretty good feeling. So there are some treats I've gotten the past couple of seasons, but man, it just ain't enough. I mean, by the way, what do you think about this week? We'll be inducting Tim Bowens into the Ring of Honor at halftime.
Yeah, I think that's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Good old.
I'm
Tim.
glad I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna get to see that. That's
that
cool.
was a big guy, wasn't it?
Yeah, he was a big guy.
Move just as nimble as Indomitian
Pam, you gonna be at the game this week?
What's that, Crypto?
No, I was asking Pam, is she gonna be at the game this week?
Yep. I'll be there
cool.
Saturday.
Cool.
Good. I
at
get a
the
chance to meet you for the first time.
You
face
gonna
to
be there
face,
this week,
man.
Crypto?
Yeah.
I was joking earlier and telling everybody you were going to be there. You know, I was right. You're going to be there. Wow.
Yeah, this is
Yep.
the one. I finally get a chance to do the fan weekend thing. I'm always a week early or a week late.
Oh, that's
Something.
right. I
What's up,
remember.
Crypto?
Yes, last year you came the week after, didn't you?
Yeah, the week before. Yeah, it was the
And I
Giant
was
game
there
instead of the
the fan
Carolina game.
weekend. Yeah.
I came during the Giant week instead of the
Oh, came up
Carolina. I'm
here
like,
to
well, I
help me
missed it.
roast McDaniel. Huh? Wow.
Yeah,
What's up, Hooked Up Joe?
I met Papa
Hey,
Paul.
hook up.
What's happening? She's going to the game, so
Hey,
I'll be
Hooked
doing
Up.
the stream.
That's right. Yep. He's going to take over and
Oh,
do the
okay.
stream for me. And he's my
All right.
partner in crime these days.
Doing the live stream. Cool.
Literally. Oh,
Yeah, that
yeah.
Timothy. Yeah, Timothy Chargers was one of the ones we had mentioned because they do have a need as well. They've needed a need since they lost the two other guys that Herbert's been throwing to.
Well, one of the things that I was thinking that stood in the way of Kansas City winning it all is the fact that I think the NFC, the top two teams, are scary good. And my top two teams
Top
in the
three.
NFC is Minnesota and Detroit. That's who I think
Kansas
is
City's the
No,
only
that's the
one
whole
left,
division.
right? Kansas
right.
City's the only threat
That's
left,
Green
right?
Bay too.
Yep,
Okay.
they're the only
Man,
ones
that's tough.
undefeated.
You know, I will say this. Okay. If you were to ask me which team in the NFL, either conference, would I rather see do it? It'd have to be the Kansas City Chiefs.
Really?
I'm not gonna lie.
Not the Bills. I
By
wouldn't
far.
want to see the Bills do it.
Because we
No,
wouldn't
never
have,
want that.
we would not have the current NFL and the AFC teams that we have if it wasn't for their owner and the Kansas City Chiefs. Like, that's why we call the
Win all
AFC
three Super Bowls
Championship
straight.
trophy the Lamar Hunt Trophy. Like, we wouldn't
He
even,
was
we
there
would
doing
not
the
have the
merger.
Miami Dolphins without the Kansas City Chiefs.
Well, I think he was just there for the merger.
I understand, but every team that came from the AFL owes their existence to Lamar Hunt.
Yeah, they was that league. AFL
I watched the whole
and NFL.
documentary on it. Crypto is fascinating about the
Yeah.
merger, man. But
I've
one of the
seen it.
things I took from the documentary was that ultimately every team in the AFC owes their existence. The original AFL teams owe their existence to Lamar Hunt.
Mm.
So if you're talking about a team that breaks our record, that's going to be the one I have to choose.
Mm.
I don't want none of them to do it. I'm just saying if I was the one to make the choice to rig it like the NFL does, then I would choose them.
Mm.
They're the
It'd
ones
be
that
crazy
seem
for
to
them to
be.
go undefeated.
Yeah, we don't want them to do it. But, I mean,
They're also the ones that seem to be holding down the last shred of tradition in this league. Hooked up,
yeah, I mean, if they did it, it would be like, okay, we got beat by a legitimate team. It wasn't a fluky thing that just happened. You know what I mean? If some
Right.
other team just, I don't know, happened to make it happen, it just wouldn't seem. It seemed
Yeah.
like we got
So
cheated.
somebody like
Whereas here, it'd be more like we got
the Panthers going undefeated or something.
Right.
Well,
Right. Or
yeah.
the Buccaneers.
or even the
for Christ's
Lions
sake.
or something. You know,
Or the Buccaneers, for
That's the
God's sake.
Lions, right?
Imagine if the Buccaneers did that. Oh, God, we'd never hear the end of it down here.
Lord.
Yeah, he wouldn't be able to do it. Wouldn't be able to escape the Tampa Bay taking over the whole state. Mm.
Jose's calling for an asterisk next to it for the Taylor Swift effect.
Taylor scripted
No, she ain't got no effect on
Sorry.
her magic wand.
They go undefeated. I might put an asterisk next to it as well, Jose. He says the Swifties are undefeated.
Mhm.
Yeah, none of
Mudbone
us
says
are
nope.
wanting it to happen, Mudbone.
Yeah, Mudbone says nope. F that. Need them to lose. Yep. Yeah. Hey, look.
At least one game.
Look at the
Need 'em
bright
to
side.
lose.
I don't
As
care.
long as
They
there's
can go 18
remember,
and 1.
remember,
Just
guys.
lose one.
Remember, guys. Every season, as long as there's a long, lingering, undefeated team, we always know if we crap out, we've got something to root for. So look at the bright side. You know, long as the Chiefs are undefeated, we'll have something to watch for. If our Dolphins just crap out, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's always on our list,
That'll
right?
be
It's
fun.
all.
Well,
It's
we have to
always.
That'll
do a
at least that'll at least
Mercury
make the
Morris.
Chiefs games fun for us to watch. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Larry Zonka, Kick, and Morris be out there, you know.
And
Well,
you know
Morris
what
is not
though?
there now. But
Ironically, and to ease people's minds, who are diehard Dolphin fans who cannot stand the thought of us even talking about this, to ease your mind, if you were to look at the odds right now, there is way better chance that the field wins the Super Bowl this year than the Kansas City Chiefs. So it's always like that. You know what I mean? Because there's 32 teams and there's so much more involved with one team making it that the field always has better odds than any given team.
That's true. I didn't
Well,
think
that's
about
So
it like that, but
it is
that's
way
true.
more likely that somebody else will win the Super Bowl that's not the Kansas City Chiefs. Believe it or not.
stopping what was the team that stopped each of everybody's three-peats? Ours, the Cowboys, and Steelers. And what was that team that
The
did
Giants, right?
that? To stop the Cowboys from doing it?
No, the Giants stopped the Patriots from doing it.
That's right.
No, did they win the two before? I thought they just won one. Didn't they?
I think the
I don't know.
Patriots were poised to win their third in a row, yeah. Because they
Was
did
it? I
do
thought it was a
4 out of
break in
5.
between.
They did get 4 out of 5, but they didn't do 3 in a row.
Was it?
I said they did do 4 out of 5, but they didn't do 3 in a row. Like they won 4 Super Bowls in 5 seasons. But they didn't do it. The one they lost was in between, was their second one, so they didn't do 3 in a row. Or the
That's
one
right.
they lost was their third one, so they didn't do 3 in a row.
Right.
And the one they lost, that non 3 in a row, was their 17-0 season.
Thank you, New York Giants. I will always be grateful. That was so close. That could not have been closer. If you
So
drew it up, how
let's see how
close?
long. Let's see how long this McDaniel presser is. I might still do it tomorrow because we're already at the 4-hour mark. Hold on, let me see here. If it's really short, I'm already doing it 1 1/4 speed, so that'll shorten it a little bit.
Oh, I
Yeah,
go
that
1.5. I
Yeah.
usually go 1.5. Sometimes I go 1.75 and just let him squeak. 'cause, you know,
Well, 1.5 is a little too fast for me, so I figured there's enough people in the audience it'd be a little slightly too fast for. Believe it or not, I know it seems amazing that you could make it too fast, but
Come on, dude.
the crazy thing is,
20,
I've always been a
23 minutes.
fan of the press conferences and was really expecting that Mike McDaniel would be like another Rizzy when it came to seeing press conferences, just like I always wanted to see Rizzy on a press conference. He was great every time. He's just such a great press conference dude. And Mike McDaniel's kind of disappointed me in the press conference arena. He makes a couple jokes and stuff, but it's just hard to watch.
Yes, it's hard to watch. It's hard to listen to.
We got 68 likes right now. If we get to 100 likes in the next 10 minutes, I'll do the video. I'll roast McDaniel now instead of waiting until tomorrow. But then obviously I'm going to have a tough time coming up with content tomorrow. other than the fact that we may be talking about Tyreek here a little more in the near future.
Or our new
So-
super dynamic quarterback, CJ Beathard.
Oh yeah, the one that knows McDaniel's system. You know, that one that should have been in the building yesterday. Yeah, so that's kind of crazy. Look at that. See, we didn't even get one like after I said that. So I should wait till
He
tomorrow.
maxed out.
I should wait till tomorrow just to teach the audience a lesson.
Man, come on, guys. Hit the like. Hit the like. Goodness.
I was like number 1, so I can't help you. You're already.
You can't help it. Pull up other devices hooked up, Joe.
There was at least 10 people that probably hit the
Oh yeah, that's
dislike
good. I
button
could
after I
just
said
log
that
in with
too.
6
You
usernames and just lick them all.
Well, even just on another device, I did it on my phone and I did it on my computer. So I probably was on two different. No, I was on the same one, but just the 2 different devices. I was able. I like to do that if I can get 2 or 3 likes on spaces, and help out however I can.
There's about a minute and 2 minutes and 30 seconds of
Either you're breaking up or I am.
No, that's Pam's blinker.
Oh.
I have a blinker, but I did hear Color breaking up a little bit though.
Oh, I am?
Then I thought it was just me.
Am I still breaking up?
No, you sound good now.
Okay, great. So what I was saying was there's 2 minutes and 30 seconds of placeholder again. So they make you sit there and wait for 2.5 minutes looking at the aqua and orange screen saying press conference will start soon.
It's the anticipation, man. I'm gonna build you up for it.
Yeah.
So are you saying it didn't start yet, or even if you go to it later, it still has that?
That's what I'm saying. They uploaded it and didn't cut it out.
Right. They don't trim that off.
It's like, wow, man. But YouTube will never flag them for re-uploading content.
Right.
Even though it starts the same way every time, which is why that algorithm accidentally flags it like it does us. So that's why we do dry openings now before we do our intro. To make it each video different in the first couple seconds of the video so YouTube's algorithm doesn't flag it for re-uploading content. It's like the stuff you got to do,
So you're saying dry opening. So you're saying you'll come in and talk for
come in and say, hey, everybody, I'm going to be talking about this, that, and the other. Stay tuned. And then I hit the intro. You know what I mean? Because
so
we were starting every episode with the intro, and the algorithm, we think the algorithm was flagging us for re-uploading for that. Because every video started the same way.
So do you have to change the length of your dry opening each time? 2 seconds,
No, I
5
just have
seconds?
to say something different.
Oh, gotcha.
Instead of, again, we were opening with the intro, which is the same every time. So the algorithm, we suspect the algorithm was thinking that we were re-uploading content.
There was a case where there were people restreaming it because I would go to another streamer on YouTube and they were restreaming what you were broadcasting.
Really?
They may have been considered
really?
Because I for sure saw that right around the time you were complaining about this, and I couldn't really describe it well enough to try to tell you what I was seeing.
I wouldn't mind knowing more about that and if those channels still exist and what their names are, because if it wasn't just somebody nefarious, because they do that, people try to do
nefarious. It was one of the other streamers that streams all the time, and I think he was just restreaming you for to get you out there or something like that.
Oh, okay.
It was definitely a friendly, and
That could have
Friendly
been.
fire.
I think I know. I think I remember who it is, but I don't want to say it online because it doesn't matter or anything. It wasn't malicious, but
Well, no, I
but
don't mean
I did see
malicious
it
in that respect, but
multiple
there are groups, there are people out there like from other countries that like they'll steal your intellectual property by creating something similar and then claiming that you're the one that stole from them. You know what I mean?
Right.
Jeez.
Yeah.
So your own content will get stricken, and it's like, wait a minute here. You know what I mean? You know, they weren't
Wow.
copyright striking us, but they were saying we were re-uploading content, and that may actually have something to do with it, even if it was accidental. Hooked up, Joe. That's man, interesting. See, we didn't know that was happening. Interesting.
Yeah, that's good to know, though. That's good to know. You can check it out. And
Because it happened to us twice. We got demonetized for it, like once each year, the past couple of seasons.
wow.
And they keep telling us, oh, for re-uploading content. We're like, what are you talking about? All of our stuff is original. We do it different every day. You know what I mean? But then we thought, well, maybe if we're doing the same intro all the time, maybe that algorithm is just thinking that. So we started doing the dry opening. Interestingly enough, I saw a lot of non-Dolphin YouTubers have started doing that over the last few months. So it may not have been exclusive to us.
I do
So
notice other
can you
tubers do that.
say, that the timing? So since you've been doing the dry opening, it's hard to say whether they just haven't.
Well, the algorithm thinks it's a different upload now every time. They don't think
Right.
we're pulling it from somebody else, or you know what I mean, or just re-uploading the same thing over and over again.
So you're pretty sure that worked.
So far, it has. I
Yeah.
mean, we don't know if that's why it was happening, but we,
Right.
given that it seems logical enough that we started doing that, and so far so good. You know.
Right. Right. I was just wondering if it was the fix or not. Like, I guess you'll know soon enough.
The problem is they don't communicate with you. There's no way to like, hey, yo, whatever it is, we'll fix it. We're not trying to like do anything nefarious. You know what I mean?
Right. Right. They don't
Them not being
explain it.
able to, when they can't give you an example, it's ridiculous. When you say, okay, what did we do so we don't do it again? They go, well, we don't know. We just have this algorithm told
Right.
us this, and we can't
You
give you
got to
any
wait a month.
example of
Exactly.
just
You
doesn't
got to
make any
try to.
sense.
You got to
That's
try
yeah.
shit and reapply in a month. Hope they approve you, and if not, you got to reapply in 90 days after that.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Oh,
And they
my
can't just
God.
tell you, hey, before you reapply again, this is what you need to do to fix it. And you know what their reasoning for keeping those guidelines a secret is? They don't want people to be able to circumvent the rules. It's like, okay,
we don't want you to break the rules, so we're not going to tell them. So
we're not going to tell you what the rules are, right?
That is so
It's like
asinine.
a catch-22.
Yes.
There's no way around that one. I mean,
that is just asinine.
So that's why they're a closed book when you say, hey, what are we actually doing to create that flag? Because we're not re-uploading content. You know, and they don't want to see it as a technical problem. They want to see it as, no, you must have been doing something and we can't tell you what that is.
But it sounds like
we haven't made it up yet.
It sounds like by what Joe was just saying, they don't know themselves. That's what it sounds like. They don't even know.
Correct. It's
Which
the
is
equivalent. It's the equivalent to Windows lying to you. People will say, what do you mean, Culler? How can Windows lie to you? Well, if you're in the IT field, you know it is a very real phenomenon that Windows lies to you, and there's a reason for it. Because back before AI and large language models and before computers got a little smarter than they were, the person that programmed all the error messages was a human. And he had to type in all these different messages. Oh, your memory is low, or RAM, there's a problem with the RAM, or whatever. You know what I mean?
right.
And so And so whenever the operating system would come across a problem that it has never seen before and can't identify, it would randomly pull a error message out and spit it out because it doesn't know what else to do. So quite frequently, it was a known thing that error messages might mean nothing because Windows literally lies to you. It's not its fault. It doesn't know it's doing that. You know what I mean?
Right.
But
Right.
there wasn't an error message for every single little error that could be caused. So Windows would just pick one.
Wow. Wow.
The
Or
reason
any
I was thinking
operating
it might have
system.
been the other one rebroadcasting as the double upload thing is because they do, that's how they know if you're doing copyright material. They have
Right.
they basically listen to everything and do
Right.
and do
not only copyrighted,
matching,
right,
but
not
they're
only
also doing
copyright.
it with other content. So what they
Right. Well,
could have
I
easily
don't.
seen is the other streamer and your streamer, and they're exactly the same. So they
Right.
mark it as a restream. I mean,
Right.
as
Right.
a
Which is separate from a copyright. It's a different issue. It's
right,
not somebody striking me for copyright or
right.
anything. It's they're saying because YouTube's internal rules don't allow you to take other people clips of other people's stuff, like all these get rich quick schemes where they tell you re-upload this and that. That's against the rules, right? So what's happening is they're not saying we're stealing anybody's copyright. They're saying that the other rule that you can break is, let's say I do a video that gets 1 million views. Well, why don't I just re-upload that same video and get another 1 million views on another video?
Right.
That's against the rules. So the same system that looks for copyright infringements is also tasked with making sure you're not doing that.
And their
Re-uploading them all.
algorithms just are not that smart. They basically
Right.
just go, "Oh, I found a match. You're restreaming."
You're
I
restreaming,
mean,
right? You're
even
re-uploading content, right? You're
even
not
when it's a live
original. You're not
broadcast,
original enough is what another one they hit us with. Your content's not original enough. Like, what do you mean it's not original enough?
so that algorithm matching of the audio, which is I wouldn't imagine they do the video too. They can just match up the audio and see
Right.
that it matches up. The weird thing is it's a live stream. It's not an upload, and it's like, how are you going to live stream something?
The same thing over and over again. Exactly.
It's, I guess you could
Not
just
to
live
mention
stream a
Not to
recording, but
mention that if a human lays eyes on our show, even if we were opening it with the intro every time, all it has to take is a human to lay eyes on our show to see what we're trying to do. We're just trying to present a show like any other show on a network. Like, and a human could plain as day determine that.
What, is someone trying to cancel you guys?
No, we're talking about in
talk
the
about
past
old times.
when we've been demonetized for in the past.
Oh.
Well, it just sounds like
is that there's no physical person actually interacting with you. That's the problem. It only takes 2 seconds to look at our shows and see, oh, it's the same intro every time because they're trying to have a consistent show.
But it just sounds like
We're
it
trying to
is
give it
not
a little
person.
air of professionality. We're a bunch of amateurs and we wanted to make it look professional. Yeah, so what? Why would you want to watch if it didn't? You know what I mean?
Right. It's a machine, and it only looks for, certain things, and it's not smart enough to,
Well, again,
like I said, no person is looking at it.
Jose says we're too live stream heavy, and we think that that's the problem YouTube has with us, but won't admit it. So Jose's right. We think like Jose's on to something. You know what I mean? Like we think that that's what they have a problem with, and they just won't admit it to us.
Too live stream heavy,
they
as
certainly
in
like that
human
ad
should.
revenue. Because remember, they're still getting ad revenue whether we're monetized or not. So
Hey,
I heard
they don't stop
how
putting
true-
ads on the video because we don't get a cut of it anymore. You know,
how true did anybody ever find out, or how true that Tyreek is selling his house
That's so far confirmed. If somebody wants to look on his wife's Instagram, supposedly she confirmed it on her Instagram.
They're
I
having
don't
more
go to.
kids
I
and
don't
they need a
use
bigger house.
If you're wondering, guys, I don't use Instagram on this desktop, so that's just me. My own protocols.
They need a 22-bedroom house. They're having more kids.
Wait,
The
with the same mother though?
question hooked up is, where is this house going to be?
Yeah, they might just be all moving in together.
I
You know
mean,
what
they
I
all
mean?
might
Get
be
all
moving
the
in
whole
together.
soccer
Yeah,
team and just move into one house.
maybe he's going to become Amish.
Yeah, I could see him thinking that, but I can't see his wife thinking that. I'm thinking she's going to say, no, that ain't happening.
His house did have a fire or something, so he might just be like, you know what? I'm just going to.
It's
I
true,
didn't like
Joe.
this house anyway. It smells
Oh,
of
that
fire and it gives me bad memories, and my kids don't like it. And I got enough money. I'm selling this crap and I'm going to move.
Oh, that
Plus,
is a
people know where I
logical
live
reason.
now,
That is a
That
logical
is.
reason,
and
but
the
it's not
police know where
near.
he lives now, and
That
they
is a
really want to
logical
get
reason.
harassed.
That is a
That
logical reason, but it's not near as fun as him getting traded, bro.
Yeah, we like let's stir up that.
I heard something
Either
about him
trade talk
going
or
to
decor.
NFC.
But I'm usually wrong about everything, so he'll probably get traded.
Hey, it wouldn't
I
hurt
don't
my
know about
feelings
that.
at all.
Real quick, on the Deal Setters Instagram page, not hers, but on the Deal Setters, the ones that posted it, there's a user that shows 3 emojis with heart eyes, and that user's name is Pacheco Architecture.
Mm.
Does anybody know if Isaiah Pacheco is doing some real estate on this or some architecture on the side?
Oh,
Wow.
interesting.
I'm trying to find her on here to see it because they say that she confirmed it, but I don't know what her Instagram thing is.
I'm just ready to see Tua come back and see what happens. I think we're going to see Tua of last year. I think we're going to see that toss the ball like that whole that wanted to make it through the year play that we got last year, which was no scrambling and just toss it away as quick as possible and all that kind of stuff.
Right,
I have
right.
a feeling we're going to kind of revert back to that and maybe try to open it up a little slower than him going flat out head first into somebody. I think he didn't really get y'all know my take. He was feeling okay the next day. I don't think he's wearing a Guardian cap because he's like, I didn't get concussed. I don't think he felt like he got concussed and the whole thing was a big scam. Just
I think you're on to
demeanor,
something.
his whole attitude, the way he talks about everything. He's like, it's personal choice for me not to wear a Guardian cap. Just the way he even said from my concussion, just in the interview, that's why I watch the interviews instead of read them, because you get a lot from that way they say things and just the whole demeanor. And I agree with him. I think it was ridiculous for him to be on IR when he flew to Seattle. Just 2 and 1 and 1 do not equal 3.
Correct. That's absolutely correct. The flight
Anyways,
was shocking.
Oh, go ahead, Bam.
Oh, that's all I was going to say is that the flight that he took that was kind of shocking.
Yeah, I'm at a point I don't even give it damn anymore. As long as we go get a new quarterback, try to get Ward this year.
We need a backup quarterback that doesn't have a 2-to-1 interception to touchdown ratio.
Yeah,
we need a backup quarterback too, but I'm not saying Skyler's all that, but Skyler, I mean, they even failed him. So, our quarterback coaches suck. You're supposed to improve as a quarterback, not become less of a quarterback, digress.
And that's exactly what I think as well. He completely digressed. It was
Yeah.
terrible.
I mean, like his first game was, regardless, was a great game.
Right.
And even like the second time he came out, he wasn't that bad. This year he came out, and it's just like, what the hell happened?
Right. But
What
even
are our
like in
coaches doing?
preseason, you could see it. I was like, good Lord, he looks terrible. What happened? And I kept thinking, okay, the next preseason game, he'll look better. And he looked better than Mike White, but that wasn't saying anything.
Nah. So I don't, and like,
So she's tagged in it. She's tagged in the post, but I don't
and I guess
see a
from
reaction from her.
what Culler was saying earlier and all them is that McDaniels picked Boyle.
Yeah.
I don't
That's
understand the
that
Boyle.
that's like, says it all. He should not be picking anybody.
Well, and the thing is
Oh, there it
if
is right there. There it is right there. She did, in fact. Oh, no, that's the person that tagged her. View replies.
But it's easy enough to go to the address and look up and see if it's for sale or not. It's
Yeah,
not like
that's the best. Yeah,
it's a hidden.
Well,
If
that's
you do
what
the
this
address.
site. That's what this site does. Hooked up is that it's an Instagram page that puts up real estate postings. You know what I mean? So
Hot property fresh
based
off
on that,
fire.
I'm willing to go with it. I was just hoping to look for some proof that she confirmed it. You know what I mean? Because they said that she mentioned it on her Instagram page or something, but I don't see that. But again, that the deal setters, that's a place that, that's what they actually do is post real estate listings. Like that was one of the first results, when I
And
looked
per
for
the
a site
chat,
to look that information up on.
one reason to not really be talking about starting quarterbacks, when I say we need viable backup, that can actually play the game as the quarterback when we need a quarterback to play the quarterback position, period. I mean, that's right now, we're not getting somebody that's going to beat out Tua. We just need somebody. I mean, the whole idea we need a starting quarterback is the comment. And while, yeah, it would be nice if we had a quarterback that was a starting quarterback, you also got to look at just every quarterback that started. That's every first round quarterback since the Tua draft. There's like, how many franchise quarterbacks are there? There's just not that many quarterbacks out there. You're gonna that are viably a franchise quarterback. It's like head coaches. There's a huge girth.
They're more of a franchise. There's more of the sense Tua that are franchise material than what Tua is.
Not that many people. Like name if there's like what are you going to go with CJ Stroud?
Yeah, I actually, yeah.
As a franchise quarterback already.
Yeah.
And
now that I'm thinking about it, I can't think of any.
And that's what I'm saying. I listed them all out.
No, I could do it. I had some. I know
like even Trevor
like 3
Lawrence. Like, is he really?
To me, he's like on the same page as Tua.
That's my point. And he's one of the. And if you look at the list, he's one of the top of the list of anybody you'd say is a viable candidate for
the dude
franchise
Daniels?
quarterback. And some of them do good
Well,
for a little bit.
Tua is a French fries quarterback.
Yeah, French fries. Yeah.
Just kidding. Hey, but real quick, so let's. I want to get into this Mike McDaniel presser. We're at 72 likes, people. Come on, 4 of you could only bring yourself to hit the like button. Oh my God.
I don't know what's so hard. It's like when I first come on
I don't
the show,
either. Especially when there's
That's
people
the
out
first
there
thing
that
I
straight
do.
there's people out there that straight beg for money and get it, and I can't even get a like. Like, geez, man. Anyway, so let's get on with this here.
All right.
I've
Okay,
watched
so
some of
elaborate
this.
something?
This is torture. I'll just let you know.
Anyone else be designated to return this week? And if not, are any of the eligible guys, Craycraft, Lynn, Good, Chubb, McMorris, are any of them close where we might see them in the game in early to mid-November?
Whoa.
That is a lot, but I had to pack in 5 names. There are 5 names eligible.
No, yeah, there are. I don't. It's not out of the complete question, but I don't foresee. This week, wasn't really where my timeline was. I'm looking at each day, and I can't at least forecast it this week. But beyond that,
We know.
I don't
Just answer the
anticipate,
question.
anything this week.
Hey,
And as
can you
far
speed
as,
it up?
November, I think if I'm worried about November right now, everyone will be pissed.
Listening to him is like listening to a politician.
Mike, there are 2 things related to Tua that I'm trying to straighten out. Maybe you can help me. Obviously, he went on IR, so he missed 4 games, and there's a bye week. So that's 5 weeks to recover from the concussion. And yet the other day, he said that the very next day after the hit, he was symptom-free. So how do those 2 things go together?
Oh, wow. What a question. How do you reconcile those 2 differences, Mike McDaniel? Great question. Thank you.
I think
Here goes
the
an
most
hour.
important thing is to understand the nature of which the decision is made, and however people define symptoms. Did he elaborate on that based upon, it's pretty simple. Like, we maximize the amount of experts that their expertise is in the brain and the head, right? And then we do everything we can to make sure that all of those things are available, and our training staff works with players 100% of the time to do right by them. And so as you're acquiring the information, and as you're working through it, it's pretty simple when the medical experts are advising you to do one thing. The whole issue was that needed time to rest for that injury, and so then that makes it pretty cut and dry when I'm not going to enter into anything outside of especially with people's careers and with the organization. We're trying to do right, so then you're trying to establish a time frame. You don't know how things are going to look whenever, so you make that decision based upon the medical experts. So I would attribute that to maybe what symptom free. What does that even? Does that mean? I don't know. I'm not a medical expert, and in terms of like.
Then why are you trying to
that even mean?
contradict what
And
Tua said?
relative to the science, why is it important to have rest? These are things that I think it would be incredibly irresponsible.
The man said he didn't have any
I made a
symptoms.
decision
Why are you
based
trying to
upon,
contradict him if you're not a doctor?
however many weeks removed, a casual statement of symptom free. So I can't explain.
So basically,
he
he's
just
saying
called. He
nerve
just said.
damage.
He just called Tua a casual. He just said that Tua made a casual statement about being symptom free. So he's basically saying Tua don't know what he's talking about, but I'm not a doctor.
Fencing in the
Did
middle
I
of the
read
field
that
means
wrong? Did I
nothing.
hear that incorrectly?
Any more concrete with no BS. Very simple. Experts tell me we handle business with these human beings that are not just whatever. They're human beings that we have relationships with. And you do right by people and the organization by not anything other than seeking the expert medical advice and moving forward with that.
Like I asked you on Monday, you said you need more information. Do you know now Snoop's availability? And obviously,
Again, he acts like he's the one that had the concussion. You know, like, oh, the medical experts. Yeah. What about Tua's decision?
we brought in CJ. So who's your backup this week?
Who that'll be dependent upon. I just want to see how guys play this week. Snoop, I don't think is gonna be available this week. So based upon how I see Skylar operating, how I see Tim, how I see CJ, make an opinion or decision based upon that. So they're in our current situation, there's not any predetermined
Who the
I have
hell
the
is
right
CJ?
answer. I'll watch
Feathered.
and adjust, but right now we're assessing, and we'll do that on the practice field today.
You obviously Tua has had 5 weeks of rust, not being able to practice or throw with his teammates. Do you go back into your expansive playbook and just say, okay, everything's status quo, let's do motions and chips and things of that nature as we were doing 5 weeks ago?
Yes. No, no, I mean, I think you're laughing when you're asking the question, but no, I think you're looking more for the yes or no. I think you have to. It's like anything else. You have to, every decision of every play, which to break it down, where everyone's aligned relative to the field position, who's in what direction, what type of play, all of those things, every single thing that has to do with any portion of a play is a intentional decision. So as you can imagine, I don't even try to. I'm not forecasting to be right all the time. I'm clear. You're clearly that's not the objective. You're trying to look through. Okay, well, how can I get Tua to be best part of the team in the way he needs to be, which is he needs to be the captain. He needs to be the leader of this team, and he needs to feel complete ownership of his game. So knowing all that, staying in literally daily conversations for the last 5 weeks, and staying into game plans, being able to share with him why we're doing one thing here, and adjust this a little bit from the way we do it when you're a quarterback, and doing various things, and a lot of schematic football conversations that you don't always have time to have, based upon him being a resource or an available resource, and me being available to him and talking through those things. You're trying to build on what the team is doing right now, and then utilize his strengths, because the objective is that everyone is playing their most comfortable, for the first time since week 1. So
Okay, so how does that pertain to week 1 and week 2, Mike?
Could you imagine taking a shot every time he says
No, I don't drink like that. But I mean, he just went on a long soliloquy about why things are different when there's different quarterbacks in, when we know that there's not anything different. So he's basically saying, I've been able to talk with Tua because he's available as being unavailable. He's available for me to, show him why I'm calling this different for them than when he's in the game and all that. Like, why does all that matter to Tua?
It's one big word salad.
Yeah, no, and Culler,
that
I've
talks
said this
about
from
nothing.
and Culler, I've said this from the beginning. This proves how, to me, he's not as much of a genius as people make him out to be, because his system is so catered to Tua that he can't adjust the system to these other quarterbacks, because the system is very focused on Tua, where it can't be adjusted at all to the other quarterbacks in this system.
Well, Omar asked him how to, if y'all, I know it's hard to remember because of the answer, but Omar simply asked him how he's going to mitigate rust for Tua,
I don't
since he
want to
hasn't
hear it
been
anymore.
throwing in 5 weeks.
Yeah,
I
don't want it.
Yeah, the word salad.
That was the question.
It's the best non-answer that he ever gave. Like, that's a non-answer.
It's a word salad just spinning around in a circle.
I know what it is, but none of it pertains to the question.
To nothing. Yeah.
I mean, you could spin and have word salad and at least make it on topic.
Yeah,
This
It,
is
it
honestly,
isn't.
this is
You know what it,
another.
you
It
know what it,
changes the
Is he
possession.
drunk?
you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of, hey, what are you going to do to fix this problem that you have? Oh, well, Jim is over here doing this.
Yeah, that doesn't explain to what you're gonna do to fix
Yeah.
your own issue and stuff like that. No, and this is another issue with McDaniel I've noticed this year and the year before when he comes to do these post game press conferences, and when he doesn't really give a direct answer on what he like. It's
Yeah,
this
we know
weird.
all that. That's why we're playing it in a 1 1/4 speed, man. We know all that.
Yeah, no, that's what like that's he's I don't.
Y'all got to get beyond that. We all know all that. I'm trying to decide. That's the whole reason I'm doing this, so I can help you understand what he's actually saying.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to explain that because
Well,
it's
I can.
pointless dribble.
Watch me. Watch me.
It's
I was
pointless dribble.
watching
Much of
All right,
TD
I'm
watching
gonna
this.
get
He
back
he
to
had
the
to turn
video.
it
I'm gonna
off.
get back to the video now, guys. Thank you. I'm gonna get back to the video now.
what the NFL season is you are for us half of the stuff that we've built towards or evolved in our offense is coming from all right this idea comes from this issue that this defense presented or when we try to execute this ball handling or this type of play fake is really hard for you to see. Okay, well, I prefer you're able to see. Let's change this, that, or the other. So I wouldn't say it's a way different set of circumstances, and I think you don't just go absolute with any individual. You try to meet everyone in the middle because it's not about what he's comfortable with. It's about us winning a football game, and how does any and every decision is based kind of upon that. And it would probably be. Maybe my younger years, but I'm a seasoned vet, so I don't assume that he is. I mean, you don't go and you don't ride the Tour de France on the first time you pick the bike back up. You probably do. So that's kind of the way we're approaching it, and excited to see.
Well, get ready for 0 points, ladies and gentlemen. There you go.
Start the process.
Piggyback on that, if I could. You found a lot of success the last 2 weeks, power running, 40 plus carries each of the last 2 weeks. Wouldn't imagine we see that when you have your QB1 back. But is the identity of this team maybe changed, and the wide open stuff that we saw last year and you tried early in the year, maybe get away from that a bit?
I think you try to have a football team that is able to do whatever it takes to win the game. Now we have some very good players involved in the pass game, some of the best players in the league. So you get them involved, but does that change? Does that change your ratio of things? Not if the one thing I'm not going to do is do something that isn't motivated by winning the football game. So if it calls for, I think that
say that a little louder for the people in the back of the room, McDaniel.
In the midst of something that nobody's fired up about, which is losing 3 out of 4 and being at 2-4. Nobody wants that. That sucks. However, in that it's not about seasons that aren't defined by week, whatever week we're in, but the 7th game. You got a trivia question. What's the percentage of teams that are 2-4 that end up having the same ratio of wins to losses at the end of the season? I'm going to quickly say I have no idea. Okay, because no one does, and it's a $1 billion business that people
actually, bro, people do
care about.
It's a very low chance.
Stuff, and I've learned one thing in life: when you have no control and you care, it's either going to be you're going to be really pumped or you're going to be really pissed. The bottom line is we have found the ability to run the ball with kind of the way that we kind of forecasted our evolution into year 3. That is hugely important when you're talking about down the stretch matchups.
All he's telling me is they completely spent the offseason. That's all he's telling me. You just found this ability to run? What did we do last year? Did we just dream up 18 running touchdowns from one guy? I don't know. Did I imagine that?
He needs a dunce hat.
Huh.
Game that it's win or go home, which invariably everyone does. You don't get to pick, well, we like passing the ball. You know, is your advantage running it? Well, you better be able to run the ball that game because their pass rushers are unbelievable. And if you put yourself in known passing situations, you're going to have 4 turnovers.
Well, you don't say.
To me, you need
Especially
your
with Tua.
team to be able to do whatever it takes to win. And the silver lining, is finding the pieces of growth in the midst of team, us not getting the desired results and losing. So in that, 2 things can be true. You can lose and you can develop. Okay. But there's at some point that development has to turn into wins, or it can't be real development. That piece, there's several positivities within the team that what were unknowns could appear to be strengths. And I think that only helps us, and we'll do whatever to make sure that we'll do whatever to win a game. And I think the good news is
Except when we don't do everything to win the game.
And players and coaches alike are never more all for doing whatever it takes to win than when you lose.
You just a boost to the morale of this team it'll provide to just have Tua out there on the practice field for the first time?
Yeah, I think it will be a big deal considering he's the captain and leader of this franchise.
Oh
He's
my
the
God, they make it
franchise
even
QB.
worse.
Without
Their questions make it even
when
worse.
Players are voting for the captains. He's he has the most votes. That to me is the best way to establish an indicator of who they feel is their leader. He has had tremendous growth each year, and was particularly this year.
Are we really?
In terms
Are
of
we?
that,
Are we really still questioning whether the men see Tua as their leader or not? Is that really what he's answering right now? That question, first of all. And then to be given this answer like this, like, bro, yeah, they're fine with him. Of course, we're still deciphering through whether the guys think Tua is their leader. Are you serious?
Being a leader and what that means.
I think I'm becoming stupider just watching
into
this.
That. And I think during this stretch where he hasn't been on the field, he's at an even more powerful place with the team, just based upon his feet on the ground and not just saying but showing that his love for the team and his teammates is stronger than his individual circumstance.
Well, they must know something we don't know.
Up to play, not coach on the sidelines in the white, but I think
likely why he's pissed, because they probably all told him to go out there and show the world he's pissed.
Excited to have their quarterback back.
What did you guys like about CJ Beathard?
CJ was
CJ Beathard,
3rd round draft pick in the first year that I was in San Francisco. So as an assistant coach, and
so was Nick Mullins.
I was run game coordinator and then offensive coordinator there. I worked pretty hands on with him, so I know a lot about CJ and what I like about him
we
is
all
his competitive drive, his arm talent, and his toughness. And I think he's a competitor through and through.
Oh yeah, why don't you start him?
We were excited to have the opportunity. We had I reached out to him at
anybody
right
know what
after
Pete thinks
he
about the
had his
CJ
injury still in
Beathard
Jacksonville,
move?
and
He's probably
so
already calling for
he
him
let
to
us know
start.
when he was fully healthy, and excited that we had the opportunity to have him.
Mike, you noted on. Go ahead, so.
Mike, what was, sorry for kind of beating a dead horse here, but what was
Oh, don't worry, it's my life.
what was the process of, I guess, letting Tua know that he would be returning to practice this week? Like, is this something that, I mean, over the weekend you just said, "Oh, hey, you're coming back," or like, how long is he?
Oh my God.
You know, I can't remember the exact day, but like I had to wait to make sure there was nothing. You know, that you don't undermine these information sessions and these meetings he has with medical experts. And so once we got through at the maybe in the last week, you know, I talked to him about it. I can't remember the exact time.
Mike,
it was, there's a lot of
we know he was
things that had to be done before.
we know he was done with the medical professionals by then, bro. Stop it with the medical professionals getting in your way. Tua admitted it himself. Okay. He wasn't talking to medical professionals up to the day you thought, well, we want him to play next week, but we got to wait till he's done with that conversation over there. Bullshit. Just answer the damn question.
Before he could just stamp that, you know, that.
Hey, here's a better idea. Why don't you give the medical professionals the headset and they can come call the game this weekend?
One thing I don't want to do is tell him something and then be like, oh yeah, well, yeah, just talk to the medical experts, and I'm gonna have to pull back, you know, like that. So waited through that.
See what I'm saying? It's like so programmed. Medical experts. No, he talked to his doctor. It's like, oh, Tua, we want you to play this week. Oh, well, I just talked to the medical experts. What did he have? 500 phone calls? Like, get off of it, McDaniel. Nobody believes you.
And you know, and yeah, I'm old school, so I kept it real and communicated it with my words.
The hell does that mean? I'm old school, so I was keeping it real. I picked up the old telegraph machine and tapped him out a message. The hell did that mean?
To his face, and we talked about it. And he's, you know, I think he
telling him he's got to play this week is like he's acting like he was delivering funeral news. I feel like I had to be an OG and tell him right to his face. You know, I think I owed him the respect of letting him know to his face because I'm kind of, you know, old fashioned. You know.
I think it was smoke signals, maybe.
Like, what are we telling him? His mom? Oh no, I'm not. Wow. Hey Tua, bad news, buddy. You got to play this week. Oh dang it, coach. But I was just talking to the medical experts.
He's known the whole time that there's nobody that wants him out there more than I do. But none of us were gonna shortchange.
They are so done with Tua.
We have to everyone.
It's unreal.
him included.
This reminds me of Adam Gase when they kept asking him about Tannehill's return, and he finally was like, "Why do you keep asking me about this guy?" Remember that, Pam?
Yeah, like over and over and over.
Literally,
It
right,
was
and he
stupid.
literally used those words like, "Why do you keep asking me about this guy?" Like, who's this guy? It's your quarterback, dude.
This guy. Yep. Right.
And just go rogue and start setting up timelines and what we're gonna do. You know, before that time came. So I feel very good about how we attacked you know, this whole process and how he came out of it to this day. And then he's, you know, we'll you know, and you hope for a couple of days of good work, so then you have no blips and you're cleared to play. But you know that you control what you can control, and you have the injury, you get the
holy shit! I just figured it out. The guy does
best
nothing but
information
talking
possible.
cliches. Like he
And
sits,
you know,
he
Tua is allowed
literally
to
strings 10
have
cliches
conversations,
together
and
and makes
you know,
it a
decide what
sentence.
he wants to do with his career. Always, that's every player. And
Because you
Tua
know,
is
at the end of the
excited about
day,
these
you
meetings
can
and
only
what he wants to
control what
do,
you can
say in the players.
control. You know, so after talking to the medical
Little news it is.
experts,
Yeah.
It's a run-on cliche.
I wanted to do it the old-fashioned way, which was face to face. I thought I owed him that respect, with all due respect. But at the end of the day, it's the beginning of the evening, and yeah, what? Oh my gosh, we could have done without that one. Hey, all I know is, okay, we ran out of quarterbacks to make look like trash to prop Tua up. So now the coach is like just going to act like a complete dunce. So we all think Tua is the smartest guy in the room now. Is that what he's perpetrating here? Yeah, I really have no idea who's playing this weekend. I really couldn't tell you. Because it's a process, and you know, yeah, and in that process, there's players' feelings, and then there's what the coaches want from them, and those two things are need to really have a balance struck across the NFL. You see this with every team, and when your quarterback is injured. Big Nick, help me out here, bro. Am I wrong?
No, man. Goddamn, Culler. What do you want from me, man? What do you want from
Trying
me,
to be
Culler?
talked off the ledge about McDaniel, bro. He's just so inept, dude.
Culler. Your hate for Tua is unreal, man.
Hate for Tua?
Yeah, like,
Man, I
where'd
think
you
the
get that
man's
from?
gonna get us. I think the
Where'd
man's
you
gonna
get the
get us a
statement
win this
from,
week,
Culler?
bro.
Where did you get the statement from? Now, Mike McDaniels want us to believe Tua's the smartest guy. Who the hell? What are you talking about?
No. Hold on. That's apart from what Tua. I'm saying Tua wants people to stop doing that shit to him. I'm saying Mike McDaniel thinks he has to do that.
Do what? He's answering the question.
I'm not saying Tua got anything to do with it.
You
In that regard.
had to heard the part before, Big Nick. You would have had to heard
Like, it
what
seems
else he
like
was
McDaniel's
saying.
constantly trying to do stuff that Tua don't need done for him.
What are you talking about?
Like,
You
bro.
don't know what they're privy to in the background. You don't know
Bro,
if McDaniel and Tua sit down and say, okay.
All I know is what we just heard was a bunch of gish galloping nonsense that makes me think we have no head coach at the helm, dude.
What kind of insight did Don Shula ever give you?
I never watched back then. I didn't watch pressers.
What kind of insight did Jimmy Johnson give you? What kind of insight did
I didn't
Adam
watch
Gase?
pressers
What kind of
when Jimmy
insight does
Johnson
any
was our
coach give
coach.
you?
I can tell you what kind of insight Adam Gase gave me and Brian Flores.
Give it to me. Tell me.
Oh, man, I ain't going to go through all that, bro.
Because Brian Flores didn't say shit
Oh,
ever.
bro, I roast Brian Flores all the time with his whole, we're going to get in the film, make the corrections. I do that all the time. That's all you'd ever hear out of Flores.
I don't know, man. I just be wanting to come over here sometimes.
Make the
I just be
corrections.
wanting to come to the fan tailgate channel sometimes, man. Hear us talk about the opponent, how we can attack
Bro,
their
you've been
weaknesses.
missing me. You've been missing me the last. Hold on, Big Nick. You've been missing me the last week because, bro, I thought that presser from Tua the other day was absolute fire, bro. I'm ready to run through a brick wall for Tua. I would have ran in that press conference, put up a wall right next to him, and ran right through it, right in front of him.
Yeah, I don't care about the presser. I'm talking about where can we attack Arizona? What is Arizona missing? How you know,
We
where
can
we
attack.
have the
Oh, I
advantage
can
at?
tell you.
Can Tyreek and Jalen get off this week because of their
I can
cornerback?
tell you, Big Nick. They got the
You know,
26th ranked. They got the 26th ranked pass defense, so that's first and foremost.
how do they measure up against our run defense? How is our pass defense? That's what I've been wanting to hear.
Big Nick, you asked me a question. I'm trying to answer. They can't stop the run. Okay. No, nor can any team in the league. And we have the number one pass defense in the league. in several metrics. So sound defense, run the ball, pass it when we need to, and get our playmakers involved.
Oh, you mean have a game plan that makes sense? Oh, what?
Execute where we haven't been for the past whole season.
Exactly. It's just, it makes too much sense, Color. Come on.
I'll tell you this. Our penalties we have been keeping them to under our average, which was 10. We only passed 2 games in a row. We only had 6 penalties, which is still too many because they're at the wrong time. But we gotta clean up penalties too. Obviously, we can't
Have
be
you guys
shooting
had an
ourselves in the
opportunity
foot.
to watch the All 22?
I'm sorry.
Did you guys have the opportunity to watch the All 22?
I've already heard enough about it, Big Nick, and I'm not gonna look.
Huntley is not an NFL quarterback.
No. I'm not gonna let you
Huntley
do this.
is not an
I'm not
NFL
gonna let
quarterback.
you do this, Big Nick. We're at 5 hours already. I'm not gonna hear a bunch of propaganda about how bad Huntley was, bro.
He is
I'm
not
gonna
an
hear
NFL
that.
quarterback. Did you watch the
I don't
film?
need to hear that, bro. I know Tua makes this team better. I don't need you to tell me about the All 22.
No, the reason, but listen, you don't want to hear about all 22, but you can have people insinuate. You can have people insinuate that we don't have a semblance of a game plan.
I am
Yet
not the All
still,
22
that doesn't
guy,
make
bro.
sense.
I am not the All 22 guy. I call the games
Color.
on Sunday. If you want to
Color.
hear my interpretation of the football game,
No,
watch
Color.
my show from Sunday.
Color, listen to me before you go get all defensive. Listen to what I'm
Tired
saying.
of this nonsense, bro.
Listen to what
I
I'm
don't give
saying
a
before
shit
you
what
go
Tyler Huntley didn't
before
do.
you ball up in the corner. Listen to what I'm saying.
No, you listen to me. I don't
How
give a
can
shit
you
what Tyler
not
Huntley
criticize
didn't
Huntley?
do. I
How
don't
can you
give a
not
shit.
criticize Huntley?
I don't give a shit what Tyler Huntley didn't do.
Then why do you allow people to say Mike McDaniel didn't have a game plan? That's untrue.
Oh my God. I don't control people's mouths.
Man, but you're trying to control mine by not talking about Huntley.
Okay, bro. Okay. No, I'm done with my show.
You don't want me to talk about Huntley, though.
No, you come at the first hour mark when I drop the link like everybody else did. I'm at 5 hours right now, bro.
Okay. But that doesn't negate the fact. That people think Mike McDaniel doesn't have a game plan when fucking Huntley is missing every wide open receiver
bro.
on the field.
We're 2-4.
Oh my God. This is oh my God.
So thanks for the podcast, Color. Thanks for having me up. I appreciate it. And I hope you guys have a good night. And go Dolphins.
I don't think Julian Hill is an NFL player. I don't think Tyler Huntley.
McDaniel hasn't had a proper game plan since Dallas last year.
Oh my! And again, you're saying that you're not an all 22 guy.
Wait a minute.
You don't see the hypocrisy in that?
Wait a minute. Are you saying that Tua couldn't find the receivers back then? Because Tua was the quarterback.
Oh my goodness gracious!
I know what the All 22 shows. The All 22 shows the same thing.
What are you talking about?
The All 22 shows the same thing. I know
and
what
it shows. It also shows Tua leading the NFL in passing.
Oh, whoopty! In
yardage.
So
what are you talking about?
In yardage.
What are you talking about?
A whole
Tua, they're doing their job with other factors. That's not the point. The win lose is not the point.
A whole
Color. The win
lose. Let me
the
go
results
write
are not the
newspapers.
point.
Let me go write newspapers about 4,600 yards.
The fucking results are not the point. The point is you don't want to recognize that this man has no semblance of an NFL quarterback. But you're going to allow somebody to say that McDaniel didn't have a game plan? That's crazy.
You're telling me nothing new. I don't care to.
You don't know what I'm telling you because you won't stop talking.
I spent the last 4 years waiting for this guy to learn how to play football.
I don't give a damn about your opinion on that shit because the man just got a $207 million contract and your ass on the YouTube channel.
Right, and it was a waste of money. It was a waste of money.
Stop
It was a waste of money. Waste
That
of
man
money.
got a over $200 million
Waste
contract,
of
and you
money.
on YouTube talking
Buyer's
about him going
remorse,
out of
bro.
of
That's
Buyer's
crazy.
remorse.
Waste of money.
It's just like buying a car that's a lemon, bro. We bought a
You
lemon.
can do better, right, Color?
Not
I
as
can
long
do
as you're
better.
gonna. Not as long
I
as you're
can
gonna
do
put
better.
words in my mouth. I know I can't.
I can
Hold
do
on.
better
I don't
with
want to
it.
talk to you. I want to talk to Capitan and Lisa. Listen to me.
No.
All I'm saying, Capitan, you cannot say that I don't watch the film and then allow people to come on your platform and say McDaniel don't have a game plan.
I can say
That's
whatever I
crazy
want to
talk.
say.
I will
People
say
can
this.
say whatever they want to say.
I'll say this. Mike McDaniel's game plan is
short
not
of
conducive.
breaking the YouTube rules, short of the N word, and short of any other forms of,
Listen.
things that nobody can accept. Other than that, people can say whatever the fuck they want to say.
Yeah, people can say whatever they want. What we will allow them to say is different. Here's the thing.
So Capitan, did you watch the All 22 of Ty Huntley?
This last game?
Yeah.
No, I didn't watch it yet. I haven't had
Okay,
the
so
time yet.
when you watch All 22 and you missing motherfuckers crossing its face, you missing motherfuckers wide open, even on timing plays.
Yeah, it's been like that since
You're
Dallas.
gonna still criticize the game plan?
Did you watch the All 22 after
Yes.
every game after
you know
Dallas?
why I
Okay.
am? You know
That's
why
all
I
I'm
am,
saying.
Big Nick?
I tap out. I tap out.
You know why I do hold Mike McDaniel's feet to the fire on that? Is because he's got to know that the talent at the quarterback position, whether the scheme and game plan is sound or not, doesn't change the fact that the quarterback he has on the field can't get it done. So do something different and game plan to what you possess, not what you wish you fucking had. That's
So
it.
you know me, right? You know, with me, words matter.
Yes.
You know words matter with me. And for someone to say there's no game plan is completely 100% different from what the fuck you're saying, Cap.
No, I never said there was no game
I
plan.
know you
I said
didn't
the
say that because
game
you
plan
wouldn't
was
let me
wrong.
talk. You
I
wouldn't
said
let
the
me get my
game
point
plan
off.
was
You
wrong.
automatically got butt
No,
hurt.
bro, I am
I
not
never
going to let
accused
you
you,
put words
Color.
into my mouth. I am
I
not going to
never
let you put
accused you,
words into
Color.
my
You
mouth.
always get butt hurt before people
I'm
can
not
finish
going to
their
let
thought.
you put words into my mouth.
I didn't put any fucking words into your mouth.
Oh, and you appreciate it when people do it to you, right?
Color, what I said was if you hurry up and listen, I won't have to slow down when I talk.
Yeah,
What I
I know. I
specifically
heard what
said
you
to you,
said,
Color,
Big Nick. I heard what you said.
Color, what I said to you, I asked you a question about the All 22. You said you didn't watch it. I said, cool. I said, how can you
No,
not
wait a minute
watch?
here. No, wait a minute here.
God
You
fucking
rolled
damn,
over
man.
me and you rolled over me and didn't even hear my answer. Okay?
Color,
No, I did not dissect it like Reason did. Okay? No, I didn't.
Thanks for sharing that with me, but I don't know how the fuck you shared that with me because it had no relevance to what I'm asking you.
It absolutely has relevance.
I asked you a question. I said, did you watch All 22? You said you're not an All 22 guy.
I called the game, bro. I called the game.
Yeah, we watched the game, bro. It's not like
Okay.
I mean, do I need to go back and break down the film?
So I don't seem like a fucking asshole just saying shit. May I finish my thought?
Please.
So he can understand, so we can stop arguing about shit that's in his head that he's anticipating. I don't know argue about the shit he's anticipating.
I don't know.
You didn't ask me if I watched the All 22 for Buffalo. You didn't ask me if I watched the All 22 for the Jags. You didn't ask me if I watched last year's All 22.
Hey, Color. Yes. I'm
Answer the
specifically
door.
talking about Huntley.
Why would I need to watch something that I already know is to be true?
I specifically asked you about Huntley. I didn't ask you about Tua. I asked you for this game. Did you watch that?
And I'm
All
telling
I said was,
you,
did you watch All 22 for this game?
And I'm telling you that I've seen enough of Mike
Yes or
McDaniel's
no,
All
homie?
22 for the last
I
10
can't get to what I'm
games.
gonna say if you don't. It's a yes or no. Did you watch All 22?
Bro, it don't matter. It don't matter.
Yeah, but we'll just say no.
I refuse to answer your question. How about that?
All right, fine. All right. So all I'm saying is, if a person is on a platform, not TGFT, so you ain't got to say shit, Color. But if a person is on the platform and they said that they didn't watch the video on how the engine was running under the Camaro that lost the race, and then turn around and say the owner of the Camaro didn't have a game plan, even though they didn't watch to see what the fuck was going on with the driver. It's crazy to me.
Yeah,
So,
it's crazy.
It's crazy to me.
Okay,
I
all
don't
right.
know
So let
who
me
that
just
guy is.
hold on, Culler. So commenting on performances and you know, making takes on it, having pretty much, I gotta do the film work before I'm allowed to make those takes. Is that what you're saying?
No, okay. My question was, some people are saying that Mike McDaniel didn't have a game plan, right?
And they're wrong.
Right?
And they're wrong.
People are, oh god damn, Color.
I told you that.
People are saying Mike McDaniel didn't have a game plan. So what I was trying to lead to, I was gonna ask Color if he saw the all 22. If Color had said, yeah, Nick, I saw the all 22, and then we was gonna talk about how many times Tyler Huntley looked off the first receiver because
You act like I haven't. You act like I didn't see that coming, Big Nick. Like I'm some dumb idiot that
Hey, you see
hasn't
how
been
this man is
following
just,
everything
you
since
see
the
how you
game.
think just because, look,
Like I
again,
don't know they're saying that.
Hey, Color. I'm not fucking talking about you, Color. You don't have to defend you, Color. I said people are saying this. I didn't say Color.
Right. Why would
All
they
I
be
was
doing
gonna
that?
do was
Why
ask
would
you
they
so
be
we can
doing
have a
that, Big Nick?
conversation.
Why
Color,
would they be
all I
doing
wanted to
that?
do was ask
But
you
I want to hear
about the
what he's
all
saying, because
22.
I think I'm going to disagree with him. But I want to hear
All
what
I
he's saying,
wanted to
because
do
I'm
was
about to
ask you
disagree with
about
him.
the all 22 so we can have a conversation on that. And then if you'd have said, yeah, I saw the all 22, I was going to say, then you see, if Huntley would have made a couple of those throws, then maybe, and even if we would have lost, if we would have said that Tyler Huntley had played any semblance of a quarterback in the NFL, then maybe even if we would have lost, we wouldn't be saying that Mike McDaniel didn't have a game plan.
Okay, so
But
I
because Ty Huntley went out there and couldn't see wide open receivers running across his
All of a
face,
sudden,
you cannot turn around then and criticize the game plan because we
it's
don't
like
know
every
how it
quarterback
would
that
have happened.
rolls through here
But you
is able
want to
to
be a
find receivers
victim.
until they get to Miami. Every
But
one of
you
these
want
guys
to be
we
a
bring
victim
in,
all because I
every one
asked
of
you a
these guys we
question.
bring in has been playing for 10 years, and all of a sudden they can't find no receivers when they get to Miami. I find that interesting.
Well, I would say this.
Yeah, y'all victim as fuck around here, boy.
Yeah,
Y'all victim.
go listen to your boy Kurt Warner like you did when he was praising Tua.
God damn.
Yeah, go hang out with your boy Kurt Warner, Big Nick. So real quick, Big Nick,
He watches the all 22 as well, and he broke down to you how Waddle needs to do better.
Look, man. I don't. The point is, it doesn't have to be just Huntley. It can be fucking Tyreek. It can be Achan. It can be any one of them. If they're not executing, then we cannot criticize the game plan.
Can we say Tua?
We can say anybody you want. If they're not executing, then you can't criticize the game plan.
Now I know you're coming in good faith.
Damn.
Sorry, I had to leave. I couldn't listen to McDaniels any longer.
Hold on, Lance. If Big Nick, if you can say that applies to Tua as well, then I can say you're coming in good faith.
God, how many times I got to tell you I root for the name on the front of the jersey?
That's not the same thing, bro.
I root for the name on the front.
I do too.
I root for the name on the front.
But I don't like Tua, so that's not saying the same thing, bro.
Listen. All I'm saying is, if Tua would have been the quarterback for the last game we played, and he would have did what Huntley did, and I would have asked you, did you watch the all 22? It would have been for the reason of a conversation.
I would have probably said no. But, okay,
Color.
Big Nick, hold on. Let me have a chance.
Hold on, I'm in the middle of my sentence.
Yeah, but
let him land, Color, because I want to hear it.
Let me apologize to you.
Go ahead.
I want to hear what his question is.
No,
Go
I want to
ahead.
apologize to you, Color, because the middle of my sentences keep cutting out the beginning of yours. So I want to apologize. Go ahead.
No, bro.
No, I just want to hear what you were saying. What were you saying, Big Nick?
All I wanted to do, if I would ask you, Capitan, did you watch all 22? And you say yes, then we could have had a conversation about what we saw on the all 22, right? We could have had a
Right.
conversation
And what
about that.
happened when I told you I didn't watch it? What'd
Well,
you
I
say?
didn't
There
watch
you
it.
go again in the middle of my fucking sentence.
What are you talking about, bro? You finished.
I didn't finish. What did I say to
Can
Capitan?
you say over and out when you're finished, then, please?
No, I'm not going to say that. Can you just be patient?
All right.
Damn, Color, you got a great radio voice. You want everybody to hear it. Fuck, we heard it.
Yeah, but you're gish galloping, Big Nick, and you know it.
I'm not. If you were to watch all 22, we could have had a conversation about all 22, right? And I take exception to somebody who's not aware of the. And I'm not talking about Color because Color didn't criticize. I didn't hear
Then why'd
Color
you ask
criticize the game
me?
plan. I didn't hear Color criticize the game plan, so I wasn't talking about Color. That's why I specifically asked him if he watched all 22. But the people who didn't watch all 22 and saying that McDaniel didn't have a game plan, all I wanted to do was bring attention to that. Doesn't make sense to say so.
Okay. If you're willing to,
But
if
Color,
you're being
Color
sincere,
wants to be a
how are
victim if anybody does anything that
Okay, Big Nick,
semi-involves him.
Big Nick, you're saying I want to be a victim, but you asked me the question. How the fuck would I know?
Question. I will ask the question again. Color, did you watch the all 22?
Why does it matter to you if I watched it or not?
Cap, did you watch the all 22?
No.
How fucking hard is that? It
To watch
matters.
all 22?
Bro.
Listen, Color.
I
Color.
fucking
Color.
I answered you, and
You want to know why it matters?
me.
You want to know why it matters, Color?
Nah, bro.
Do you want to know why it matters to me, Color? It matters to me so I can know which direction to take my
You're not
conversation.
gonna keep rolling me like this, bro. Okay, it's my turn now. Okay, it's my turn. Okay, and guess what? I answered in the negative, and you started faulting me for being one of those guys.
That's a lie. You're gaslighting. You said you're not an all 22 guy. That's not saying yes to no.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did.
I said that in reference to the fact that I don't make that my show.
So how the fuck you answered it then, Color?
Because it's not as if
Stop
I don't
contradicting yourself,
it.
Color. Stop contradicting yourself, man.
Because it's not as if I don't watch it. I've watched the all.
But you said, why does it matter? You want to know why does it matter? It matters so I know which way to take my point.
You're not
it
letting
matters
me
so I
finish
know
now.
which way to take the
You're not
conversation.
letting me finish now. Okay, see
Because
how that
you
works?
don't have nothing to say but being a victim. You're going to defend yourself.
Right.
And I ain't looking for you to defend
insult me
yourself.
while I talk.
I don't give a damn about you defending yourself. I didn't accuse you of shit.
I'm done because you want to sit here and insult me, interrupting me while blaming me for interrupting you. I'm tired of it.
There you go, being a victim.
Tired of it. You're not going to do it. Okay.
But okay, real quick, if I did watch the all 22,
I'm not going to flip out like everybody's expecting. I'm just going to withdraw.
You are flipping out as it is.
Of course.
Because you became defensive when I was not attacking you.
Right
I didn't even use you as an
right
example.
Now. Leave me the fuck alone.
Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm not gonna do what everyone thinks I'm gonna do. Flip out, man.
All right, so I will comment
I've watched
on
the all
the
22
game tape.
for the record, for the audience to hear. I have watched the all 22 for the past 9 games. I'm tired of watching the crap.
See what I'm saying? How you making it about him?
How's he
I'm
making
making it about him?
Just...
Yeah, that's right. I'm making it about him. He sucks.
All you do is make it about you, Color. You need to be the center of the fucking attention. If nobody ain't including you,
I wonder why that is. I wonder why that is.
It's Big Nick. It's literally coffee and a cup of color. It's his show. It is the
I
center of his
understand that,
attention.
but that means it's
You
not Color and
don't.
it's not.
You
But
apparently
he's not
don't.
the topic of the
You
conversation.
apparently don't understand that.
Well, the topic is whatever Culler says on his show.
Absolutely. Whatever he says, if he's gonna make it about him, then it's
And
about
I
him.
told
But
you,
but
and
this
I
was
told you that I didn't want to converse about the all 22 because I've already been going 5 hours. You wanted
then
to
don't
make
fucking. But you've been
you wanted
conversing
to
about for the last
insinuate
10
that I
minutes.
was deflecting.
I
You
tried to
wanted
take
to
you out of it, and
insinuate
you
that I
keep
was
butting your ass
avoiding it.
in. I
You
tried to
wanted
take
to
you out of it, and you
insinuate
keep
that I was
butting your ass
avoiding it.
in.
You
Then I
wanted
tried to take you out of it, and you
It
keep
just
butting
doesn't
your
matter,
ass
man.
in.
It just doesn't matter, bro.
You
You
keep
wanted
butting it,
to.
but you don't want to talk about it. So stay the fuck out of it. And I was over in the conversation with Cal.
Wow, dude.
I asked you that.
You know, if
You
I
keep
bounce him
butting
right
in.
now,
Because you want the
he'll
attention.
just call me a racist. So I'm not going to do it.
Oh, there you go.
Listen,
There you go. I don't,
timeouts
man.
are available. You can time out.
You
Culler.
deserve
Y'all
to
don't
be
know how
bounced
free
right
I
now,
am,
Or
man.
Big
Color,
Nick.
you
You
can't tell
deserve
how
to be
fucking
Time
free
bounced
out
I
or
right
Big
am.
now.
Nick.
You
Somebody
deserve
Color,
to
time
you
be
one of
can't
these
bounced
tell how
guys
out of
free
out.
this
I am.
panel
I
right
don't give
now.
a fuck one way
Somebody
or the
time
other,
out one of
color.
these guys. All right, so
You
I will
just
say
don't like to
this,
be
right?
called out. You a snowflake like a motherfucker.
Yeah, that's right.
Uh,
That's right.
Any type of pushback
anywho,
on you and
That's
you
right,
melt.
bro. That's right.
You
well,
melt.
I mean,
That's
after
right.
5
So leave me
hours
alone.
on here, you kind
You go
of,
around
you know.
you go around purposely trying to melt people? What's that say
No,
about you?
I don't. I don't.
Then
But see,
leave
there
me
you go
alone.
again, making it
Then
about
leave
you.
this melting
Why do you
little
think
piece of
people?
butter
Why do you
alone.
think just because?
Then
Why
leave
do you
this
think just because
melting
I
piece of
called out?
butter
Hey,
Why do you
alone.
yo,
think I
melting
came
piece
over here
of butter
purposely
is
to melt
fucking
you?
crazy.
Why do you think I came over here purposely to melt you? What it is about you that you
I have
always got to
no
be so
clue, bro.
defensive?
I have no
Why you
clue.
always got to be on the defense?
I have no clue.
Yeah, I need to
Always
understand
got
why
to
do you always
defend me.
need to be on the
Why do
defense?
you always got to be on the offense?
Because y'all people on the defense say dumb shit.
Because y'all people. That's right.
I'm on
Exactly.
special
Say it, Big Nick.
teams.
Keep putting words in
So,
my mouth like you always do. Go ahead. Everything
yeah,
everybody
Big Nick.
says on this platform comes out of Culler's mouth, and Culler has to be held accountable for it.
Man, somebody get this man a ambulance, man. Everything is about him. Everybody out to get Color.
Everything's about me. I wonder why.
Welcome to Coffee and
Ain't
a Cup
nobody
of
out to
Color.
get you,
Make sure
Color.
you guys are hitting the
I know
like
what
button.
your
A
channel.
show that is
I know
called Coffee
what
and a
the
Cup of
title
Color,
of your
but not
channel is.
about 'em.
Big Nick. The title of your
Listen,
channel is Big
CJ,
Nick.
I don't. Hey, man, look. All I'm saying is, I wanted to hold a conversation about what I saw in the All
And I
22.
didn't. And I
If you
didn't.
didn't,
And
and
I
that's
told you
fine.
I didn't.
And I left that alone with you.
No,
And I
you
went to Cal.
didn't.
And
I
I
don't
went
know
to
Because
about
we're
Cal.
that,
still
Big Nick. We've
talking
been
about
talking
it.
about that fucking conversation the last 20 minutes now.
I went to
So
Cal.
look,
He said he didn't want to talk about it, so I started
You
talking
just
to you
want to
about it,
roll
Cal.
in here and make me do whatever you want to do
I
5
don't give a
hours
fuck
into my
what you
show.
doing here. You can do
No,
how you
you're
want
not
to
going to
do
do
it.
it.
Yeah, I can't make you do shit.
Well, you already have for the last 20 minutes. I wanted to
Well,
shut
then
it
I guess
down
I'm
20
your
minutes
puppet
ago.
master then.
And I gave
Then
you the
call me your
respect.
puppet master.
I gave you the
Okay, then I
respect
can make you
of having a
dance.
moment.
You always
And
have
all
a
you've
moment,
done,
Color.
all you've used that moment for was to bash me and fault me for my hate
There
of
you
Tua.
go. What? All I said is, damn, you hate Tua. And I left
Yeah,
that
so
alone.
what? So
And I
what?
left it alone. I made a comment and I left it
I don't
alone.
think, Big Nick, I don't think you've left anything alone ever in your life. Don't play now. Don't cat now. You don't leave
Shit,
nothing
I left
alone.
it alone. I don't try to
Nah,
change his fucking
don't
mind. I
play
just
that
try to
now.
show
You
how
don't leave
hypocritical
shit
he
alone,
is.
dog, and you fucking know it. Listen, here's the deal, right? You don't
You
need
and
to
I have
watch the
had
all
this debate for
22.
3 years now, Big Nick. I'm a
I
little
ain't had
tired
no
of
debate
it.
with you. Look, yeah, you've been wrong for 3 years.
Wrong.
Obviously.
So, Big Nick, would you say you've been right?
Yeah, I've been right. He's in the NFL, ain't he?
So everybody that
He's
is
a
in the
starting quarterback
NFL.
in the NFL, ain't he?
So
You
by that
motherfucking right. Every
measurement,
one of them. Every one of them.
Boyle and Tua, elite.
Say what?
Boyle, Timmy Boyle, and Tua.
You
are
breaking
the
up. You
same.
breaking up. You breaking up. I can't make out what you're saying.
Tim Boyle. And
Tim
Tua.
all them motherfuckers. Yep, they're in the NFL. They deserve to be in the NFL. Include Ty Huntley, but he's not playing like an NFL quarterback. But it doesn't mean he don't belong in the NFL because he's in in the NFL.
Did you learn that in
None of
all
them do when they
22?
get to Miami, apparently.
Did you learn that in
Wonder
the
if
all
that's got something
22?
to do with the coach.
No, I just learned in all 22 that his motherfucker missed a lot of wide open people, and maybe the game plan would have
And
been there.
wouldn't you say that that same thing you saw in this week's 22, you've seen the last couple of weeks in his all 22, right?
Oh my goodness, God
I'm
fucking
asking
damn.
you. You want to talk about
Listen,
22? I'll talk with you,
I
dog.
was
I'm
seeing that.
asking
I
you.
was seeing that the whole year, right? Even with QB1, right?
Okay.
I seen some shit in the
Thank
So
offense that
you.
maybe
ain't
Mike
right.
Now we know
McDaniel
you're
needs
being
to
good
adjust the
faith.
game plan.
Even with QB1, but
So maybe Mike
specifically,
McDaniel needs to do a better job adjusting the
listen.
game plan.
Listen, Cap. All I wanted to say was you cannot say the man didn't have a game plan if you did not watch to see how the players didn't execute at all when they had opportunities. That doesn't make sense to me.
Okay.
That doesn't
If
make
you're
sense
a
to me.
head coach,
I cannot
okay.
say that you did a horrible job building that building
So
when I did
I've
not
got
watch
something for
you
you.
go to
I've got
Timu
something
and
for
buy the
you, Big
concrete.
Nick. I got something for you, Big Nick. As a coach myself, I can set up a game plan that has guys running wide open. But if the quarterback I have or the line I possess can't give the time or the arm strength to get the ball there, is my game plan still good because it looks good? No, it's a bad
No,
game
bro,
plan
come on,
because I
man, come
I
on. That's a
don't possess.
no. That has
No,
nothing to do with the game.
it
No,
absolutely does.
no.
Why am I setting up big plays downfield for a quarterback that obviously can't get it done?
You think they was running verticals the whole game?
Well, I'll tell you what, whatever they were running on any given play you want to make instance didn't work because the quarterback can't do it, right? Now you can say, hey, quarterback's got to do better, and that I would agree upon. But I would also say the coach has got to be a little bit more aware of the shitty quarterback he's got on the field.
But that has nothing to do with the game plan.
It has everything to do with the game plan, because if I game plan as if I have Tom Brady, but I possess Tim Boyle, that's a bad fucking game plan.
If you game plan for Tom Brady and fucking Gronk doesn't do his fucking assignments and fucking on the running back doesn't hit the hole, does that mean it was a bad game plan? Or the running back and the tight end didn't do their job? Even if it's for Tom Brady.
I think I know
The
what's going
game
on
plan
here.
was for Ty Huntley. The game plan was for him. They dumbed it down. I don't want to say they dumbed it down, but they tailored it around him.
Which includes
the game around whom?
The game plan included which quarterback to bring in the building too, Big Nick. That's part of the game plan.
All right.
Yeah, how could this be the game plan?
We'll agree to disagree. I don't
Now
give
all of a
fuck no more.
sudden,
Say the fuck y'all
if
want to say.
CJ Beathard was a viable backup, why wasn't CJ Beathard the guy he tried? Who's worked in his system before?
You're telling me the fifth quarterback on this roster, CJ Beathard, is part of the game plan?
Out here like that. You know better than that. Because he acting like that. And I'm tired of talking to him like that.
I mean, CJ Beathard has worked in McDaniel's system. Tyler Huntley has it.
All I know is Big Nick's fighting with his whole family and Culler at the same time.
I know
Crazy. Big Nick's fighting on multiple fronts right now, dog.
He's just closing his eyes and swinging.
Yep. Big Nick woke up and chose
my
baby. He woke up and chose violence, buddy.
Anyway, but
these are
as
my
I
favorite
said,
shows.
McDaniel knew CJ Beathard has worked in that system. So part of the game plan would have been, hey, maybe we ought to get CJ Beathard instead of Tyler Huntley for this game coming up. You know, isn't that part of the game plan?
I mean, again, I don't understand how what I'm saying is wrong. The game plan is a bad one because the quarterback can't execute. Because if you've got guys running open in the game plan, but he can't hit them or isn't, then you need to change it.
As I tried to express to Big Nick, I agree with him that it's wrong to say he had no game plan. If I ever sounded or anybody around here, I didn't challenge it because it wasn't said that way, then I agree. People are stupid to say he didn't have a game plan. He's a head coach. Of course he had a game plan. The game plan has just not been successful in 10 games.
You know who looks like they don't have a game plan?
No matter who the quarterback is.
I'll tell you what, some of those Jacksonville games, that looks like nobody had a fucking game plan.
Again,
goodness gracious.
That's where I agree with Big Nick. There is a game plan. It's just not successful. Hasn't been in a lot of games now.
Yeah,
And
I
why
would
is
say
that?
this.
Why
I
hasn't it
would
been
say
successful? That's the
I would say
question.
the problem
That's the
has
part that
been.
you're going to have to debate Big Nick on because we've been doing it for 3 years now, and I'm just out of calories for it for today. So
Yeah, after
have at
5
it,
hours.
Truthfin.
After 5 hours.
Why do you think, Truthfin? Why do you think it is that the game plan has not been successful, no matter who the quarterback over the last 9 or 10 games? Why do you think the game plan hasn't been successful?
Well, I think it's something that maybe it's going to sound.
Big Nick already knows why I think.
I think it's going to sound pretty stupid and simple to me, but the fact is that when you have a game plan and a strategy, and you believe in that strategy so much that you don't understand that there's coaches on the other side and on other teams that are studying what you're doing and preparing for it. If you don't have a plan B for it, I believe that's what's happening right now with this guy. And another thing.
This motherfucker's spitting facts right now, Culler. You hear this?
And another thing, are we honestly going to sit here and pretend like the quarterbacks that we have on this team are not McDaniel's choices? Like he didn't believe that they could be serviceable when they came in the case that Tua is going to get hurt, like we all know. This is all McDaniel. You don't think that McDaniel, if he thought that these quarterbacks weren't any good, he would
As
have
I
at least said
reported,
something?
Truthfin, pause for a second. Don't mean to interrupt you, but a show note. As I reported earlier in the show, Kyle Krabs from Locked On dropped a nugget this morning or yesterday saying that that McDaniel marked Tim Boyle before we brought him in here to say to Chris Greer, I want you to get this guy if it's at all possible. So he was marked by McDaniel as a guy that he thought he could actually work with in an emergency situation. Continue.
Exactly. And was he right? I mean, have you seen the guy's record in college? His stats, what he's done here? It's again. I'm not. Remember
Full
what we were talking about
disclosure, as
earlier.
Big
I'm
Nick
not saying
loves
that
disclosure. Hold on. Full disclosure. I don't watch Kyle Krabs on a regular basis to assess his validity or not. That's for people who watch him to decide. Because some
So
people
here's
think he's full of shit, and some people think he's God. You
here's
know what
where
I
I
mean? So
will fault.
I don't
Here's
watch
where
Kyle Krabs. I saw that nugget. I watched his show yesterday because his title showed. I thought I might get some nuggets from him. Plus, he shows up on Joe Rose's show every once in a while, drops some decent nuggets. So all I'm saying is that's what he said. Anybody who listens to him regularly can decide for themselves.
So I would say
I
this,
wouldn't even
right?
know who that is.
I would say this, guys. The fault in Mike McDaniel's game plan has been the same that it's been all year. I will say this. So, real quick, before I get to the second part, it appears in every way, every week since Tua went down, we said the same things around here: run the ball, play action, simplify the offense. That took a month before he did that. In this last game, he did do it. He did simplify the offense. He did start running the ball a little bit more with some purpose. Now, once his running back started fumbling, he went back to plan A of the game plan, and that's when everything stopped on all production. Now I get why he did it, right? Because your running backs are fumbling, and now you're pissed off, and you go back to whatever. But it took him 1 month to adjust, and that's just ridiculous. How do you look at what Tua is? And Big Nick, you love Tua because of what he can do and what he is, and I get it. But how do you look at Boyle and Huntley and Skylar Thompson and think, oh, I'm just going to plug and play? It's not capable, and it took him over a month to figure that out. And even halfway through the game, he threw the baby out with the bathwater once he started to panic and went back to the original game plan, and that's why we lost it.
Exactly. That's about as factual as he. It took him the last drive in New England to say, "Wait a minute, just keep
That's
running."
fucking cap. It's fucking cap. Is what
Uh-oh.
it is. It's
Uh-oh.
fucking cap.
Uh-oh.
Is what it is.
What's cap?
Don't sit here. Everything you just fucking said. Everything you just said is fucking cap. The fact of the matter is, Culler comes up here all the time and brings up C.J. Beathard. Well, C.J. Beathard was never the fucking starting quarterback in San Francisco. But when San Francisco had to play C.J. fucking Beathard, they didn't change this fucking offense. They didn't fucking adjust. Kyle Shanahan didn't say, My starter's out. Now I got CJ Beathard. Let me go change the fucking offense. Nick Mullins is in here. Let me go change the fucking offense. The fact of the matter is, Skylar Thompson, Tyler Huntley, and Tim Boyer, they're fucking trash. That's what the problem is. And if you want
That's
to
an
throw Tua in there,
oversimplification of it.
I don't know if we
Tua
lost
is
him or I
fucking
lost you guys.
trash. Tua
But
is trash
again, is
too.
that part of the game plan? If he's the one that pulled him, why didn't he go get CJ Beathard if that's the case? If CJ Beathard was available this whole
Luke,
time.
okay, then how about this,
Maybe,
Lou? Hold on
maybe
a
he
second,
thinks,
Culler. I got this.
maybe he thinks CJ Beathard is fucking trash.
Hold on, Lou. I'm coming off the top rope on you, Lou, so be prepared. How the fuck are you a guru? How are you a quarterback whisperer? How are you a McGenius if what I can see out of those quarterbacks, and I'm not in practice, but yet here he is with them at practice, not seeing it? Because when it shows up on Sunday and they roll out that fucking game plan and it blows up in their face, I was like, well, what a shitty game plan.
See, the problem is, man. The problem is, if we take.
Well, hold on, Nick, because maybe at fucking practice, the quarterbacks are not getting fucking hit. Maybe at practice, they're just doing fucking walkthroughs. And
Okay, fine. So at practice,
And it's more simple than that. It's
okay.
even more simple than
So
that.
it took.
So maybe,
But why does that take 4 games to learn that then?
Wait, Lou. Let me try to add something to this. Right? Tim Boyle, Tyler Huntley, and Skylar. Yeah, y'all right. They're horrible, right, at that position, right? Nobody pegged them to be starters. When you're a coach and you're looking for a backup quarterback, you're looking for certain qualities that correspond with the scheme and the system that you're running. In case you have to come in for a spot duty real quick, where your starter has to miss a player or two, your qualities that you possess as a quarterback enables you to handle this game plan, such as a quick release, such as being excellent in reading the field, such as those things. So each and every one of these guys that's
And
on
none
the
of those
team,
quarterbacks possess those qualities, bro.
McDaniel
None of
see
those quarterbacks possess those qualities.
a particular quality that he can tailor toward his offense. Once we have to make these sorry motherfucker starters, none of that shit means nothing.
Yep.
So hold up. None of
That
those
doesn't
guys,
apply. It
from
doesn't
what I
apply.
can see, none of those guys, from what
Once
I can
they
see,
got to play,
possess
Cap,
any
once they
of
got to
those
play 60
qualities.
snaps, that means shit.
You just said. And you know why they don't have guys that have weird qualities to Tua Tagovailoa? Do you want to know really why?
What
Because
McDaniel
his
said,
fragile
salary cap.
fucking ego can't take it.
No,
God fucking forbid they have somebody
I'm
in
not
there
gonna
that
let
can
it be.
do it
I'm
to
not
a
gonna let you get out.
okay.
No, hold on.
Hold on, Culler.
I'm not gonna wait, Big Nate. Wait, Big Nate.
No.
Wait,
This is
just
important
1
for me,
second.
Culler. This is
1
important. This is
second.
my point.
Just
Culler
1
is my
second.
point. It's important. I need me and Cap to be on the same
Go
page.
ahead.
Culler,
Go ahead.
I'm
But
not
I'm
saying
taking
they're
it right
looking for
after
a
you.
clone.
Go
I'm not
ahead.
saying
But I'm
they're
taking
looking
it
for a
right after
clone.
you. Go ahead. But
Okay,
I'm
I'm
taking
not
it right
saying they're
after you.
looking
Go
for a
ahead.
clone. I'm not saying they're looking for a clone, Cap. What I'm saying is, okay, if Tua goes down, my system is a quick timing based system. This particular quarterback that I'm looking at, this motherfucker read and get rid of that ball. Maybe not as fast as Tua, but almost goddamn right there. I can use that quality in case Tua has
But
to
hasn't he
miss a
been proven to be
series.
wrong? Hasn't he been proven that who he chose is wrong?
Yeah, that's
Don
exactly
Shula
right,
picked
Culler.
Sammy Smith.
That's exactly right, Culler.
Don Shula picked Sammy Smith.
And I
Don
think he
Shula
got
picked
rid of him a
Yakil
little
Green.
too early.
Don
And I
Shula
think
picked,
he
come
got
on,
rid of him a
man.
little too early. I think he knee-jerked getting rid of Sammy Smith, to be honest with you.
Come on, man. He picked Lorenzo Hampton.
Everybody
Come on,
fumbles,
man.
bro.
It
Everybody
happened.
What
fumbles,
the
man.
fuck does Sammy Smith or Hampton have to do with the fucking 2020? I hate when you niggas do this shit. None of this shit matters.
Me and Big
Look,
Nick, we're just
Look, you want to know
reminiscing,
what it
bro.
has to do with it? Because I'm sick and tired. I'm sick and tired of an NFL coach or a general manager being ridiculed off
Okay, I'm
a
not trying to
fucking
ridicule
463rd
him.
selection.
Not trying to ridicule him, bro. I'm
I'm sick
sorry
of
you
that.
got that impression. I'm sorry you
Like,
got that
goddamn,
impression.
that doesn't mean just because Tim Boyle is trash, that doesn't mean Mike McDaniel don't belong in the NFL.
I'm
That's the
sorry you
point.
got the impression that I was ridiculing him. Okay, but one thing I do want to point out is Cap is absolutely wrong. you are taking the low-hanging fruit, Cap, by saying that it had to do with Tua's ego and all that. Because McDaniel literally in his own Dunning-Kruger ass mind admitted the reason why we have lesser quality backups. They
How
can't
dare
make
you
the
bring up
starters.
Donna Kruger
And
effect
that
on
had
this
to
particular
do
channel? How dare you?
that had to do with salary cap concerns out of his own mouth.
So
And
now
why
you
are
think
we?
Mike
Hold on a
McDaniel
second.
suffers from the
Hold
Donna
on a
Kruger
fucking
effect?
second.
Remember
Hold on a
he
second.
joked about it. Remember,
Why are
Cap?
we
He
having
joked about
salary
it.
cap issues?
Say what?
He joked about it. He said, well, we could have had a competition in here, a quarterback competition for QB2, but that would have been real cap friendly. He
I
joked
remember
about it.
that. So, but why are we having cap issues?
We're not.
We are. What? Well, he
We're
just
not.
said that we didn't get competition at QB2 because of cap concerns. Why do we have them?
We paid Mike
Because we
White
paid him,
$18 million.
motherfucker.
Now
Because
context.
we
Now
paid him,
Mike White $18
motherfucker.
Now
million.
context.
Hey, Cap.
Context
Hey,
is
Cap.
starting to realize. He look at him. Look at him. Look at him
Hey,
slowly
Cap.
evolving.
Hey,
Hold on,
Cap.
Big Nick. Hold on, Big Nick. Hold on, Big Nick. Look at context
Unfucking-believable.
slowly evolving. He's like realizing there's a reason Culler does everything he does. Looking at him. I remember
Hey,
those
Cap.
things. You do, don't you, context?
Hey, Cap. You talking about an NFL coach who felt like he had a team that was
This is fucking
right there
ridiculous.
ready to go, right? After his quarterback, who just played every snap for him and led the NFL in most relevant shit for quarterbacks. Now, when we have an opportunity, because I felt that way, and I still feel this way, that this shit gonna get turned around and we're gonna be something to be
I
reckoned
do
with.
too.
God
Instead
damn,
of
dude.
instead
I
of
do
going out and
too,
paying a
Big Nick.
backup quarterback,
Y'all need to pass
You
instead
it
can
of
on.
going out and
you
paying
can
a
Manage
argue
backup
with
yourselves.
Tank
quarterback,
about that one. You can
instead of
argue with
spending
Tank about that one.
$12 million on a backup quarterback, maybe we need to keep some of that money in case one of our number one pass defense corners go down. Maybe one of our edge
How much
rushers
money
go
do you
down.
think we've kept
Maybe
since then, getting now our second
it's
quarterback
football
off the
sense.
street?
He joked about it. So what? But it makes sense. You don't want to go. You didn't think you're gonna need a $10 million
How I know it was
backup.
true, Big Nick. That's
We
how I know
paid
it was
we
true.
Yeah,
paid
but
Mike White
nobody
I'm gonna
$18
thought
tell
we
million.
you
was
this.
gonna need a $10 million backup. Come
I
on,
mean,
man.
I do think that it will get turned around as well.
So,
Oh, Jesus
hold on,
fucking
Alex. Hold on,
Christ.
Alex. See this,
What
Lou?
the
Lou,
fuck?
see this?
God damn it. I can't
Hey
read.
Before
Tank.
you go off
Hey
the
Tank
deep
makes
end,
me
Lou.
laugh, man. Tank ain't
Before you go off the
oh
deep
shit.
end, Lou. You see how I get rolled? I got people saying, "Oh no, you're too Pollyannish, Color. We ain't going nowhere." And then I got
I,
Big Nick that thinks that I'm out on the season. I'm with you, Big Nick.
Fucking
I
ridiculous.
want to win, bro.
Nah, fuck all that, dog. Fuck all that. Let's
Wait
burn
a
this
minute.
bitch
Why
to
you
the
keep
fucking
there's a
sun.
lot of football.
when did you hear me say you was out on the season? Why you keep referencing me on that kind
Because
of
I
shit?
Big
missed.
Nick,
I mean,
Big Nick,
there's a lot
Color
of
is not out
football
Let
on
left.
the
me
There's
answer
not
season,
that
20
Big
more
question.
Nick.
games left.
Stop it.
No, let me answer that question because
Unbelievable.
the
The
trajectory
season's
you've
not
taken
over.
with me since you've been up here leads
No.
me
When
to
did I
believe
accuse
that
you
you
of
think
being
I
out
am.
on the Dolphins, Color?
Color, I'm gonna tell you
No,
why
no,
you're
not
fucking
out on
wrong
the.
now,
No, wait a
Color.
minute.
Because
Wait a
Big
minute.
Nick
Stop,
and
guys.
Alex agree
Stop,
with you,
guys.
dog. That's why you're fucking
I don't
wrong.
want there to be a confusion here. Not out on the Dolphins, out on the season.
When did I insinuate that?
You didn't. But what I'm saying is
So
the
why would you
trajectory.
reference me when
Can you
say
let
Big
me
Nick
finish,
thinks
please?
that I'm out on the
Can you
season?
let me finish, please?
Hey,
Can you
it's
let me
funny
The
because
finish?
Big
fuck?
Nick's doing what Color did
Because
earlier. Go
look,
ahead.
I'm trying to apologize, Big Nick, because I misread your trajectory coming up here from the beginning. Okay, and I
Aw.
just assumed. Yes, I made an ass out of myself. I assumed that you thought that I was out on the season,
Look,
and
I
I'm
think
sorry for that.
everybody want us to win except Pete, right? You guys know how I feel
And
about that. I think everybody
Exactly.
Tank
wants us to win against Pete. All I'm
Everybody
Tank.
except
saying
Pete.
is,
No, Tank.
all
Tank.
I'm saying is, guys, all I'm saying is, fucking admit, Mike McDaniel is smarter than every motherfucker on this panel. Let's stop acting like we in the
That's
room full of
cap.
people.
That's cap.
No,
That's cap
it's
right
not
there.
Cap. It's not Cap. I believe that, Big Nick. That's why I'm
But
so
I can't
goddamn
argue with Mike
disappointed
McDaniel.
in
Nope.
Why
him.
you?
No, but Big Nick, that's why I'm so disappointed in him because I know he's smarter than me.
Oh my God!
If he was so goddamn smart, why don't that motherfucker learn how to
Jesus
speak?
Hey,
Christ.
Jordan Poyer playing like trash. I don't care. We got the number one pass
Can,
defense.
can
That
I
ain't no
just say
Mike
something real
McDaniel.
quick?
Let Lou get in here.
Can I?
Lou, I'm having trouble miking up your volume, dudes. I don't know if you're able to help on your end.
See, I just criticized somebody on the Dolphins. I said, that's two people today I don't criticize on the Dolphins. 3, because Julian Hill is not a fucking NFL tight end.
Go ahead, Big Lou.
So I can do it.
Am I too low? No one can hear me. Is that what it is?
A little better. Go ahead.
You
I'm going to
good,
try to
you
mic
good.
it up again.
I could
You
hear you.
good? You good?
The fact of the matter is, every day it's the same shit. It's the quarterback sucks. It's the general manager sucks. It's the head coach sucks. It's the same shit. And I keep trying to tell y'all, and I'm a Tua fan, right? The biggest is Mike McDaniel perfect? No, he is not.
No.
He makes mistakes. Is Chris Greer perfect? No, he is not. He has made mistakes, right? Is the owner perfect? No, he has hired people and made bad decisions and mistakes for running his organization. Is the offensive line perfect? No. Linebackers? No. Safeties? Whatever it is? No.
Secondary.
Yeah, I know what. Get over here right now. Put that down.
The biggest problem that the Miami Dolphins have is the fucking quarterback, though. It doesn't matter, because I agree with what Nick was saying earlier about if you watched all 22, specifically about the Colts game, right? If you had a comparable quarterback in there, you probably put 30 on the Colts. That's
all I was saying. That's all I was saying.
Cool. And this is what I'm trying for people to understand. So, Nick, I want you to hear me too, right? So if you put Tua in there, I believe Tua puts 30 on the Colts.
I think we win the game. I think we win the game. I don't know if we put 30, but I think we win the game with Tim Bowens.
All right, but let him finish because he's making a bigger point. Go ahead, Lou.
Yeah, exactly, Nick. Let me finish. That's the same shit you were saying about what Culler was doing, right? So let me finish. The fact of the matter is,
My bad.
Just like I could tell you, if Tua plays the Colts, he's putting 30. Tua can't beat Buffalo. He just cannot do it. He cannot beat Kansas City. He cannot do it. He cannot beat Cincinnati. He cannot do it. So, again, until the Indianapolis Colts are the ones you're seeing in the playoffs, until the Carolina Panthers are the ones you're seeing in the playoffs, until the Washington Commanders are the ones you're seeing in the playoffs, get Tua the fuck up out of here. Because, Nick, I hear you say all the time, you're a logo guy. Well, I'm a logo guy too. And if we care about this logo, the one biggest problem out of
the old logo.
Problems that, again, God damn it, fuck the logo. Whatever problem, whoever thinks whatever problem it is in the Dolphin team, right? There's multiple problems. The biggest problem is fucking quarterback. Because whether you like to hear it or not, he is the one that's holding this team back. It is a fact. And I am one of the ones that said we should have paid Tua. I'm a Tua fan. But at some point, you got to understand what he is and what he's not. And what he is a starting, winning quarterback in this league. But what he will never be is this elite, put the team on your back, make the biggest plays when it needs it.
That's right. That's true.
He will never be that.
Those are facts.
I'm not there with you yet. I'm not there with you yet on that aspect, Lou.
Well, we're gonna
I
find
do
out.
admire you. I do admire you. Right? Wait.
It's been 5 years.
Right. I'm not with you there yet. Right. I'm not there. But where I am with you.
After 5 years, you're not there.
But you said
my biggest
something
problem
earlier.
is he can't even be on the field. He can't even stay on the field. That's my biggest problem.
Listen, you said he can't beat Buffalo. I'm not there with you on tour yet, but I understand what you're saying, right? But I'm just personally not there yet, right? Because I got since fucking 1986 of this shit, man. So I'm personally not there. But what I'm saying is, I agree with you when you said we can't beat Buffalo, we can't beat Kansas City, we can't. I just can't personally say it out loud because if I say it out loud, then I have to admit what we all know is true. We all fucking know that we soft. I ain't never saying that shit again. And until we can stop
Clip
being,
it, clip it, clip it. Somebody in chat, one of the homies, clip that. Thank you.
Do what?
But I don't want to
Big
admit
Nick
that
just
shit.
called the
But we all
team
know that
soft.
shit is true. I would never
Oh,
say it again. I would never say it again. But we all know that shit is true. We all
Yeah,
know
we
it.
do.
well,
Yeah, we
there's
do know
We
that's
can
true.
get,
I was,
look,
as
man.
somebody who was
until
a Tua
until we can
supporter,
go get
I'm off that
until we can
train.
go get
I'm off.
until we can
Please
go get Lewis
hold on,
Oliver,
Truman.
until we can go get Lewis Oliver, Chuck Cleanball, fucking
Big Nick,
Tim Bowens, and
I got
fucking Brian Cox.
Big
We
Nick,
gonna
Big Nick,
remain this
Big
way.
Nick.
Damn.
Hold on, Trufin, Big Nick. This is where I think you and I'm probably projecting. I don't really know. I don't want to insult you by saying this, but I feel like this is what you think that I don't feel that the same way. Like I know it hurts. I know you don't want to say certain things. I don't either. That's why I'm not out on the season. You know what I mean? How would I not be out on the season if I truly thought that Tua
I'm
didn't
dying
give
on
us
the
some
inside.
kind of chance to pull these games out?
Hey,
You
can
know
I
what I
say
mean?
something, Culler?
No, you
I
can
can't
in a
believe I
second.
said that shit out loud, but I never
You
say it
can in a
again. But
second.
we all know it's true.
Right, but Big Nick, I admire you for at least saying that because I know how you feel, bro. Don't think for a second that I want to sit here and be like, yo, I want to believe, bro. But the fact of it is, just because I might be out on Tua and I don't believe, don't mean I don't think going forward that, hey, rather than the extreme of purposely losing games, I would rather still see if Tua can prove me wrong and try to pull this season out.
So
Because I'm
real
a
quick,
fan.
I just gotta say
Man,
something.
we still catch Buffalo. Mark my words, we catch Buffalo.
I gotta address
Hey,
Lewis's
let me know
comment
when I can say
saying that
something, Culler.
nobody on this panel is fucking smarter than Mike McDaniel. I'm sorry, dog. I disagree with that because I know I gotta be smarter.
Yeah,
I
but
can put
that's
together a sentence just fine, and I can see with you could take both my eyes, but just off memory alone, I could see that these quarterbacks can't run this system that the way Tua could, and having them as backup was a dumbass fucking ordeal.
I want to get True Finn a chance real quick, and I also
Well,
want to welcome the
well,
always healthy and the always
Cap, you a
dapper
motherfucker,
Mondo.
Cap. You get on my nerves with that shit, Cap.
Hold on, real quick.
Well, hold on, Color, real quick. I just what Cap just said. See, I will not let a Cap get away with that bullshit that he said, right? Because you, Cap, said you can see that none of these backup quarterbacks can run this system. But I thought it was you and others saying this system was quarterback friendly and that anybody could run this fucking system. So which one is it? Because now
The West Coast system is quarterback friendly. Mike McDaniel's system ain't friendly to nobody.
You said anybody could run this system. And obviously the last 4 weeks has showed you that's a fucking lie.
Okay, but is it possible that what we're talking about also includes the coach?
I thought it was Tyreek though.
Yep.
I thought it was
If the
Tyreek. I
coach
thought it
was
was all
so
Tyreek.
smart, if the coach was so smart, he would be smart enough to know how to get this system to work for any quarterback, like I know I could do.
I thought it
If
was
I
all
was in that
Tyreek though.
goddamn room, if I was
But I thought it was all
quarterback room,
Tyreek.
I could make this system work for Tyler Huntley and fucking Dingleberry McGee, but not our dumbass coach.
A bunch of motherfuckers told me.
No, what we're doing here is a category difference, bro. That's and that's not going to be sussed out right here, bro.
Nope.
I don't think that
Lou's wrong. I'm right. I win.
Hey Lou, I thought it was Tyreek, Lou. I thought it was Tyreek.
Yo, what happened to Lou?
Hey, let me say something
He
here.
ran. No,
Let me say
he ran.
I'm right here, goddammit. Y'all ain't never gonna run me out of here. Fuck you think
Oh
you're
shit!
saying?
How do you get on solo?
I don't know. I didn't do that.
Because I'm the goddamn man, goddammit.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get that solo like that.
StreamYard was like, man, this guy's got so much energy. I'm just gonna. It forced him into solo. I didn't do that.
I'm the fucking man, goddammit.
Gentlemen, can I say something?
Let me say
I can't
something.
raise
Really,
my
really.
hand.
Hold on. Let me
Let me
take
say
back
something.
control. Let me take back control for a second, guys.
Hey, Lou, tell him how it's on Tyreek.
Look at that. See that? First of all, I promised Trufin the next chance to talk, but I do want to welcome the always healthy, the always strong, and the always dapper Von Joe. How you doing this afternoon? And,
I'm doing great. I'm doing great.
if you would just
Thank you.
allow
Thank you for the
Trufin to
welcome.
get his point in real quick, you can start cooking, man.
Oh, of course.
All
Go
right,
ahead,
one of the
Trufin.
things, one of the things that's it's a reality for us fans here. The reason why we're so bitter and we're so quick to jump, we got to realize we got into this situation not knowing if we were going to be any good or not. We wanted to, but it's the Dolphins. We've been through this shit for 25 years. So no, we don't have the patience like the Patriots, like other teams who have won and been shit. So we're already at a point where we're agitated going in. We're agitated going in. So when any of this shit happens that we see is going to end up being the same old shit, we're quick to jump. Me personally. I'm talking to me about me. Whatever you guys feel is whatever you guys feel. Don't matter
Hey,
to
good
me.
looking out for that.
All right, but one of the things we got to realize is it is true. Like I was a guy that I was a tour guy. I was like, hey man, let me see this kid play. You know, I liked a couple things, bam, but I forgot what Buddy's name is. He's speaking the truth. Tua's not going to be Buffalo. Tua's not going to be Cincinnati, and he's not going to be Kansas City. And not only is it going to be because of his play, his coach, whatever you want it to be, the guy can't be counted out to be on the field.
Okay,
so what
now
are we doing? We're going to go
hold on, Trufin. Hold
he
on,
is like
Let's go to
Darren
Von
Dillon.
Joe.
Absolutely.
All right. You've been cooking a minute. I got to ask one question before Von Joe starts heating up the pan. All right. How is that any different than telling two and ears that they're not allowed to say we're gonna win? In fairness to them, we criticized them a lot over the last few years
Two
of
ears
just
are blind, bro.
blanketly saying,
It's
hold on a second. We criticized them over the years for blanketly having blind faith and just saying, grabbing their crucifix and saying, we're gonna win. He's gonna beat these guys. Why is it any different to say he's not gonna do it, given that there still is another chance? It's not as if the Dolphins are cutting him tomorrow.
Go ahead, Von
I mean,
Joe.
do
Cook
we
Lou like
really
you knew
think
he
he's going to
came
be
up
our
here to do.
quarterback the next decade?
Okay,
We're going to move on from him.
what
So
you're
the
doing
experiment to me failed.
What you're doing here is you're trying to bait me into stating a truism. Okay, fine. I agree with you. You know I don't believe in Tua. Why ask me that question?
Right.
What I'm saying is,
No, I'm not asking.
when I say I don't believe in Tua, I'm also claiming to be an agnostic atheist on Tua. Theism
Fair enough.
speaks to, hold on, Trufin. Theism speaks to what you believe. Gnosticism speaks to what you can know. Okay? I don't believe in Tua, but I cannot know that he won't prove me wrong. So likewise, I don't believe he can't either. And I don't know how many times I have to say that before people stop assuming that just because I don't believe in him, that I'm willing to say, given one more chance, that he couldn't pull it off.
It's been 5 fucking years. Like,
I know that.
about here?
I know that.
No,
and the Dolphins are not cutting him tomorrow.
We know.
No, but the way that Culler broke it down makes perfect sense to me. I hear exactly what you're saying.
The second I say I know that, Lewis, he's gonna ball out, and they're gonna come right back at me and want me to be serving me up apology letters and shit. And I ain't got time for that anymore.
Unbelievable, man.
I only have a very short statement.
I get it, Von Joe. But let me help the homie Culler out, because I've been trying to help Culler out for all these years. Culler, fuck these people that you think that when they come, tell them go fuck themselves. Like, that's it. I don't give a fuck about
it. Just takes a lot of energy to tell 500 people to go fuck themselves, dude.
But you ain't got to 500. Listen, hey, how many people are in here now? I can't see. I'm driving. How many people are watching this show right now, Culler?
I'm driving too. I can't see shit.
193. Shout out to y'all. Hit the like button.
Watch this, Culler. Watch this. 193 of y'all. Go fuck yourself. You see that? I'm not going to tell 500 of them all out. Hey, one by one. No, tell them all. Go fuck yourself. Like this shit is over, bro. I mean, enough is enough. It's fucking over.
You see where I get this stuff from?
Hey, hold on real quick, because I want to hear from Von Joe. Von Joe's been waiting, but I want to say,
it's Von
fuck
Joe's
you,
turn, by the
Bones.
way.
I'm calling out Bones. Fuck you, Bones. All right, go ahead, Von Joe.
All right, a wise man once said, Culler, to believe is to not know. If you know, you don't have to believe. That was a wise man that once said that.
Oh, wow. I like that one.
Now, here's the thing. I heard the statement. The reason why I came up here is because apparently we have a very smart
Wait a minute.
organization.
Wait, hold on. So you're contending that there's no such possibility to have an agnostic theist?
To a degree.
Interesting. I like that. Interesting. I have to keep that one in my pocket for a little while. Go ahead.
But here we go. Before we go down that rabbit hole, because I don't have much time, I always say, people say, because I came to the conclusion we don't really have a smart team. Our team is not very smart. Our front office, that's from coach on up. And the reason why I say that is I wholeheartedly agree. Lewis always said it's the players. It's not the system.
I can't hear
it's the
nothing.
players. It's the coaches, right? The coaches are trash. We keep hearing that, right? Not the coaches, but the players are trash. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different quarterbacks that they brought in. In the number of years, there's been how many free agents that could have backed up Tua? But all the ones that we brought in, even the ones we draft, have not been able to pretty much run the offense that the coach has put together efficiently. But the coach and the GM are coming together to bring these guys in. So I came to the conclusion that they're not that smart because you can't bring in a fix. So it's either the coach or the GM or the system is broken.
Or all three.
Because you're bringing in or all three. Because the thing is, you're bringing these guys in to run your system. You're handpicking them. If you can watch 700 film of Tua, you probably saw Tyler Huntley.
May I ask
for
you
the
a
past
question?
3 years.
May I ask a question that's relevant to what you just said?
Go ahead.
Those quarterbacks that they could have brought in, is it a possibility that those quarterbacks didn't want to play in Miami or play on the East Coast at all, or for whatever reason they didn't want to play here?
That's a good one.
The reason why I'm going to say that
we have to add all of that context in. We can't just say because you're available.
So Big Nick, the reason why I'll give pushback to that.
What if you don't want to come here?
The reason I'll give pushback to that first off is Miami. It's Miami.
Okay. Dion didn't want to come here.
I didn't think the backup journeyman had the choice, Big Nick.
Dion didn't want to come here.
Can I ask Von Joe a question? My brother? Because Von Joe's my brother.
Peyton didn't want to come.
Right? Von Joe, you're an advocate to get Chris.
Man, them 2 ears all over him today. Got your back, Lou.
All right, cool. Is Von Joe still here?
Hey, y'all know we offer more money. Y'all know we offer Dion more money.
Yeah, sorry about that.
You guys ran through the same dead zone or something.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had a call that came in.
VJ, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead, bro.
You're an advocate to get what's up, pimp? Chilling, in the game. You're an advocate, right, to get Chris Greer up out of here, correct, Bonzo?
Yeah, but wait.
What? No,
let's get it clear. If I'm getting Chris Greer out of here, it has to be McDaniel as well.
Right. Well,
okay.
Let me just ask you my question, right? Okay, so you already answered the second part. You're willing to get Chris Greer out of here, right? You're willing to get Mike McDaniel out of here, and you have the same opinion as me that these backup quarterbacks were trash, right? Me and you have the same opinion on that?
Yeah, correct. We're still on the same page there.
Funny to me is, and again, you're my brother, right? I don't mean to do this to you live in front of everybody. But one of the reasons that you hated Chris Greer is because you said the way this team was currently constructed, you don't agree with. But when we were having conversations, you believed that Mike White, with this roster, could win 10 games. So how in the fuck, if you don't believe Chris Greer has done a good job or Mike McDaniel has done a good job, and if you didn't believe in none of these backup quarterbacks, how in the fuck did the words Mike White winning 10 games with this roster come out of your mouth?
Well, I could easily answer that question, because with new information, you're able to change your opinion, right? When you have actual facts. Because again, belief, right? But now that I know, because of the facts that were presented to me, no, they're not that smart. I was wrong. I could pivot on that. Because again, that was going off belief, Lewis. So you're not killing anything here. Again, that was going off belief. But now that I actually know, I don't have to believe anymore in Mike White. I know that he is trash. I know that our GM is. Hold on. I know that our GM made a mistake there. I know our head coach made a mistake as well.
So our GM was cooking, but 6 weeks into the season, now he's a complete idiot. How does that work? I'm just
because the GM is a result. So because the GM is a result.
How that works.
Because the GM position is a result-based business. You can only assess what a manager do based off the results that are given.
So Vonjo, you think by bringing in an NFL caliber quarterback for under $3 million as your number 2 backup is a bad decision?
What do you mean?
The practice squad.
Do you think Mike White was making less than $3 million?
But hold on, it's a bad decision when your starting quarterback is not one that has a history of being there also in a team or being there.
Except for when he just did.
When he played scared.
No, except for when he just did.
Contract 18
when he played scared.
Except the 18 in a row.
Oh, Big Nick, I already debunked that Tua played scared. He didn't play himself, and I said this.
I didn't say anything about scared. I didn't say anything about scared. You
don't have to say nothing about scared.
Quarterback, when you said your quarterback can't play 17
games. Exactly.
And I said except for the 18 in a row that he just played.
Exactly, and I debunked that already. Right. That one, Tua played cautious, and one of my fears going into. Hold on, could I finish? Could I finish? Because I'll let you finish your statement. Could I finish? And I already stated, beginning of the season, one of my fears when it comes to Tua Tagovailoa is him playing loose and playing reckless, and what will happen to him then.
So the difference between what I just said was an absolute fact. He played 18 in a row. What you just said is an opinion that the man played scared and cautious.
He did play scared. So hold on. The Tua that so you're telling me the Tua that played last year and the Tua that you've seen this year is the same?
Absolutely.
I think the team is different.
No. I'm saying Tua.
Yeah, I think
his play style.
Tua's still Tua.
No, his play style are completely different. I disagree.
What? I think running scared doesn't mean knocking yourself out by hitting a safety head on.
No, running scared.
Again. The weight in the offseason so he can move around again.
I don't think that's playing scared.
Again, you're saying scared. You're focused on scared. Hold on. You're focused on scared. Again, cautious.
I don't think running head on into a safety by trying to make a play for your team and knocking yourself out, getting yourself a concussion is playing cautious.
At all.
I know that's playing recklessly.
No, but
that's playing. Hold on. That's playing more reckless.
Not only do the goalposts have gates on, but they got rockets attached to them motherfuckers.
Hold on. Again, that's playing cautious. That's not playing running into the safety. That's playing reckless. Last year, he wouldn't run. He would have threw the ball away or threw it into the dirt, like he did.
So
that's playing cautious.
Right. So cautious and reckless are the same, are synonymous with each other.
No, cautious.
Are you not listening?
No,
he was
saying. Now you're here, but you're not listening.
Can you be cautious and reckless all at the same time?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Are you guys getting what I'm saying? Hold on, time out. I'm gonna pause. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Does everybody else understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
well,
I said, we had this.
Your point.
Yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying, Von Jones. He's not the same.
Guys, hold on. We had this definitional debate last year at about the same time. Scared is not the same thing as cautious. That's what we did determine.
Yeah, but again, he was playing cautious last year.
Right, not scared.
This year, he's playing more reckless. After he got the contract, he was more reckless. That's how
Wait
he
a
ended up
minute.
with a
Hold,
concussion.
Scared is a feeling. Cautious
hold
is an
on.
action.
what
Hold
data do
on.
you have to say that he was
Hold
playing
on.
cautious last year?
Scared is a form of cautiousness, but not all cautiousness is fear. Is like scared or feared.
Yeah,
Scared
that's
is a
correct.
feeling. Cautious is an action.
Not going and walking off the edge of a freaking building and making sure you look over because there's no guardrail to get your distance from the edge of a building don't make you scared. It makes you cautious.
Wholeheartedly. But again, but
Make
we
you
could
dumb.
easily if you looked at Tua's play style last year, if you actually just evaluated it, right, where he threw the ball
Who
into the dirt.
evaluated it? Who evaluated it?
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and just go off my opinion since we want to go ahead and again,
See,
in
Color, why
my
you shouldn't
opinion.
bring up the Donald Kruger effect on this panel ever?
Oh, come
So
on,
what
man.
makes
Go
hold
ahead,
on,
go ahead,
whoa,
And
time
the
out.
only
So what
person,
make
hold on,
hold on,
I'm
Color.
glad you brought that word up, Big Nick.
Because I was gonna say, what
Because I
makes
was going
you
to say,
more of
hold
an
on,
expert
Vonjo,
than I
hold on,
am?
just one second, Vonjo, because I was just going to actually say earlier about the whole idea that McDaniel is smarter than all of us. Yes, he is more credentialed than the rest of us, so thereby, because of his education and all that, likely smarter than all of us. But is Mike McDaniel
I was talking
himself?
about football smarts.
Hold on, Big Nick. Even when it comes to football, is Mike McDaniel suffering from the Dunning-Kruger effect? I wholeheartedly believe so. At
That's
his
crazy.
age,
That's
at his
crazy.
age, at his age,
That's
Big Nick,
crazy.
at his age.
But hold on, but Big Nick made a
Yeah,
statement
that's
there. But I want to
crazy.
know, Big Nick, what makes
No,
you?
bro.
I want to know
No,
what makes Big Nick more of an expert than I am. What is his credentials?
I'm really
I
surprised
don't.
you're not in the
I
middle of
don't.
the
Hey,
table
hey,
with me
Vonjo,
on this.
Vonjo, if you ever
Hold on.
listen to me,
I'm
if you ever
surprised,
listen to
Big
me,
Nick.
truly listen to me and stop listening just to respond to
Big
me,
Nick,
you
I'm
would
really
know that I
surprised.
always go to the experts. I always
Man,
release to that.
I
I
got
always
you,
get
but
experts. I never ever try to
McDaniel's
be myself an
Dunning-Kruger,
expert.
bro. I'm really
I
surprised you're
never
not.
present myself as an expert. I'm
Big Nick,
always saying I don't know.
I got
I
you.
always understand that there's a method. There are things that goes into it
At
that
the
I'm
end of
not
the day,
privy
we're
to.
all just
That's
fans.
true. That's
See it
true.
our
That's
own
true.
ways.
But sometimes, hold on. But sometimes football is just stinking football, Big Nick. What I'm saying is, I'm surprised that you aren't a little more middle of the table with me on this Dunning-Kruger idea for McDaniel. I'm really
Hell no, I'm not. No.
surprised. I thought
Because
you'd be able to identify it
well
right
and
away.
good. You know well and good that somebody will read the first paragraph or something that they're interested in, and that's the only thing they'll read, and they'll go out and present themselves as experts.
That's
Hell no,
true.
Mike
That's
McDaniel
true.
don't do
No,
that.
but there is the slow growth Dunning-Kruger that we all suffered growing up.
No,
You know what I mean?
Anyway, Color, I got a meeting to go get prepped for. I got a
Alrighty,
5
Vonjo,
o'clock.
appreciate it.
Appreciate, but again, my statement is my statement. I still stand on it. It is what it is. Some people might agree, some people might not. This is why the world is the world. So
So, Color, there's two things that I'm absolutely horrified to be labeled as, right? Number
I'm
one
not
is a
saying he's all the way. Hold on, Big Nick. I'm not saying he's all the way at the top of the slope.
I
You know
don't
what I
think he's
mean?
even in the, I don't think he's in the
But he
same area
certainly ain't
code.
at the bottom. He certainly ain't at the bottom of it, dude.
But listen, there's two things in my life that two phrases that I'm absolutely horrified to be labeled as. Number one is a bugaboo. That's when you can't take a hint from this woman and she go
Wait,
tell all her
wait.
friends.
What was the word again? What was the word again?
Bugaboo.
Bugaboo.
Okay.
That's when
Bubble.
you can't take the hint from this woman and she done told all her friends that you just won't take a hint that she don't like you.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that guy. And the number two thing, I don't ever want anybody to label me as having the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Oh, no kidding, man. That's because see, isn't that part of Dunning-Kruger? Like you knowing that and understanding that, doesn't that put you at the bottom of the slope?
Oh shit.
No,
You
that's
know what
why
I
I
mean?
say that's why I say I defer to the experts. Quick. I don't want that label.
But that fear, Big Nick, is precisely what sends somebody down it because you've been slapped down your whole life and told you're wrong your whole life. That as you learn what you were wrong about, you actually learn real knowledge, but your confidence goes down in that real knowledge because you've been slapped down so much in your whole life. And that's the phenomena we're talking about. So
No, what
as,
Dunning-Kruger is, the motherfucker is interested in biomechanics. So what they do, they pick up a book on biomechanics and they read the
that's a
foreword.
form of
They
it.
read the foreword, and after they read the foreword, it agrees with what they already understand about it, so they consider themselves to be experts.
That's a manifestation of it. It's what it is. It's called a slope. It's the Dunning-Kruger slope. Okay. And what it is at the top of this, when a person is young in their life, usually at the top of the slope, you have at the very top of the curve is you have a very low level of actual knowledge, but a high level of confidence in your knowledge, right?
Absolutely.
Right. And as you go down the slope through life, you gain more actual knowledge,
Oh yeah, then
but
you lose that
lose confidence in the knowledge that you actually have. Because so many people have told you you're wrong your whole life,
right?
But that's actually how you gain the knowledge. You know what I mean?
A smart man realized he don't know shit.
Right.
Hey,
And supposedly, supposedly once you get to the bottom, you're supposed to level back up to like the middle, and that's where like pure wisdom's at. You know what I mean?
So I'm a parent. That makes me an expert. I am not a Dunning-Kruger. I'm not on the Dunning-Kruger slope when it comes to being a parent. I'm an expert.
But as a guy is about your age, you don't think that I might be a little valid in my opinion that a young guy like McDaniel might be up at the top portion of the slope?
No, because he's an expert in his field. He can't be Dunning-Kruger. He's literally an expert. He's literally an expert.
How about relative to other coaches that have come before him or in his contemporary now?
Boy, it ain't no different levels of expert.
In other words, not relative to me, not relative to me or you.
It ain't no expert.
When
let's say
Culler, are you asking in the description of the
Bill
job?
Belichick.
There are no experts.
I'm just saying, where is Mike McDaniel on the slope relative to a guy like, let's say, Jim Harbaugh?
But then he
anywhere near.
In order for him to qualify for the Dunning-Kruger effect when it comes to Jim Harbaugh, he has to believe that he has as much knowledge.
He probably does. He probably
we
does
don't know
believe
that. We don't know that.
Oh, come on, man. Listen to the
We
way he
don't know
talks.
that. No, man, you can't get me on that boat. Hell no.
Listen to the way he talks, bro, in all jargon, man. Hey, how about can you at least admit this, Big Nick, that somebody that sits here and goes, like True Finn just said, isn't that like a
did y'all follow
indicator of
the media?
Dunning-Kruger?
Did you guys follow the media with Brian Flores when he first got hired?
Yes. And I know
Do you know one of the biggest critiques was with Brian Flores?
His
Thank you. So come on, man. Stop being hypocritical, man.
I remember that.
The media was literally telling this man.
You never asked me.
Listen, I remember listening to a report.
You're doing it again, Big Nick. You're doing this to me again. You're doing this to me again. You're doing this to me again. You never asked me where I thought Flores was on the slope. So you're doing it.
Yeah, but can I interject here for a second when it comes to Flores? I think the fact that we weren't so worried about Flores is because Flores came from New England. Flores' defense won
No. Wait a minute
Flores
here.
had more like, okay, this guy won somewhere.
Wait a minute here.
Didn't.
No. Wait a minute here, True Finn. You're doing the same thing, Big Nick. I've never been asked where I thought Flores was on the Dunning-Kruger when he was here.
I know you haven't. But to me,
you guys lost me on that Dunning-Kruger. I don't even know what you're talking about. I swear.
All due respect, by omitting, right?
It never came up, Big Nick.
Not even omitting consciously, but by bringing Color. By even mentioning that critique of Mike McDaniel, and you don't revert back to the criticism that Brian
it never came up, bro. It just never came up.
Even mentioning it.
It wasn't so obvious to me. Okay,
I
so
cannot mention the way you wear your ball cap.
Is it possible?
I can't mention the way you wear your ball cap when El Capitan wore his ball cap.
Big Nick, is it possible? Is it possible that it wasn't as obvious to me with him?
No, I'm just pointing out the hypocrisy. That's all.
No, it's not
Whether it applies,
hypocrisy.
if it
Wait a minute
applies,
here.
if it applies, then that's what it is. If it don't apply, then that's what it is. Color.
Okay, but it's not hypocrisy if I just did. It wasn't as obvious to
If it
me.
applies, it applies. If it don't apply, it don't apply.
It don't
brother.
apply because it
Okay,
just
then it
wasn't
don't
as
apply.
obvious to me.
Then don't defend that. Don't defend your stance if it don't apply because hey, when I threw that rock, your ass didn't squeal, so obviously you wasn't a hit dog, right?
You take that way too seriously, bro. I'm not gonna
No,
lie.
man.
You take that phenomenon way too seriously, man. It's not always the case of that, dude.
But I remember
When somebody's putting words in my mouth, I'm gonna say
I
it,
was
bro.
out shooting one of my videos and I had my headphones on listening to Dolphins talk, right? And I remember like the commentators, the reporters critiquing Brian Flores as a hire after his first interview, and they said he's gonna have to get past some of the ticks, some of the the ahs, the hesitation.
That was
He's gonna have to
Dolphins
get
talk.
past that. That was a legitimate critique from our media when
I
covering
also,
Brian Flores.
keep in mind, I wasn't doing this as like the capacity I am now back then, bro. I might have said something like that.
That's not the point. You keep missing the point, Color.
No, you keep missing the point. You're projecting
Color. I
something
never
on me
accused
that's
you of
not
saying
even
that.
possible.
All
I
I'm saying is
wasn't there.
Color. If you
I wasn't
criticize
doing this then.
Color, if I'm your co-host, right? If I'm your current co-host and Cap was your previous co-host, and you are criticizing me for the way I wear my ball cap, and Cap wears his ball cap the exact same way, by you not realizing that you're criticizing for me for something that was okay with you in the past, that's hypocrisy.
I guess.
Whether you intended to be or not.
I don't
Whether
know
you
how it
intended
just
to be or
never
not.
came up, bro. You're making way too
You don't
much of
get
it
it,
than
Color.
it
You don't
is,
get it.
bro.
Are you aware of Brian Flores' tick?
You're always trying to pin me with something, dude.
Are you aware of the tick Brian Flores has when he talks?
I mean,
Are you
sort
aware
of, I
of
guess. I'd have to go. I haven't watched him in a while. I have to go
Okay,
back
if you're
and
not
look.
aware, just say I'm not aware. Then that'd be cool. That'll absolve you.
I'm not. Like I
Okay,
said,
then
I
that'll
wasn't
absolve
doing this
you.
in this capacity back then.
So it wasn't hypocritical of you then, Color.
Oh, okay. Well, fine.
All right, here we go.
I don't know who keeps timing out Aaron Jones, but
You gotta walk
Aaron Jones.
you gotta walk Color off that ledge, man. I'm telling you, if you don't walk him off that ledge, he'll keep going. I love him too much.
Look,
I gotta pull him back.
Okay, and I appreciate that, man. You know, I'm not. You know, like I'm trying to figure out who keeps timing out Aaron Jones or blocking him, but because there's nobody
Well, I
around
think
here.
we're gonna catch Buffalo. I think we're gonna catch Buffalo.
There is nobody here authorized to time somebody out or block them because of their take about Tua, bro. So nobody's doing that. Aaron Jones, if it was, then it was an accident. I don't know what to tell you.
Send the link.
You heard me, Color? I think we're gonna catch Buffalo.
Well,
I think the season ain't nowhere near over, man. That's the way this defense playing. Nowhere near
I
over.
hear you about the defense, but you think Mike McDaniel is going to be able to do something to Buffalo in Buffalo?
What a lot of people don't
I hope you're right,
understand,
though.
Big Nick. What a lot of people don't understand about guys as old as you and me is that, and even True Finn probably.
I'm 46.
Right, so you're old enough. Is that, and I don't know why even younger people haven't realized this by now because they've been watching long enough. Like literally, we've seen way crazier freaking shit happen.
Hey, I'm going to say this, and I don't want nobody to take this the wrong way,
Like
right?
the Dolphins beating the Bills next week is like I look. I wouldn't even put the Dolphins beating the Bills next week as like top 500 craziest things I've ever seen happen in football.
True or false? The points that this defense is allowing is Super Bowl caliber. I'm not saying that what it is. I'm just saying it's Super Bowl caliber.
It was supposed to be.
No, I'm asking you right now. In
Oh
real
yeah, I
life,
agree.
the points,
I agree completely with that statement.
I'm going to answer that question this way. I'm going to answer that question this way, Big Nick, because I've already stated my position.
Number one pass defense, number one third down convention.
Hold on, True.
even with Jordan Poyer playing like a straight old ass man.
Yep.
How are you supposed to end a sentence with a question mark and I'm not supposed to answer it, bro? I don't understand that.
Because I asked you, the way the Dolphins defense is
And I
playing now,
never even got a chance to answer, man.
with the points that are being allowed, all I asked you was that Super Bowl
Oh,
quality.
I misheard the question. Okay, yes, absolutely. I've been for
Right.
my whole
That's
first
all I'm
part of my
saying.
my entire show was about that yesterday, Big Nick. You know how I ended the show? The show was titled "Guess Who's Back," and everybody thought I was talking about Tua. And at the end
And
of the
I find
show,
it,
at the end
I
of the
just
show,
find
I
it
ended it
crazy.
with "Guess Who's Back."
Yeah.
I just think it's crazy. I just think it's crazy talk to think
bitches.
that a defense playing so well and a former #1 offense in the NFL can at least get back to let's be generous and say the middle of the pack. The middle of the pack.
That's the frustrating
Big Nick,
part.
I
We're
would
watching
not.
this
I
defense.
would not put that even on my top 1,000 as craziest things I've ever seen happen in the NFL. So I agree with
So
you.
with the defense playing the way they're playing now, if our offense can get back to the middle of the pack, what does that mean?
That means
Well,
that
we'll
we
be real
burn our
good.
draft picks. That means we burn our draft position. Go ahead, Lewis. What does it mean for you?
Can I tell you what it means? Because when I hear the defense is playing Super Bowl worthy, Super Bowl caliber.
No, I didn't say that. I say that's Super Bowl numbers, like the points allowed.
You said
The points
championship
allowed.
worthy. You said championship worthy.
Yeah, with the points allowed. I said the points allowed.
Right. And again, I'm not trying to take a shit on the defense. What I will, can I see this defense play a championship worthy caliber team? Because if
that's true, but I'm just talking about the points allowed now.
And again, points allowed. If you get excited by stopping Mason Rudolph, if you get excited by stopping Geno Smith, and if you get excited by stopping Trevor Lawrence, then I'm with you. Right? Then I'm with you.
Wait a minute. Don't shit on Geno. Don't shit on Geno. Don't put Geno in that category.
Well, again, Geno hasn't won shit. Like, the numbers is cute. Geno Smith is virtually Tua Tagovailoa. And we don't like Tua, do we? So if we don't like Tua, and Tua is Pat Staten and has all these numbers, then why the fuck will you like Geno? Because Geno is virtually Tua Tagovailoa.
But Lewis, listen to me. Let me explain again. I'm not saying that the Miami Dolphins defense is the Baltimore Ravens.
They played AR-15 and Jacoby Brissett the last 2 weeks.
I'm not saying that they're Ray Lewis defense. I'm not saying. All I'm saying is we've given up 16, 17, very low numbers.
And you played offenses that are on the bottom of the league.
Yeah, I understand that, but that's not the point. Is the number, right? Imagine. All I'm saying is with the number that we've allowed, if we were still the same type of offense, we didn't have these hiccups. That's all I'm saying.
And again, that's fine. You're talking about the offense now. What I'm talking about, if they go into Kansas City and they allow 17, then I'm going to be right there locked arm in arm with you. If we go 2 weeks from now and we hold the Buffalo Bills to 16 points, then I'm going to come up here and I'm going to say, hey, Culler, you were right. Nick, you were right. And goddamn it, I was wrong. But I'm not going to come out here.
But shit, we did hold Buffalo to that.
Hold on. What did we? Hey, wait. What did we hold Buffalo and Kansas City to last year?
Oh, man, we talking about this shit last year. We talking about right now.
I thought we were talking about this year.
Okay, my bad. I hear you.
Can I interject for just a second for show purposes on these numbers we're talking? Okay, last year our points per game allowed was right around 24 something. Okay, the lowest it was under Brian Flores was 21.8. Currently, right now it's 21.5. Okay, what I plan to do, Big Nick, because this is really what needs to be done, because I think it's going to partly answer what Trufin's talking about right here, is that I'm going to go through and I'm going to find out, even since, last 10 games, whatever, even just this year,
right?
I'm going to go through and I'm going to factor our points per game allowed for just 3/4 of every ball game we played. And watch it drop. Watch how fast it drops below 20.
No, you watch if you.
In other words, take away. No, wait. What I'm saying is, take away junk time, because our defense flipped our offense a bird in the fourth quarter and said, now it's your turn.
If you take it, which is not fair, and I know Lewis gonna pull his hair out for this
I'm
shit.
gonna do it.
But if you
I'm
take
gonna
out
do
the
it. 'Cause
Buffalo
I know
game,
it's below 20.
if you take
I
out the
know it's
Buffalo
below
game, you
20.
probably have 15, 16 points a game.
And that includes Buffalo. Now I could be wrong. I'd have to look at the box score again.
No, with
Buffalo
the
might have
Buffalo
had us
game, you
ran
said
up
we're at
already.
21.
I don't remember.
With the Buffalo game, you said we're at 21. I'm saying if you take out the Buffalo game, we probably
Well,
at least
the other
at
thing
18.
we got to take out is the pick six. That's not on their offense against our defense.
No, that's on that don't count against the defense.
But they do in the points per game stat. They don't differentiate.
I think in the last two games against Buffalo,
I'm
we
not
haven't
sure
allowed
about that. I'm not sure about that, Big Nick.
And
It's called points allowed, fellas.
Listen,
Points allowed.
and they allowed 24 points against Buffalo, right? Because take away that 7 from the pick 6. And all I'm saying is that game was over by halftime, and the Buffalo Bills did not try on offense to put up points. Because
You're right about that.
That's
You're
fair.
right about that.
That's fair. That's fair. That is fair.
Lewis, what you trying to say? We was a bunch of
But
bitches
if
by
we're
halftime?
but here again though, if we're holding the ball longer and scoring, they don't even have the opportunity to try harder.
What was the score? What was the score right
what
when
I'm
Tua
saying
got
is-
hurt? What was the score when Tua got hurt?
It was 31-10 when he got hurt. What
Okay,
I'm
so
saying is
we were getting our asses kicked.
Yeah, what I'm saying is I'm proud of the defense. Don't get me wrong. It's the same thing, and Culler knows I Miami Hurricanes, right? Cam Ward has been impressive, right? He's my Heisman so far after 7 weeks or 8 weeks of the college season. But the fact of the matter is the Hurricanes, my beloved Miami Hurricanes.
I know where you're going.
We have played trash this season. So I can admit I'm giving the Miami Hurricanes and Cam Ward credit. They're doing what they're supposed to do.
Right.
Just like the Dolphins defense is doing what they're supposed to do against Mason Rudolph, against Jacoby Brissett, against AR-15. I want now, if this defense comes out and does that to Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen in 2 weeks, and when we go to Green Bay, hold Jordan up, and then now we're working with Greece. You see what I'm saying? I'm not trying to shit on them. I'm just saying, can we?
No. You're right. So the tack that I've been taking, Lewis, is to say, look, to answer Big Nick's question, look, we're definitely, in my opinion, trending towards that level. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
The other reason I say that is because, look, because of our inept offense. The number of times that their opponent's offense has had a chance, your defense is still, deserves credit for the fact that all it takes is one play to have 7 points put against you. You see what I'm saying? So the other thing is being that a real number like third down conversion, that means we're handing the ball back to the offense just over and over and over again.
Right.
And it does get to a point where you'd think even the opponents we've faced still should have ran the score up on us more than it has been.
Hey, can I offer some criticism to Mike McDaniel?
In my opinion, that's my view.
Let me offer some criticism to Mike McDaniel. Everybody and their mama, come on, Dolphin fans. We all knew Alec Ingold was getting that ball on that 4th and 1, right?
No.
Like if we knew it, come on, man. Indianapolis knew it. That's some real criticism. And I knew he was going to get the ball. I knew it. And I knew Indianapolis knew he was going to get the ball. I offer that criticism. You can't keep doing the same shit.
I thought that was a horrible play call, by the way.
Well, no, it wasn't a 4th and 1. It was a 3rd and 1. But still, don't run it with Alec Ingold, man. We trying to come on, man.
Exactly.
I knew that the moment Indianapolis took the lead, that we weren't going to be able to catch them, even if it was a field goal. I knew it.
I called it a 12-9 game loss for Miami, and everybody's like, "Oh no, they suck." I'm like, you guys keep thinking this offense is something like you as of today at this time. Don't give me the 70 points from last year. Don't give me none of what we've been. And not only this season, a couple games at the end of last season to now. This has been a reoccurring theme. It's not. People don't want to understand, bro. This scheme is It's simple. As corny as it sounds, yo, if you keep doing the same thing, it's on film. They're gonna study it. They're gonna practice for it. You gotta adjust. Now, the quarterback hasn't. The head coach hasn't. It's like I was telling Cutler earlier or yesterday. This is, to me, this is not just one thing. This is a lot of deep shit, bro. Like, I don't know, man. I'm sometimes, I guess I overanalyze things too, you know. But damn, bro, like, this is what we're doing right now. Like, let's go back to the earlier topic. So we got a backup, and this is how bad the team is, or is it this how bad the scheme is, or both? What is it? Well, we can't. It's 10 points, 3 points, 12 points. You know, the
Keep
Patriots.
telling y'all what it is, but you don't want to. You think, oh no, it's too simple, Culler. That's too simple. It's one word explains the entire problem on our team, and this is why I won't give up. You know, until I'm sure that they have.
Oh well, I don't. I'll tell you this. I don't like what.
The
Whenever
word is execution, bro.
Yeah, what I was gonna tell you now before you said, like, when you say you or anybody says something, it's got to be really ridiculous for me not to listen to you and not to at least give it a thought. You know, I'm not one of those guys. You know, it has to be somebody like really like like the earlier conspiracy
When
theory.
I say that, everybody's like, "Oh, it's way more complicated than that, Culler." No, it's not, because execution is something that the coach has to do too.
Culler, I'm out of here, buddy. Give me how many touchdowns we beat Arizona by.
2.5.
So we beat them by 14 points, 14 and a half.
Something like that. 17.
You think we're gonna score 20? You think we'll score 20?
I think we're gonna score almost 40 on that shit. I think
Well,
we're gonna.
again, you guys, if you want me to argue semantics, if you're asking me what I think and
We
what
might
I
not run the ball not one play.
Yeah. No, but just for like, I want to know, like, what do you think about that? Like, what do you think this, even with Tua coming back, you think we could score more than 20?
I think we're gonna beat the shit. Yeah, we're gonna put more than
Well,
20. We're gonna beat the shit out the boys, man.
Truth in the tack that I've been taking, and I said it the other day on my show, was I personally don't see any reason, unless, and there are people that Lewis himself, we clarified this as far as your position, Lewis, and it's completely respected. You know what I mean?
Right.
But when it comes to where I am, basically where I was at after we lost to Buffalo, as if Tua never got hurt.
Okay.
Because of the fact that we can go on an 8-3 run, and I believe with our schedule the way it is, I think a 10-7 record, given the current situation, is enough to say that's respectable. And I don't think it makes us a one and done going into the playoffs. 9-8, yeah.
Okay.
And given the current state of the NFL, 10-7 should be one of the more middle competitive teams going into the playoffs.
So the teams up on our schedule that could possibly give us those 3 losses to take us to 7: Buffalo, San Francisco, and Green Bay. I don't
Houston, maybe the Jets one.
So you.
But Big Nick, you sounded like you lost connection. But this is all predicated upon us doing what Big Nick and I want to be Pollyannish about, which is fix all our shit. You know what I mean? I mean, so I don't know why for anybody that was off of the whole thing because of Tua's performance the past 2 games he played and because of what happened against Buffalo, if you were off of the team and off of the season because of that, then I'm not speaking to those people. I mean, I'm speaking to them. It's not like I don't mean I'm not talking to you. No, what I meant was that this is not meant for you. Okay. Right. This is meant for people like Big Nick and I who still want to be a little Pollyannish and say, look, if we fix the shit that we know we've had a problem with for the last 10 games, Big Nick,
Mm-hmm.
then yeah, we should be right back where we were to start the season, where we thought we could beat anybody as long as we execute.
Yeah, Culler, let me ask you something because
So
I
I
can't.
expect that as a fan to happen. Do I predict it will? No, I won't make that prediction.
Yeah, me neither. Let me ask you a question. Do you remember? I can't remember at the top of my head right now. When was the last time the Dolphins scored 30? Was it long ago? Or am I
Washington.
missing?
Last year versus the Jets without
What about
Tyreek Hill.
Washington?
No, I think we played the Jets after Washington.
Okay.
Okay, so it was okay.
I believe it
So-
was the Jet game at home when we won 30-0.
Yes,
Right, so-
yes, I remember that game. Now, was that after the Washington game?
That was after the Washington game.
Right.
That
Okay.
was right before the Dallas game, I believe.
Right. So again, I am
Okay.
not under any illusion as to what I actually think we can accomplish. Or even if it's a good thing or not.
Right.
Because, Lewis has made some fair points about so what if it all. You know what I mean? I just believe that we can a skilled GM should be able to still get us where we need to be in the draft, even without necessarily tanking this year or being mediocre this year. The concern is if we win just enough games that they don't want to clean that house fully. And I understand those people's concerns.
Oh, right. I don't know. I don't know what to think, Colors. I can tell you my feeling. I don't know if that's worth a shit, but my feeling is that my feeling is that we are what we've been the last 10 games or so. I don't see us all of a sudden going back to that 30, 35, 25. I just don't feel it.
Well, it's not that we were. See, that's where I think we get confused. It's not what we were for the last 10 games. What we are is what we've been for the last 24 years. We're good enough.
Yeah.
We're good enough not to be good enough. We're a hovering 9, 10, 11 win team that we get excited that we're in the playoffs, and then we're getting boat raced in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And I'm that's what I'm tired of. Forget about the coach. Forget about, bro. I'm watching teams that are less talented than ours, right? And they're winning.
Yeah.
Why is that? It's not about coaching. It's not about nothing. It's Color is spot on. And I used to say this too. It's about execution of the players, bro.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it comes down to. And the fact of the matter is, you see other teams that don't have the Tyreek Hills, that don't have the Jalen Waddles, that don't have the Jalen Wrights and the Devon A-Chains, right? They might have less tier talent, but when they execute, it looks better than all of our talent.
Yeah. Sure does. It looks so much easier.
It's frustrating.
Yeah, it is frustrating.
And if these guys that cannot get on the field, now this is where I agree with a lot of people, then get them up out of here. But for me, the people that I'm looking to get up out of here, guys that are sitting in leather couches. It's not Chris Greer. And it's not Mike McDaniel.
Well, to the point I was making about execution, Chris Greer's got to execute too. And when you look at what we've built and what he's built and what he's responsible for doing, he has executed his job, bro.
Facts.
Hey, Lewis, let me ask you something. What would you do?
Hold on. You could be like Von Joe, and he's right to say that it's a results-based position. Fine. But as far as what his actual job is to do, he has executed it. Nobody said anything about this roster last year before the season started, and then this year before the season started. As Crypto keeps pointing out, this is the best roster we've ever seen in our lives.
Absolutely. Well, listen, the fact is, right, Von Joe, before this season, we were having a conversation on Twitter, and Von Joe's my brother. I'm not taking a shot at him. I was just asking so he could see. On Twitter, that man said, well, I believe if Tua goes down, Mike White, and this is when we still had Mike White on the roster.
Right.
His words were, with this roster, I believe with the collection of talent and the coaching that we have, right, we could win 10 games. Well, who the fuck is the one that put that roster together?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So again, now that it's not working, that's why I asked Bonjo. Okay, so Chris Greer was cooking and he was a genius in the offseason. But now all of a sudden, 6 games in, because the players on the field are not executing, now he's the idiot? He's the one that's a moron?
Right.
No, it's fucking Tyreek dropping passes. It's Tua
Yeah.
Tagovailoa not making the right reads. It's the running backs hitting the right holes. It's the linebackers not making the tackles. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, I
why,
see what you're saying completely.
why are we
And
blaming
we
the
know that
wrong
for the
fucking
fact that
people?
and we know that for the fact that other teams keep replacing their guys with way less better people on paper, but they're still getting the job done.
Facts.
Yeah, like some hard points right now.
Those young players that Kansas City brings in every year are executing better than our superstar zillion-dollar veterans.
That's a fact.
You get rid of Tyreek. Remember you asked me that earlier, Culler? I'm asking you guys. You get rid of Tyreek if you get something good for him?
Great question. What did you vote in the poll? Did you vote in the poll? I had a poll up earlier.
I did. I voted yes.
Lewis voted he'd rather get rid of the Penguin.
Yeah. I don't know, man. You know that I used to give a little bit of pushback because I'm a Chris Clear guy. Okay. I used to give a lot of pushback, but now it's like, what do we? Yeah.
Oh, Lewis, I'm sorry. Sounded like you lost your train of thought there, Trufin. Don't mean to interrupt you.
No,
but,
no, at all, man.
Lewis,
You got
I
me
got to
thinking,
make sure.
that's
I
all.
got to get Lewis's opinion because I don't know if you were here already when we had talked about it and broke the news and all that. But remind me of your opinion on this whole remember we were talking about the Tyreek trade and its possibilities and how Diana Rossini said nah, ain't happening, and you and I said, well, just because she's telling the truth doesn't mean that the information they gave her is the truth, right?
Right.
Did you hear the news? Well, you did. Obviously, you saw. I'm sure you've seen a text or a tweet by now. And it is confirmed. Tyreek selling his house in Miami.
No, I did not see that.
Uh-oh. Is he really?
You see that? Oh,
No,
well,
I did not.
breaking
This is
for
the
you
first time
then.
I'm hearing.
Yeah. On the market,
Well,
9.6 million.
Well, it's crazy. I saw some guy named Ari something, and he has to be some kind of beat writer because I've seen him put out stuff on Twitter before. There's a video. Actually, maybe I'll jump off here real quick.
Ari Mirioff or something.
Yeah. So
Yeah, he's cool. I think he's all right.
Yeah. So Tyreek, I guess he put out a tweet about an hour ago, I guess, and it's a little short clip of Tyreek. It's like a minute long, and Tyreek's doing an interview. And he said, strike up the band because the band is back together. And here's my message for fans this Sunday. Start me. So, again.
Bro, that is interesting. And I'll just say this. When I was looking to try to confirm whether, because the article that I read about it was tying it to constant rumors of Tyreek Hill being traded. I'm like, really? Persistent rumors? I thought we just heard about possible trades today, and it's already been refuted. But this other sports website was talking about it wrote an article about them selling their house and had tied it to the fact that of the trade rumors. And then I'm like, okay, well, that article said that she confirmed it because the Instagram post that Cap shared with me is from an Instagram account called what was it called? Oh shit, what was the name of the site? Either case, it was this Instagram account that literally it functions to post real estate listings of high-end houses and all that. And so I looked on their Instagram page because they said that she confirmed it on her Instagram, which I couldn't find myself. But I was looking on that Places the Instagram page that posted the listing, and there's a bunch of comments in its chat, right? And one of the usernames in the chat was Pacheco Architecture, who had put heart-eyed emojis. Do you know if Isaiah does anything with architecture on the side or something, like a side
Well,
company?
I'm pretty sure he has a little side company. I mean, that wouldn't be surprising to me. Color, I don't know if you're by your computer or whatever. I just
I am.
sent you that video on your Twitter DM.
Oh, cool,
I don't know
cool.
if you wanted to play what Tyreek said about starting them on fantasy or showing it or whatever, but
Because he's wow. No, that's probably talking about him and Tua then.
oh yeah, he's saying that the band is back together, meaning Tua's coming back, and he's for fantasy owners to start him this week, which means I think the last 2 weeks of 40 plus running plays, I think those days are over.
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
say that too, bro.
Not unless we got all that extra time to do it, because 80-yard touchdowns and stuff like that.
Well, Color, to your point of early, because I know this show is now almost 7 hours in. When you first started, though, you were talking about the weather this weekend in Miami and bombs away.
Oh,
and I
it's
think
football weather. Hell yeah.
I think Tyreek just illustrated what you said about 6 hours ago.
Man, he listens to my show. I know that for a fact. He's a good dude. And I was probably his biggest advocate in the whole 60 and a 40 thing. Lewis, by the way, 60 and a 40, bro. I think I might have been walking faster than 60 miles an hour earlier from the convenience store, dude.
Bro, listen, for the people, because I live in Tampa now, but I was born and raised in Miami. For the people that know, if you know, you know. Doing 60 in Miami is like doing 20.
I know. And everybody that commented on that and acted all self-righteous knows damn well the same thing. It's like, go rent a car. You know, you're like, oh, you're up to 60 and you're like, oh shit, I didn't realize I was going so fast.
I do 75 in my delivery truck.
I know, right?
Crazy.
Anyway, hit the like button, everybody. Oh my God, we're only 5 likes away from 100. See, I persevered. We got to get them likes, man. 5 of them. Let's play this Tyreek video here.
We're back, baby. Strike up the fucking band. We're back, baby.
You better be.
Let's go.
Because Big Nick and me been caping up hard for you all today. You better be the fuck back, baby. How can you not like the guy, man? So cool.
I'll tell you one thing: Tua coming back, it's gotta energize the team.
He's totally talking out his ass, dude. But it's just like, how can you not admire that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like just like the same reason we like Conor McGregor. Matter of fact, if you're listening, Tyreek, this is how I know you're listening. Okay, it'll be me. It'll be your personal, your secret signal to me. Okay, I want your celly. Okay, I want you to walk back to the sideline from the end zone like Conor McGregor, all big-footed with your chest sticking out. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if he does that, I know he's sending me a signal that he listens. So pay attention for it. Oh, by the way, if Big Nick happens to be listening still on his YouTube app, he mentioned the old dogs, and one of them was Tim Bowens. As a reminder to everybody, Tim Bowens will be inducted into the Miami Ring of Honor at halftime.
Yes, he will. Yes, he will.
This weekend, so that'll be pretty cool to watch.
Well deserved.
Timbo.
Yep, Timbo. And you know what? I don't know how he looks lately, but back in the day, you knew who Tim Bowens was on the field. If you're at Hard Rock, you're like, yeah, that's Tim.
Tim Bowens, Keith Traylor. Those were
Oh, yeah. Oh, Keith Traylor, man. And, you know, I never, for some reason, when he stepped in the door, I had no faith in him for some reason. But he just kept proving and proving and proving. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, these are some
You want
big,
to know?
strong boys.
You want to know who one of my favorite Dolphin defensive linemen of all time is? And it's probably going to surprise a lot of
Trace
people.
Armstrong.
Trace Armstrong,
Oh,
bro.
yeah.
One of my favorite
Oh, yeah.
D linemen, man.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
I
Yep.
loved me Trace Armstrong, man.
Yep.
Yep. Me too. Me too.
Oh, yeah, man. Old Trace Armstrong. Oh, yeah, man.
I miss those days, man. That defense was nasty, bro.
Yeah, there were some, like, what the Band of Brothers guys would call replacements that came in, like, right after we made the big splash with Richmond Webb and Keith Sims. We rolled a couple years, and then, like, in 93 or something, we brought in a whole bunch more guys on defense and offense. The guys like Trace Armstrong, you know what I mean? And you know, Brian Cox, you know what I mean? Like, dude, I miss them days, man.
Yeah, man, me too. I miss those days. I mean, I was. It was just fun to watch. It was frustrating, as all of us have always been through this whole Dolphin
You
life
know what's
of ours.
funny is back then, Trufin, when we were like losing to Buffalo in the playoffs all the time, we were just as stressed as we are now.
Absolutely, absolutely,
crazy.
Absolutely. That's my reason why a
Maybe-
lot of people say that they hate the Jets the most. For me,
You know
it's
what?
the Bills. I hate the Bills.
Maybe that's what Stephen Ross knows. And he knows it's the stress that causes people to spend money. Like, it's almost like subconsciously we think if we keep buying tickets and all that other stuff that it's going to like actually help them win.
Yeah. I'm
Right?
not.
Maybe
Yeah.
maybe we should be taking the position of Lewis and saying, you know what?
Fuck you.
The counter to all that is just relax, dude. Who cares if we lose? You know, fuck them. They don't care. Why should we care? You know what I mean?
I
get
mean,
it.
it is crazy, man. The only reason I'm going Sunday to the game is because, you know, again, brothers of mine from this great network, Culler, Ali. Well, hopefully Ali goes. I know he's been dealing with some things. Shout out to Ali. But Culler, right? Crypto Shake. My guys will be there. It's also fan club weekend, right? The atmosphere I know is going to be great. But I'm gonna be honest, bro. I got a free ticket coming my way to go to the game. I don't have to pay for nothing. It's basically show up and go.
Wow.
And I'm still hesitant about going. Like
Probably a better seat than I got too.
it is in the lower bowl, lower section. So,
I mean, not begrudging you. You know what I mean? Just saying that's. I'm looking at them cross-eyed, like, yo, guys. You know what I mean? The organization, like, really?
Yeah, it's just
I'm
it's
looking
crazy.
I'm looking at shit on Vivid Seats like $50, man. I'm like,
Yeah.
asshole.
Yeah. Well, look, like I said, I was lucky enough to get offered a free ticket to
Go,
go.
bro.
And
Hey, go, bro. Go and enjoy yourself, man. Go.
Well, I'm gonna go, but it's again. What I think I'm going more to hang out with the people that I want to hang out with rather than.
But I
going
wouldn't
'cause I wanna
blame
go
you
to
for
the
not
game.
going in the stadium.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like I'd much rather go just to hang out at the tailgate and hang out
I
with
hear
the
what you're
fellas.
saying. Yeah.
You
Then
can watch
go and
you
actually
can watch
watch
the
the-
garbage on a little portable TV outside. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like I'd much rather do that than actually go into the game.
Right.
And
And I would too. I would too.
Besides the fact that if they do prove to you that it's worthy for you to come in, likely you're going to get the best part of the game anyway. Oh, you roll in the third quarter because look, it's 24-22 and freaking, you know what I mean?
Right.
The defense needs our help, you know what I mean, or something. You know?
Yeah, I don't go to games anymore because number one, I'm a hothead and I don't do the whole look at your team sucks, you know. I don't have that ability to control myself. Everything to me is, oh, you're trying me, and it's a problem. So I just try to watch it here at home.
I do like to sit up at the promenade's fairly nice, you know, like it's basic, but it's fairly nice to sit up there and be able to just, you know, watch on TV a little bit too. what I want to get, Lewis, is them freaking bar tickets, dude. I got to get a hold of them next year, man.
Absolutely.
We're not renewing our season tickets, so we're gonna like at least one game. We're gonna splurge and get some of them bar tickets. There's one in each corner, so whichever one, Vesa Sur, or there's another one down at the other corner. It's like, dude, damn it, dude, sit there at the bar, like right at the edge, just watching the game, chilling. You know,
What was the last time you guys went to a game? What game was the last game?
Buffalo.
Week 2. Yeah.
Oh, shit. You were there live. Damn. Okay.
Yeah, Buffalo week 2 was the last time for me. I know last year I went to a couple games. I listen, I was lucky enough. Batman and Vincent. I don't know if Culler, if you met. Well, you probably met Vince.
Oh, I met Vince. Yeah.
Yeah, they for the Giant game last year, I sat in with them in Club Live, in that section, and that
Hell yeah.
it was amazing. Like Club Live, that atmosphere, it was. I think I spent more time like inside than my actual seats, and they're playing music.
Oh yeah,
There's
dude.
TVs everywhere. You still watching the game. It was a blast, man. So
Yeah, and it's like air conditioned in there and shit, man. It's like,
for sure.
Dude. I got club level tickets for a preseason game this year, Lewis, and it was like, was it this year or last year? It might have been last year, but they were only like, but dude, you know how expensive those tickets are. Even in the preseason, they still commanded like $60-something, dude. But I'm like, $60-something bucks at least to get to experience what it's like at that level. Yeah, I'll do that for a preseason game. So I did it, and it was like, yo, that's special shit, bro. Like,
yeah,
they got like a sealed door, you know, to get to the because it's AC, so the door to get to where your seat is at is all sealed like a department store door or something, you know.
Oh, it's great. It was great.
Like, this
I had a
is
blast.
lovely. Like, nice and cool.
Last game I went to, I think was I think it might have been Flores' last game, the where we beat the Patriots here. I don't know if that was the game, but I know that was the last game I went to that year.
Does Vince's access let you go into that member club area too? That's apart from the stadium area, Lewis?
Yeah, man. So Vince has access to everything, man. Vince, for the people that don't know, he is the man in South Florida. And ever since I met him, Culler, he's been great to me, bro. So
Oh, bro, yeah, he's class act, man.
Vince is the man. So.
He made sure mom was definitely had plenty of water, dude, during that Patriots game to open the year a couple seasons ago. He took care of us real well, man. He's a good dude, definitely.
Yeah, Vince has, but yeah, he was showing me all around the club level and Club Live, because it's 2 different floors of the actual Club Live level. So he was walking me all through there. Actually, where his seats were last season was basically 1 box over. So I guess it's a big section of Club Live, and then it goes back to actual like club seating.
Right. So where I was at was the regular 200 level, and the promenade is all AC. Where you're at is upstairs from that, but lower than the lower deck where all the windowed box seats are at.
Absolutely. So when we were walking into Club Live, it was basically one door down from where I guess Dan Marino and Stephen Ross and all them sit.
Wow.
So when we were walking into Club Live, he was like, oh, the owner and Marino and them be. And as soon as he was pointing that way and showing me the door, and who do you see just standing like right there in the corner?
Who? They didn't want us to know.
So
they didn't want us to know, Lou. They cut you off.
Oh, my bad.
Who was it?
Yeah. Well, Dan Marino. The door opened up, and Dan Marino was sitting right there.
Right on.
Yeah,
that's cool, man. That's cool.
That was good, man.
Yeah, I'll be going there this weekend. It's gonna be too good a day for football, man. It's just perfect football weather. If the forecast holds up. Like there is nothing better than football on a nice clear day or sunny day in South Florida.
I agree.
So if I get my closure done in about 3 minutes and 10 seconds, Lou, I'll make it right at 7 hours, man. Then I gotta go do Miss Finn's League Wide Wednesday at 8:00.
Yeah, so
I kind
before
of
you
screwed myself over.
you're gonna be doing that. I know me, Tony, and Alex will be going live at 7:30 on
Oh,
the Blitz pickup. So it should be a good show. There's a lot of things to talk about. And you know how basically what we do over there is there's just a lot more team members over here at the Fins tailgate, but it's kind of like the tailgate vibe over there as
yeah.
well. We
I
get
mean,
down, we talk, we
w-
go at it, and
what
it
I
is what
would
it is.
say is you take what we've always tried to have here, like as far as coming from the human aspect of everything involved in sports in general, but also mainly Dolphins. And you guys take that to that level where it's like you're almost able to niche it out there by taking it to that extra level of look. That's what we're gonna. Look. We're not gonna sugarcoat nothing. We're gonna tell you like it is. And if you don't like it, you got to deal with Lewis or Tony or
Yeah,
Alex. You know what
pretty
I
much,
mean? Like,
pretty much.
and so, dude, I think it's great, man. I really do. I enjoy the hell out of it. It's funny because I feel like sometimes that I'm trying to like, like cape up for like anybody. But it's like when you agree with somebody every time they open their mouth, what are you supposed to do? You know what I mean?
Absolutely, yeah, for
I'm
sure.
talking about Tony. The dude thinks exactly like I do, bro.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
And it's like
Absolutely.
I can't help it. Every single time he makes a take, I'm like, dude, bro, the guy's in my brain, man.
Absolutely, man. Listen,
Not
Tony,
that I
Tony
don't
is.
ever disagree. Not that I don't ever agree with you, but like, you know what I mean? Like
Oh, for
the
sure.
guy actually, his like thought processes are like mine, dude. Believe it or not. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
so it's like
absolutely.
over and over again. It's like every other freaking thing the guy says, I agree with him on. It's what I've learned over watching you guys' show since you've been doing it. I'm like, damn, Tony actually thinks like I do, man.
Yeah, yeah. Listen, it's been fun. I've had a blast. Just like I have a blast every time I come over here. Like I said, I'm always going to be indebted with the Fins tailgate, even if this logo is on me now. The fact of the matter is, I will always be TFTG as well. Like until because I always tell the story. The reason I came was for Culler. Like Culler got me through when I was working overnights, and Culler used to do the late night shows before I knew Cap and Ali and all the other greats over here. It was Culler, and I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna come up here and talk with Culler and stuff. So again,
I appreciate that, man.
until Culler, Ali, because I think of you guys as the OGs. Ali, Culler, or Cap tells me otherwise.
Don't.
I'm Tonk as well. Absolutely. I know Mike and the Mike is back as well. Until any of you guys tell me to get the fuck up out of here, like I said, I'm going to be TFTG for life, man. This is home, and I will
Yep.
always support this, man. So
No, but you know what? I mean, you know how it is. Like everybody's look. Somebody might have a freaking McLaren. That don't mean they're not going to take their Ferrari out once in a while. You know what I mean? It's like they ain't got to make their Ferrari look like their McLaren. You know what I mean?
absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So I actually I appreciate what y'all are doing over there, trying to grow another another seedling out the ground of Dolphins talk and Dolphins community. Like as far as look, I know I can go here for to these guys for what exactly what you guys provide, and that's no nonsense. Like we're going to tell you exactly what you need, what we think you need to know. It ain't no democracy. It ain't no. That's what we got over here. Everybody does. Everybody's another I don't say branch because we're not all like coming from the same trunk, obviously, you know, because so not everybody wants to, you know how that is.
Right.
But we're a forest, and every time there's a new one, especially people I really appreciate, what, you can't climb a different tree? You know what I mean? Of course, you know, that's where
Yeah.
people get all butthurt all the time over, oh, I'm rolling with this guy or that guy or the other. It's like, nah, bro, you can't climb a different tree. I can't go to a different party. You know what I mean? Or, you know, you
Well,
understand what I'm saying?
listen, it's just, again, I'm there with those guys, and those guys are my brother 3 days a week. But it's kind of like what you're TFTG Color, but you're also League Wide Wednesdays on Wednesday with Miss Fins on her
Yeah,
channel.
right. And the
Right.
only
So
reason I don't like, I want to roll my channel with something to differentiate myself from TFTG. It's just
absolutely.
hard because you know what I mean? I put a lot of time into this particular venture. You know what I mean? And a lot of it's overlapping. So for me, you know, this is what I do. Now, I I still have like still enough time to say, okay, I can differentiate another way. I mean, there's other topics besides Dolphin footballs that I could yak on and on and on about on my channel or some other channel I create. You know what I mean? And it's all the same. It's not like, you know, anybody should feel a certain way about it. I was thinking about possibly using my color commentary channel as like, hey, not much different what I do here, but while I'm sitting here by myself, like gathering all my stuff that I'm putting together for a show, you know, that could be a IRL, meaning in real life type color commentary. Like, hey, you can chill with me if you want to while I'm doing all this and talking to y'all. You know what I mean?
Right.
Hey, maybe before you know it, I got a few, you know, a bunch of people listen to me all the time there too. Who knows? You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
it might be, look, it's not that I would be different as far as takes of anything different from here, but obviously, you know, this, you know, it's like, what if I wanted to start rambling on about, you know, quantum mechanics or something? Nobody listening to Dolphins stuff. It's like you gotta be a Dolphins fan, and also you gotta be a fan of me for that channel. You know what I mean? So that's
Right.
kind of where I would differentiate there. You know, because I might just start rambling on about Egyptian geese. I do it here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
But I appreciate you both, man. If I have any calories left for Miss Fins later, I'm gonna need to shut it down. But you know, Lewis, I was 11-4 as a little sneak preview for the pick'ems I'd do with her over there. I was 11-4 last week, best week I've had all year, and I've pulled over 500 overall. I'm at 55-52 on the year.
Hey man, listen, it's a slow start, Color, but we'll finish strong. You know,
That's
so
right. That's right. You know what? I started figuring out what everybody else is doing. They're just picking with the consensus, dude.
Yeah,
And going with
pretty
it.
much. Yeah, exactly. Well, listen, before you shut it down, before you leave the Blitz pickup, right, to go watch Color and Miss Fins, because I want you to do that as well. Come by first at 7:30, because I believe Miss Fins and Color go live at 8. Come by the Blitz pickup.
Please do.
Hit the like button for us. Listen to us for about 25 minutes before you make your way over to Miss Fins and Color. But we would definitely appreciate it. And I'll see y'all the next time. Color, you know how we do. If you go live tomorrow, I'll be around. So,
Yeah, I appreciate
you guys
it.
tomorrow.
And,
I'll see you guys
and you know
tomorrow.
what? If you get enthralled with Lewis in the Blitz pickup and Tony and the guys, stay there and finish watching it. Because Miss Fins fortunately records her stuff too. And her and I end up going, we cannot seem to get that damn show under 3 hours, Lewis.
Oh,
what show are you talking about?
League Wide Wednesday on Miss Fins' channel. We talk about the whole league and do a whole league pick'em show. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But you know, so it's not like people couldn't finish you guys out too, and because you guys keep things fairly concise over there. You're not trying to do like 50-hour shows and all that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
we usually do an hour, maybe the longest an hour and a half, and then we're getting up out of there. So
right. By half the time by then, we haven't even got to the first pick'em.
Hey, but that's hey,
We're
let me
bad,
know. Let me
dude.
know because I wasn't listening. My bad. I had to go outside. When is that show? Is it today?
Yeah, 8 o'clock. Again, sometimes a little, a couple minutes late. And that's, we just chop it up about the whole league and do a pick'ems for the whole league.
Okay.
But Lewis's show is the Blitz Pickup on the Blitz Pickup YouTube channel with Tony and Alex, and
That's
they go
today?
for about an hour and a half, maybe two, just talking about their opinions on the news, Dolphins news of the day, and
All right,
Yeah,
man.
so True Fins fan on our channel, the Blitz Pickup, we go Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7:30.
Okay. And how do I look it up on YouTube? What I look for?
Just
I
go
can-
to YouTube and type in the Blitz Pickup.
Here, I'm gonna put the link in chat anyway. Might
All
as
right.
well.
I'll see you. I'll see you there for sure, Lewis. I'll see you guys
Hey, I
later, man. I'm gonna
appreciate
go get something to eat, man. Y'all stay blessed.
Color, I'll let you
Right
close
on, man.
this thing out too, man. So I'll see
Yes,
y'all.
sir. Yep, you guys too. You guys both have a great one.
All right, man.
And if you want to get your voice out, I almost forgot. If you want to get your voice out for a little while before you check out the Blitz Pickup, you can also check out Shake Money. He's going with the Smoke Lounge tonight at 7 o'clock right here on the Fins Tailgate. Almost forgot. See, we got content all over the place. Yeah, times are overlapping, but that's because we're all busy and we all got stuff to say. But it's all here and it ain't going nowhere. Show your love live on all of them for a little while. Show your love by finishing them out later, whichever you choose, every which way from Sunday. It's all around. All kinds of shows on the tailgate, and plus the Blitz Pickup over there at the Blitz Pickup Network. You got Miss Fins, who I'll be joining tonight for league-wide talk. And of course, I just put the link for the Blitz Pickup in the chat. And to the 190 of you watching across YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch, appreciate you. And just come over to YouTube and give us a like. Let's see if we made it to 100. Boom, 104, baby. We got it. Y'all are awesome. Appreciate you. How's it going, Bones? F you, Bones, for being the 104th like. I know, it's tough, man. It's tough. But fortunately, again, it helps even if you guys watch it all the way through. First of all, it helps because it's great content and most of you enjoy it. But, if you're catching all these different shows, even just finishing out the recording, hey, we still get credit for it. You just might miss, you might miss something in one chat than the other. So you might have to have like 3 chat windows open, Oh, you were 74, Bones, huh? He did, Black Sheep, he did. A Mudbone, how you doing, Mudbone? Again, I appreciate y'all. Come over, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and make sure you're checking out TFTGnetwork.com, which is our centralized website for all of our content. Links to everything that we do, all of our social media links, as well as the shop where you can get all kinds of great gear. We're hoping not to have to, we want to get this something like this on a t-shirt, but we're hoping we don't have to bring it that far. Can we just start winning? That would really be nice. Tomorrow, I think we will be getting maybe some words from our different coaches, different coordinators, plus some of the players. We'll see how that works out. Friday, I'll be going through the full game rundown for Arizona. We'll talk about all the news that will be definitely popping up. I'm sure things are hot right now. We're watching this drama unfold with Tyreek, or not unfold. There may be nothing going on, but there's certainly some indicators that we need to pay attention to what Tyreek Hill may be doing here in the next however long. And I want to break down some more of our numbers on the season. Obviously, offense, there's no point, but I would like to dive deeper into some of these numbers as far as what we can expect to see from against a better offense with our defense. And I don't accuse Arizona of having the best offense in the world, but they can light it up anytime they want. Kenna, you're late, bro. What you got to say, man? You got don't mean to cut you short, but I do want to give you some words since you were kind enough to come up and say hi.
You good. I hopped in late. You good. I back out since you get ready to close it out.
No, you're all right. You got anything quick to say?
I mean, I jumped in late on conversations and everything, but nothing important. Just chime in and chat it up with y'all.
Well, Shake is having a smoke lounge at 7. He usually, I don't know if he don't do full panel, but he knows you, so he might send you the link if you're following him on Twitter or something. You might be able to hit him up.
All right, 10-4.
And of course, Lewis and the guys and everybody we know, you probably is gonna be over at the Blitz pickup at 7:30.
Yeah,
and of course, me and Miss Fins. Yep, and then of course Miss Fins and I, we do the league-wide talk at 8 over on her channel. So plenty of places to find all of us, man. What you think, man? You think? I don't want to ask the question like, do you think we're gonna beat the Cardinals? That seems so, obvious a question, right?
I mean, it's a legit question though.
But the question really is, do you think we're gonna fix all this stuff that we've seen over this season as well as the last 10 games overall?
Well, see, I look back at last year a lot too, at the end of the year when we had that 5-game lead and we lost it. That was evidence of us starting to fall down. And I was worried that it would stumble over to this year, and clearly it has.
Of course.
Even with Tua back there, it's this offense still gonna look the same. The only
the beat writers can stick their head in the dirt all they want. We know what we saw the first 2 games.
Right. And the only difference Tua is gonna come in and probably provide is the fact that he already know this system. And that's what I hate about a lot of people that's trying to compare quarterbacks and saying we missed Tua. Tua had a good 2-3 years to even learn his damn offense. You know what I mean?
Right.
And to try to throw somebody in there with it now.
Well, you're sounding too much like Tua right now because
that's what I was about to say. That's what I was just about to say. Now, granted, well, I ain't never say Tua was a dumb individual anyway. So you got to be smart to learn the system,
right?
To implement. So, to say, I mean, but this offense is still kind of elementary. We heard Mike McDaniel on Hard Knocks say that using the tight end was the next phase of this offense.
Right, as if it wasn't basic football that you should have already been doing that.
Right. But to me, when he said that, I took it as if Tua never graduated to the next stage in this system.
Right.
And
you mean for this year?
For this year, yeah.
See, here's where I might try to talk you off the ledge a little bit. Okay, because one of the things that we big time had a problem with in our first game, and everybody made sure I knew about it because one of them was one of my favorite guys, was I thought we actually did target the tight end quite a bit, and they were all dropping the football. You know what I mean? So
now, granted,
the team didn't change as far as helping Tua get better in that arena. You know what I mean? And given the way we force-fed Jonnu last week, again, I know where you're coming from, dude. You know what I mean?
Okay, so I'm gonna say it like this.
We have actually tried, like we're showing signs that we've addressed that. So again, the question really is, because Tua said it himself. The team needs to fix all this stuff. He ain't going to be the savior of it all, right? We all know that. And the question, and we knew that had to be that way, even if Tua didn't get injured against Buffalo, we would be in the same spot. So right now, I'm basically continuing. Okay, this to me is no different than Tua's next game after Buffalo. Had there been no 4 games in between, you know what I mean?
Right. So when I say, when I'm talking about graduating and using the tight ends and whatnot, now everybody know that we can make the tight end our first read and say we going to the tight end, see we using the tight end. Like that right there, I really don't count because, you know, it's your first read. You know what I'm saying? Like
right. If you're scheming it that way, that's different than finding the guy and making off script plays. I got you. Sure.
So a lot of Antonio Gates and Tony Gonzalez, a lot of it was scheme, but it comes off the ability of the quarterback being able to prolong plays so he can find that tight end deep across the middle, deep down the middle. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I was wanting to see out of Jonnu. Like, can he clog the middle up for Waddle and Tyreek to get off? And let it be known, soon as we see Tyler Huntley get in here, we see some outside the numbers passes, like 10-yard out, 5-yard out. Like, I don't see no outs. Like, you know, it's just crazy how this offense is being schemed and certain aspects of the football game is left out in this offense. You know what I mean? Like that's what blows me, and I believe we can win. It's just how is Marvin Harrison Jr. going to look tomorrow? You know, our DBs are weak if he's playing.
I was gonna say we have to. I'm gonna. That's the other thing I'm gonna make sure we know by Friday is we're gonna get all the injury updates completed on Friday. If we know anything by tomorrow, I'll certainly report it. Shake Money popping in and saying hi for a second.
So what's up,
man?
But if you was to go back to that Patriots game and they rookie receiver, I think he was number 1. He was killing Kohu. He was killing Duck Swarm or whatever his name is. You know, he was just killing everybody. You know, now Ramsey had the guard, probably the top receiver, but outside of Ramsey, like our corners are trash. And if, you know, the Arizona Cardinals offensive coordinator know how to line Marvin Harrison up to get him away from Ramsey, he might be the one to kill us, along with Kyler Murray's ability to extend plays.
Right.
You know, that's the only worry that I have.
Well, I'd almost be refreshed if the offense scored a bunch of points and the defense just failed. I'd almost feel refreshed on that. Because our defense is playing at such a top level, especially in the pass defense, that I'd expect a little regression to the mean. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and that's likely to come through way of what Lewis is saying, a better offensive football team, like Arizona Cardinals could potentially be on any given game. Shake, you got Smoke Lounge coming up tonight, I saw.
Yeah, 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock, right on. And that so I just wanted to
I'll be wearing my favorite shirt that Michael K loves.
Oh yeah, what's that? Your snot shirt?
Yeah, my Guayabera. He loves it when I wear my Guayabera.
Okay.
But
I have no idea what
I'm still disappointed in this whole organization. You know, we put ourselves in this situation.
I'm Roberto and he's Miguel.
Roberto.
Miguel. That's Miguel.
What was that kind of?
I was just saying how this organization put themselves in position for Tua to look like he's so elite right now by not getting a backup that would even compete with Tua. We were scared of that for the whole first 2 almost 3 years of his career. Well, don't get nobody because it might shake his confidence, this, that, and the third.
Well, that
Now,
may prove to yet backfire. You know what I
it
mean?
did, it did, it backfired.
Well, I mean, it yet may prove to backfire again if Tua don't prove out.
Yeah, Paul.
And by the way, Miguel wears the ribbon, so you know.
Miguel wears the ribbon?
Yeah, Miguel wears the ribbon.
Oh, Miguel knows what's up, man. He knows that nobody wants to bother him because of the ribbon.
Mm-hmm. He wears the ribbon.
You don't want nobody bothering you because of the ribbon.
Yeah, you don't want to wear. He has to wear the ribbon.
Anyway, guys, I gotta get out of here, man. I'm gonna have to find a way to take a nap.
Yeah,
without
going hard for 7 hours.
Oh yeah, that's right. You got League Wide Wednesday in a couple hours.
Yeah, I was gonna say without oversleeping 8 o'clock.
Actually, you know what's funny? An hour, 32 minutes to an hour, is a good nap without getting.
Yeah, it's supposed to be actually like more regenerative than a full thing.
Power nap.
That's what
nap.
I was gonna say, Kenny. That's what we used to call it at work, power napping. We had this boss that had it 15 minutes down pat, dude. He slumped over his truck wheel for right at break time. 15 straight minutes and wake up every time like clockwork.
Dude, that if I don't take a power nap during insomnia, I fall asleep like during the show. So that's why I always gotta take an hour power nap before we do insomnia.
I think I might have fallen asleep a couple times today, but fortunately my dream coincided with the show, so nobody knew it.
Oh, and Cup.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to kind of encourage you to get a lot of fuck it in your system.
I get a lot of what?
Fuck it.
Fuck it?
Yeah.
I'm trying. I what you know what's funny is I was that when I first jumped on these panels back when I first met El Cap. Wasn't I that way? What happened to me, bro?
I take it you a good-hearted person.
Yeah, that's what happened. I started empathizing with people I was yelling at.
Yeah.
Well, see, Michael K, I don't blame you for falling asleep during my show because you're up all night watching Dan Mitchell's show.
Like when
maybe if you weren't, that's what he does. Michael K, from midnight to 5 o'clock in the morning, he binge watches Dan Mitchell, repeats it over and over. That's
like
why
after about the year and a half, Ken, it was like I was starting to feel the emotions of the people I would come at, and even people that hate me, like in chat when I trash somebody, it's like I was starting to feel people's emotions, dude.
Hey man, you gotta stay strong, Culler. You gotta stay strong, yo.
Hey, Kenna, I'm glad you told Culler that because I just told him that 45 minutes ago.
I was listening. I just couldn't jump on.
I've been telling Culler that for I don't know how long now. Fuck these fucking people, Culler.
Since the day I lost it, Lewis. Since the day I lost it, you've been telling me that, Lewis.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I just wanted to pop back up. Kenna, tell him again, goddammit.
Oh, you gotta have that bucket.
Yo, George Carlin had a pill for that. Remember his old pill for that?
Hey, we got a cure for it too. You know what it's called? It's called marijuana.
Oh well, yeah, I know. But see, that's the thing. If you knew, you know what I mean? I know you probably know, but I think I took enough. You know what I mean? But maybe not.
Damn, is that Tua on your with the is that Tua his picture Lou on your avatar with the?
Oh yeah, with the bandage on his head. Isn't that great?
Oh yeah. That's
let me put it in solo. Hold on. Let's see.
That's Tua with an ace bandage. Yeah.
Oh shit.
That's so cool, man. Whoever's doing that artwork is freaking great.
Tua's back, baby. We're back.
Hey, look, and he got the hand out like he juking somebody.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what's funny is that that looks like those those things that you put over your eyes to sleep at night.
Right.
Oh shit. Hey, that picture right there remind me of Tua when he tried to juke out one of the Jets player and didn't go nowhere.
Hey, I bet you Tua has those eyes things, those to fall asleep during Mike McDaniel's meetings when he's having meetings.
Oh man, the blinders.
Yeah, dude, if you can imagine, can you imagine? Look, if you think he's boring during a press conference, can you imagine him during a team meeting? Holy shit!
Yo, Mike McDaniel is that dude. He need to start back drinking or something.
See,
He really
got
do.
the other. Kenneth's on the other side of the track. He's like, nah. That
I
ain't
want to see.
no taboo. The man should start drinking again.
I want to see. I want to see drunk Mike. I bet you drunk Mike is
Right.
so reckless, is so gun ho. Yo, I
Well, why do
bet
you
you
think
he's the one we
I
need.
wanted us to hire Jim Harbaugh? Because the man is not afraid to use his pals. You know what I mean? Like, you got the athletes, you drafted all these people, you picked them all. You let them out there, let them do their thing, let them be what they are. Quit trying to hold everybody back, McDaniel. Damn.
Yeah, that sobriety stuff got him on. Now I don't mean no disrespect.
No, but
You know
you're
what I'm
right.
saying?
I brought it up one night a few weeks ago. Is that he's because of that. We've all
He's
known people. I've been
yeah,
not been through that program, but been through it as a person affected by somebody else going through those programs. You know what I mean? And they become very regimented people. They have to be. You know what I mean?
yeah. They become a shell of themselves. I don't
And a
like
lot of
that.
what he does is very systematic and you see how he treats the whole, like how he was answering them questions about getting Tua back from concussion. It's like always about
Yeah,
the experts. You know what I
yeah.
mean? Like,
That's
stop it
part of that
already.
sobriety
Tua
shit that
want
he couldn't that he been through. Got to explain shit out. Just say fuck it. I'm done with it. On to the next.
right. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
we got to get Huntley comes in. He's a running type quarterback. Oh, so we got to design runs for him. We can't just be like, yo, go out there and ball out.
I know, right?
Like everything's very regimented with him. If we're going to use the tight ends, we've got to make sure we have a play that goes to them.
But all of that comes from
And I was trying to
him.
hyphenate each word. We have to have a play that goes to them.
Mm-hmm. All of that comes from the way he moved with getting over drinking and everything.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's partly what
Yeah.
people have to do to
Mm-hmm.
get healed. You know what I mean? So, not begrudging him for it, but it is definitely running our organization a certain way. You know what I mean?
Right.
Might even work out. I mean, who knows? Maybe we're rolling through teams 2 years from now, and this is all a funny memory. I don't know. I know this week is game number 1 for that. And if it ain't happening, it ain't happening. You know what I mean?
Hope it is. I really hope it is, because over these last 3 to 4 weeks, Tua being out, Mike has not proved that he's any kind of head coach whatsoever.
Well,
and that's bad, because I really like the dude. You know what I mean? I think he's good.
Yeah,
You know what I
of
mean?
course. He's likable. He's a likable guy. So it's like, you got, on one hand, you got, all this and that, but then you got, look, we saw what he was. He couldn't prove himself out. By, like Lewis said, we always keep saying anybody should be able to operate this system. Well, that is partly on McDaniel to make sure that his system is universally West Coast enough for that to be the truth. You know what I mean?
And he's so complicated that
Well,
he ain't trying to dumb nothing down. Like, we
well,
got two
I
new
think
quarterbacks. Go ahead.
But
I think it's hard for guys like Kyle Shanahan, even, or McVay, to dummy things down. Listen, I get the criticism. Mike McDaniel has to be better, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I would love to see. I would hate to fire Mike McDaniel without giving him. I would love to see him get a shot with another starting caliber type quarterback.
And,
You see what
and
I'm
I
saying?
tend to agree with you from a slightly different perspective. More like, for me, it's more like, I don't want, I want to make sure that I exhaust any thought that one of those players is not executing.
Right.
Once I am 100% sure that everybody's executing, that's the only time you can really put it on the coach that way for play calling, because you just don't know what he's expecting when he calls a play out of his players. We don't know what they've practiced. We don't know what he's told them in practice. We don't know what they've told him they're comfortable running and all this other stuff that we have no clue about, you know. And so I want to be able to make sure that there is not one shred of a possibility that a player is not executing before I put it on the coach.
Hey man, I want to give a shout out to Jets gang who said we lost to the Colts. By the way, the Colts have more AFC East titles than you guys do. So
that all being said, I do see things that I personally would execute different than McDaniel does if I was him trying to execute his job. You know what I mean? That don't mean I'm right. That's going to take time to pan out. Because look, again, when I think, why is he doing this or that? Well, if X or Y or Z executes, maybe I would have never thought that.
Absolutely.
He has his own reasoning. You know what I mean? I don't know. Why didn't we see Jalen Wright till the second half? Well, I don't know. But if we'd have won the game, nobody would ask.
Yeah, that's a fact. Listen, at the end of the day, for me, where I am with McDaniel again, I'm not trying to stick with Tua. I would like to see him with another starting quarterback, because I don't believe Skyler is one. Tyler Huntley obviously is not one, and Tim Boyle for sure is not one. And then second, I'm just tired when I look at the landscape of the league, right, gentlemen? Like, Dan Campbell was in our building, and now he's somewhere else succeeding. Todd Bowles was in our building. He's now somewhere succeeding. The coach for Cincinnati, Zach Taylor, in our building.
And his OC, Bill Lazor.
Bill Lazor, right? Like, all these guys that are in our building that were such in a rush all the time to fire them, and then they go other places and they succeed. I don't know.
Not to mention the countless players.
So who was the GM at those times, Blue? Who was the GM at those times, Blue?
Well, again, I don't think Chris Greer had the complete power as the GM, though. He's been within the building. See, this is where, for me, I know he's been in with the organization for 20 years, but it's not like he's ran it.
Right. He's only been. You could argue he's been responsible for personnel and scouting in some form for that whole 20 years, but deciding who hires the head coach and the OC and all that has not been his responsibility to 2017, right?
Well, again, it's either 2016 for the people, because he was under Jeff Ireland.
Right, but the moment he's actually officially the GM,
I think
is
it was
the
in
moment
2019.
he could hire a head coach. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I think that's 2017.
And it possibly is. All I'm saying is, when I look at it, right, as a Dolphin fan, and this is just my opinion, I think it's the last three. Dennis Hickey was a general manager of ours. Tannenbaum was a general manager of ours, and now Chris Greer. Is it safe to say that Chris Greer has done a better job than both of those other gentlemen? Like, is it
on what terms? On what terms? Because we still have not won a playoff game, and as a GM, playoff appearances.
Well, we're just right, and of course, if you want to just put aside results based for a second, because you're coming from the same position Von Joe does, that it's a results based position. So let's just put that aside for a second, because we're still in his tenure. You know what I mean? So we have to maybe wait. We can't know the end result quite yet, so we can only evaluate this raw roster. You know what I mean? And what we expect out of the players on it.
Let's look at the trajectory of things then.
Well, what I mean by that, though, Ken, is what we expect out of this roster is players to perform, right? And if they do, then those players look like brilliant pickups by the GM, a la Jalen Wright, a la Devon Achane, and others.
Well, everybody loves Jalen Ramsey, right? We loved Tyreek Hill last year when he got 1,800 yards. The fact of the matter
You know how
is,
jealous I've been of Jalen Ramsey not being a Dolphin since he started in the league?
Yep, absolutely, bro. Listen, at the end of the day, when and this is what's great about what we do, right? We come up here and we give our opinions. I can't make Culler think like me or Kenna or Shake or anybody else, right? When the general manager's, what his title is to bring as much talent, to collect as much talent on one roster as you possibly can. And just from that alone, I'm sorry, bro. Without your feelings, take feelings aside, that man has done his job.
Oh, Lord, Luke, for real?
Bro, again, listen, Brian Flores, people told me he was a bad head coach. Maybe I can explain it like this. When we hired Brian Flores, I didn't think Brian Flores was coming here to save the offense. I knew Brian Flores, where he came from and what he was doing over there. When I look at Brian Flores for what we hired him for, he did his job. He got the defense right. He changed the culture. Now, did he get everything right? Was every move that Brian Flores made correct? No. But when his
But I'd
overall,
argue we're still riding on that same culture to this day. Different coach.
I was about to say the same thing with Mike though. Mike
Hey,
came
I
in
tell you
and he
what.
did
Hey,
his
listen.
job.
I tell you what.
That's what I'm saying. Right.
I tell you what, real quick. I tell you what. Under Brian Flores, our tight ends played a lot better than freaking Mac McDaniel.
Well,
I mean,
the Earhart
Ferguson
system forces tight end usage a little more though too, but that's another discussion.
Again, the only point I'm trying to make is break down people for what their jobs consist of, right? And again, everybody tells me Chris Greer he don't know what he's doing, right? He can't draft to save his lick, right? Well, two players that Chris Greer drafted took up basically $50 million this season alone in free agency. And that's $28 million to Christian Wilkins and another $20 million to Robert Hunt. And who drafted those players? So if Chris Greer is a bad general manager and he don't know what the hell he's doing, then also the general manager for the Raiders don't know what the fuck he's doing neither, and neither does the Carolina Panthers, because those general managers seem fit to give those players access of one almost 30 million and the other one 20.
And the other thing I point out about that money you're talking about, Christian Wilkins and others, I just reminded everybody yesterday, I didn't bring up Wilkins. I didn't think I needed to. But his replacement, fourth now in defensive tackle pass rush win rate, Calais Campbell.
Absolutely, bro. Listen.
You know where Wilkins is sitting?
Oh, he's dead. He's one of the worst.
Well, I know he's not one of the worst. He's actually third.
Yeah, but
not much difference in the percentages, first of all. And isn't Wilkins injured now?
He is injured. And the fact of the matter is, if you watch some of
we're talking about the same exact production from a guy in his 17th season that we didn't have to pay $28 million for. How is that not seen as a brilliant move by Chris Greer?
Yeah, he's getting the same. He actually, and again, if you look at it,
how can you say that was brilliant though? Because you got a young guy that was producing like the old head.
That's okay because we didn't have Christian Wilkins before we had Christian Wilkins.
But
the Calais Campbell production, if we can squeeze out an 18th year, gives us a chance to find that next Christian Wilkins, because Christian Wilkins ain't producing much more than Calais Campbell in his 17th season.
Actually, if you watch the game,
I agree with that part.
if you watch the games, Christian Wilkins has been dreadful this season. I don't care about the grades or not. Watch the games. The fact,
of course, and we all see what Calais has been doing.
Absolutely, bro. Listen, the fact of the matter is, right? Like, I just don't understand. So we'll blame Chris Greer.
One other thing. Calais ain't got no Mason Crosby on the other side of the line from him.
Now, what's crazy to me is we'll blame Chris Greer for 24 years of failure within this organization, and then we'll blame him for the time that he actually has been in front of the organization, where he's the trigger man. Okay, cool. We'll blame Chris Greer, and Chris Greer now sits on a leather chair watching the game just like we all do on Sundays. We'll blame him. But we won't blame Christian Wilkins. He was here 5 years. How many playoff wins did we get with Christian Wilkins?
Right. So younger guy or not, Kenna, Christian Wilkins is baked in. He ain't getting no better or worse. And you know how I know this? Because Calais Campbell with the same production has done the same thing all 17 years of his career. He didn't get no better or worse either.
Absolutely. This is what I'm saying. Like, how many division titles did Christian Wilkins
So why are we
bring to
going to pay
Miami Dolphins?
$28 million for that? One other thing. Blazing Games 270 says, what's the excuse for AVG then? That was not a brilliant move. Here again, we are right now at 21.5 points per game given up on defense. Okay. That is lower than Brian Flores ever had it here at 21.8. And it's trending down. So with AVG here, that's the best Flores could do here. And with AVG here, we had 24.6 scored us against us per game last year. Forget what AVG was doing individually. It wasn't doing nothing for our overall team compared to whatever Weaver is putting together now.
Again, but I hate when we play these games because we're just playing them in hindsight. I had so many Twitter spaces that I hosted during the offseason and on YouTube channels, and everybody would say, what is the asking price for AVG? And when we started telling people probably 8 to 10 million, everybody said that was too much money for AVG.
Right.
So now he goes somewhere else where he gets 10 million. Now everybody's like, well, we should have gave it to him. But we didn't want to give it to him in the offseason.
Right. Blazing says in return, Blazing says, true, but look at AVG now. He would ball out with this team. Well, maybe. And I have to be honest with you, Blazing. I'm not okay. I have my limits in expertise. What I do know is that we switched from a 3-4 to a 4-3. So apparently Weaver didn't think that maybe his skill set would be as good in a 4-3 as a 3-4. What I'm saying is I don't know that for sure, but to me it seems possible and plausible that that's what is going on here, and people just don't understand it wouldn't have worked out with Weaver's thing. That just happens in the league. I mean, we can't be bitter or sore about it just because he's fitting in with a guy who already kind of brought him up in his career. You know, he knows Flores. Flores knows him. So there's that aspect too.
So this is the ultimate team sport, and everybody needs to cover everybody's ass. And it just seemed like with this organization, it's no camaraderie nowhere. You know, you look at the offense. You know, you got people. You know, we just had the receiver sitting over there on the bench, giggity, and laughing and whatnot when, you know, you're on the break of a comeback. You know, like it's, you know, it's just little signs that
I got you
that
there.
make
I just don't know
everybody.
what the GM. I don't know what Chris Greer's supposed to do about that.
That's what I was about to say.
It's not like
tales that
Waddle.
make everybody pointing fingers
It's not
everywhere.
like it's not like in the psychological interview in the combine. Waddle they were interviewing Waddle, and he was like, "You know what? If we're losing, I'm just going to be laughing it up on the sideline."
And I think Waddle he's just influenced by Tyreek a lot. Like you see
from
that.
what I
Like
understand,
Waddle looked like a little brother to Tyreek.
From what I understand, and I haven't gone back and looked myself, so I'll have to be honest there. But I think it was Jermaine, I want to say, the other day in chat, claims that was why we were up 10-0 in the first part of the game.
I mean, even still, the other team is on the brink of a comeback, and you want to sit there and laugh.
No, but he's saying it was like right after we went up 10-0 in the first part of the game. Like there was no, like it was a good mood on the sideline. You know what I mean?
Okay. Well, no. Well, I was at the
Go back
game.
and look. I
was
personally haven't went back and checked Jermaine's claim and looked at the timestamp myself, but Jermaine knows I would. So,
well,
I kind of
like
believe him. You know what I mean?
I was there, and that atmosphere did not feel like we could sit on the bench and laugh. I was at the game. That atmosphere did not feel like we could sit down and laugh.
I got you. I'm
That
just
stadium was rocking.
I'd have to look at the timestamp. They could have very well been still caught up in celebration mode itself from that last score. Who knows?
Now,
You know
I
what I mean?
will say this, though. I will say this. It did look like a Miami takeover. You know, I saw so many Miami jerseys and everything.
Cool.
Like that was truly
get
amazing.
that. We finally get that. And, oh God, man. Sometimes I felt like that's the reason we've lost, and we finally get it, and we can't take advantage of it.
Yeah. Like it was a lot of Dolphins fans that even Colts fans was just so nervous about it.
And blazing his ass. Where we go from here? Well, some I didn't quite finish earlier was that we saw that McDaniel didn't prove himself out with backup quarterbacks and all that to keep the train going. Okay, fine. We did get one win. But
look,
hold on. Now Tua is coming back. They have very clearly propagandized the situation to make it the narrative that Tua being gone is the reason we've had all these problems. Regardless of what Tua says to excuse himself of that and say, no, y'all are wrong. Fine. I'm glad Tua's saying that. But as far as the national narrative goes, even the national networks are going with that. Okay? That they're expecting more out of Miami now because Tua's back. Okay? If that fails, which a lot of us expect it to, okay, then that's it. It's over. There's no more proving out because you can't do it without, with the other, with all of them, with none of them. Run a wildcat at that point. That's the only way McDaniel could like change the narrative for himself is to just say fuck it and run a wildcat.
Hey, with Jalen Wright and A-Chain, I see that.
Right, exactly. Now, if that worked and we started stringing together wins, that would save Mike McDaniel's job. But at that point, that would be the only way. How are you going to tell us all that Tua is the man, all these, and this and that and the other? And even McDaniel has kind of made the narrative like, well, Tua's skill set allows for that kind of talk. You know what I mean? So he's still culpable. We have to win this game. This is it. There is no proving beyond that because what comes back past this game is Buffalo.
Well, look, I'm gonna get up out of here. My phone going dead, and I gotta make some
Right
runs.
on, man.
Appreciate
What's up, Keno?
Appreciate you for letting me on. What's going on, Crypto? And I'm gonna catch y'all later if y'all on here when I get back.
Alrighty, man.
Yep.
I mean, all that's left is pure accountability. All that's left is pure accountability at that point, Crypto, right?
Yeah. I thought I didn't know you was still going on. I thought I thought drive time was on. I'm like, oh, it's still a continuation.
Well, you know what's funny? It seems to be no matter what I do, I cannot shut the show down until you show up. Isn't that funny? Like no matter what. I was trying to shut it down at 4 hours, dude. We're at 10 minutes to 8 hours.
Yeah.
And Keno popped in, right? And then Lou popped back in for a second. We chopped it up for about another 40 minutes or so. And then just now you popped up, and I'm like, here we are once again, Crypto, you and I ending the show like we do every single day, no matter how long the show goes, no matter where you go, how many times you come back, how many times you leave again. Here we are, you and I ending the show. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. Yep.
What kind of odds dictate that,
Another.
man?
Yep.
So quickly, what'd you
It's on
think about
Vegas.
what'd you think about McNonsense today?
Um, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I haven't really been chimed in as far as the
How about the
what
other question? Have you
been
heard the
going on
news
with him in the
about
latest
Tyreek
Dolphins
selling
press.
his house? What do you think about that? Do you think it means anything, or do you think it just happens to be a coincidence?
I think so. I think it could mean something.
I mean, the timing is
He
goddamn
did
suspect,
send
ain't it?
a letter out there to Kansas City.
Yeah, we get these rumors about him getting traded, then we get a report that's not on the table. Now this, it's like all in the same day, and then we get Tyreek coming out saying, "Gang's all back. We're gonna ball out this week." I don't know what to make of it all. Might just be coincidence, man. I don't know.
He's just jumping, keeping people from diving off the
Yeah,
cliff.
they're trying to give us something to
He,
chop. Appreciate you, Tyreek. You know, giving us content to chop on. By the way, Crypto, real quick, I got to remind Tyreek if he's listening, which I'm pretty sure he is. The signal to let me know that you're listening, that you listen to my show during your touchdown, Selly, is you've got to walk big with your chest poked out like Conor McGregor. That's the secret signal, the secret handshake from Tyreek to Culler. So I'll be looking for that, and everybody else will be too. After Tyreek scores a touchdown this week, you think he'll do it, Crypto? You think
no,
he's actually listening? You think he's
I
actually
was
listening?
thinking, I was thinking more like he's making a cup of coffee and drinking it as a signal.
Oh, that might, yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's pulling a
You
cup
could
of
act like
coffee
you're
and pouring
right.
it, and then
Exactly.
drinking it.
You could do it.
That'll
Do
be
it just
the best
do it.
signal.
Right. Do it just like Terrell Owens did with the bucket of popcorn. Okay.
Right. The popcorn.
And so what? But instead, what you do is you take a handful of popcorn, and you sprinkle the popcorn back into the bucket like you're sprinkling sugar into some coffee.
Yeah.
And then you kind of stir it. You kind of move it around in a circle like you're stirring it, and then pour it in your face mask like Terrell Owens did. That's how I know you're listening. Any one of those two touchdown celebrations, and I know Tyreek Hill is listening.
Yeah,
I mean, that's all I need. I don't need
watch
like
it be crazy. Some other NFL team on another to play on another team actually does it. What we talking about? Somebody from the freaking Commanders doing it.
Look, I don't need an interview. What do I think Tyreek voted on in my poll? Clever question, Joe. He probably said, "I'd rather get rid of the Penguin." That's probably what he said. Anyway, either case, I don't need an interview. I'm not trying to be like a clinger or nothing. You know what I mean? This ain't a stage 5 obsession or nothing like that. But it would be cool to know if you're listening. So, like, yeah, do the whole, either one of those two touchdown sellies. Either walk big with your chest poked out like Conor McGregor, or do the popcorn and pretend like it's a cup of coffee. That would be really cool.
Yeah.
Now, if any one of those things happened by coincidence, okay, I will still claim that he was sending me a signal. So, just so you all know
it
that.
came immediately after the suggestion.
Yeah, of course. I mean, what universe could that happen in, Crypto? You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, I don't know. He could, he could always buy a color commentary T-shirt or hat and wear it to the game. And of course, he's probably not allowed to.
Right.
They get fined for that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like Wes Welker got fined for wearing some kind of fitness hat at his press conference one time.
They finding the staff, people on the
But
staff.
they apparently they don't start
Dress
finding
code
you
in the building.
Well, apparently they don't start finding you for that stuff till you're a player that gets the bag, and they want to they want find reasons to come at you. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They'll start finding you for like things like that, like sporting
dress code
other
violation.
brands but hey, look, if it was Cam Newton that got fined for sporting Under Armour face mask clips, right? And so they fined him for it. But I'm thinking, if Under Armour paid him, let's say, $5 million for the endorsement, right? And the NFL fines him $750,000 for wearing them.
Mm-hmm.
What does he care? You know what I mean?
Right.
He's still plus $4 million. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
So it seems to me kind of like a racket for the NFL anyway. Like, and for Under Armour, like, yo, now we just know the advertisement cost for our face mask clips is just an extra $750,000. You know what I mean? Because I'm sure Cam Newton was like, they're going to fine me $750,000, so I'd rather have $5,750,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They give them that extra money to pay the fine.
That's how the rich that's how the rich support each other. That's how the rich get richer. What do you think? Under Armour cares that the NFL is getting a cut like that? Probably puts them in good graces with the NFL for other stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway,
but I couldn't wear anything Pepsi related when I worked for Coca-Cola, or bring a product that's related to that they even owned.
And hell, these days they'll monitor your social media so you don't say anything about Pepsi.
No, they didn't go that far. They just
unless you like keep it completely hidden that you're a Coca-Cola employee. And still live. Hell of a marathon, Chancellor Culler. Appreciate that, Cosa Nostra. He calls me Chancellor now, or they call me Chancellor, because they were calling me Führer at first, and then I guess they realized that I wasn't quite that extreme. So we came to a balance, and I've accepted Chancellor. You know what I mean? Chancellor's okay. Because Chancellor doesn't have that connotation, crypto. Right. Well, Chancellor's been Chancellor long before fascism was ever created. You know what I mean? So, that just means president, basically. Right. Or executive, number one executive. You know, it's not even like Caesar. They had a word for Caesar in
a softer term.
Right.
Yes, it's a softer term. Yeah.
Matter of fact, the word for Caesar in German was Kaiser.
Kaiser, yeah.
So they had that word.
Kaiser Paramente.
Caesar meant Caesar by the time
that Roman.
By the time you get to the ultimate end of the Second German Empire, also known as the Holy Roman Empire, if you will. By the time you get to the end of it in the Victorian age in 1806, when it was dissolved. The Kaiser was the leader of it, but Kaiser is a word that means Caesar, and Caesar is just a word that came to mean emperor of that empire. You know what I mean? Holy Roman Emperor. You know what I mean? But it was still a monarchical position as Kaiser when Kaiser Wilhelm finally dissolved it in 1806, and it became a republic. For a minute, then it became something else for a minute, and then it became the Weimar Republic, and then obviously it became the Third German Reich, which was the one we all know as the bad ones.
Right. Right.
You know. But I had somebody one day in chat, and I think they're a Dolphin. It was in a Dolphins place, and it's a person that I've chopped it up with, and we're cool. But they misunderstood. I think it might have been you I was talking to, Crypto, but somebody had taken offense to me using the word Reich in the chat, and I thought,
Yeah, because I said, yeah,
right, remember? And it was like,
mentioned
wait
it
a minute,
about
that
Reich,
word
and it
just
was
means
so
empire, man. You know what I mean? It has an
right.
it doesn't have an association with that other
Right.
than being the third
The third
generation of the German Empire. You know what I mean?
Right, because they had the first, second before it.
Right,
That was in different territories.
and nobody but really like nuanced historians don't really call them the German empires. They're more referred to as the
Right.
Holy Roman
That's
Empire.
right.
Because the German
They
state, when
they
it finally
blamed me with
became
Italy.
right, because the German state, when it finally became a state, was just another state in the HRE. You know,
Yeah.
a kingdom in the
That's
HRE.
why it was so easy to assimilate Mussolini into Germany as far as a
Right.
political spectrum, because it
Well,
was in the
that
same
was
cloth.
that was what the purpose was. Same with Napoleon, just two different ways to go about doing it, and from two different interests. One being the original Frankish interest, and the other being the Saxon interest, because it never died. That stuff is rooted in history that goes on, you know, hundreds and thousands,
Since the first century.
not hundreds of thousands, hundreds and thousands of years before that.
Yeah, the first and second century BC.
Back when they were all speaking German, before the Roman Empire, you know,
Branched off and
influenced the
caught
Franks into
tongues.
speaking Latin. You know what I mean? And assimilating Latin.
Yeah.
But it's always been about who should be in charge of that
Romans.
overall centralized empire for all of Europe. You know what I mean?
Well,
And it's always been a fight between the Franks and the Saxons. Obviously, the English got involved
Caesar.
later on,
Mhm.
and that became between the English and the French. But
The
what are
English
English?
Empire.
But
The
what are
sun never
English?
setting.
Well, Crypto,
Yeah.
what are English people but a mixture of Saxons, Angles, and Danes? German
Yeah.
people, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
or
because English is a
Germanic.
Germanic language.
Germanic is the better word. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They were all speaking a Germanic language.
Yeah. Yeah, because English is a version of it. Yep.
And Rome comes up in there and says, "Nope, we're gonna throw a wrench in all of that. we're gonna turn you all into Christians and have you speaking Latin in no time."
Latin. Yeah. All the Puritans.
Enter Charlemagne.
Charlemagne.
the first Holy Roman Emperor, Charlemagne.
Huh.
But he wasn't Saxon. He was Frankish. So the German emperors didn't, or the Holy Roman emperors didn't become German, exclusively German princes until Otto, the Saxon.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Ottoman.
I don't know why we needed the history lesson. We're trying to shut the show down, but everybody have a wonderful evening. Like I said, it's now closer to the time. Shake will be going in about 20 minutes with the Smoke Lounge. Then you got the
Yeah, I
Blitz
think he's
pickup.
firing it up soon, if not already.
Yep, and then you got the Blitz pickup with Lewis and Tony over at the Blitz pickup. They're going at like 7:30. Then you got myself joining Miss Fins at 8 o'clock on League Wide Wednesday. It's all bunched up. But between live stuff and recordings and all that, you should be able to catch up with all of it from all of us.
Yep.
So choose what you want. We're all good. You know what I mean? Nobody's going to get hurt over such little things, you know?
Yeah.
Because of the great DVR capability. But anyway, Crypto, yeah. So Tyreek selling his house. Well, there's going to be more on that.
Yeah. More news to come from Tyreek's.
Yep. So stay tuned, everybody. Hit the like button, hit the notification bell after subscribing to the channel.
Maybe he's going to the Chargers. I think he bought some real estate in southern Los Angeles.
That's the first. That's kind of one of the first thoughts for everybody. Of course, Tampa's another, but It's a bad move for Tampa.
Just lost their wide receiver. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a bad financial move for Tampa to do it.
Yeah, they can't afford it.
They're not really into it.
Evans.
No.
Yeah.
But
there's
also the Cooper Kupp dynamic, who's going to become available here, according to the Rams people. So there's that. We'll see how that affects.
See what receivers are in the
movement
draft
everywhere.
Targeting.
And Crypto, you might appreciate this. I opened the show by saying, hey, buy or sell. Everybody, all the other creators and all the other media guys and all that, they're all asking the question, buy or sell. Is Miami buyers or sellers? But nobody ever considered the third option. Crypto, you know what that is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Holding.
They just holds. Holding what they have there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So let's see what happens with this week against Arizona. I think that's what Tyreek was trying to say. The gang's back together. We're gonna ball out this weekend. I doubt it's gonna come true.
Gang doesn't ball out, then we're probably sellers.
That's it. Exactly. That's it.
This is it. Buffalo.
Exactly.
Get on a plane trip.
You summed up everything I've been trying to say for the entire day, bro. You summed it up right there, man. Yep. This game. That's it. No more beyond that. No more.
Yep.
No more. Oh, next week going. Oh, but this game. Nope. It's it. This is the game.
Yep. This is it. The deadline is the next day, and then the next week, and all the chips on the table for Greer.
Yep, and we're all going to be.
That's probably what that meeting was about. That's why they came to Indianapolis. That could have been what that meeting was about on the field. Like, okay, we got another week, boys, and we're going to be sellers if you don't get it together.
Could be.
He's just giving them a 1 week notice, advance notice. Normally, you give a 2 weeks notice to your employer when you're leaving. Well, Ross was giving them a 1 week notice.
Could be. Hey. I mean, we'll still be here for it all. We'll all be. What's the old saying? Misery loves company. We'll all be comrades in delirium. You know what I mean? For me, for my part,
I want to see if it's gonna make me throw up.
Yeah.
And it might. So, y'all have a good evening. Fins up. I will catch you all over the place tonight. Mainly, you'll find me over at Miss Finn's tonight at 8:00. You'll hear this voice again there. Other than that, you'll see me all over the chat. I'm sure you'll see Crypto everywhere too. So everybody, evening. Fins up.